enlighten me.
Can you tell us the
Which one?
experiment that determined the cause? I don't want a story. I want an experiment.
I don't care what you want.
Science is empirical, right? So no matter what you say, your explanation is ultimately you're gonna have to have some experiment to back it up,
Yeah,
right?
gravity is a field.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Fields are abstractions. They don't exist in
No,
nature.
only stupid people would say that.
Only. Okay, you can put him back on mute. You just gonna say he's
Yeah, you
fucking
coward.
intelligent. Yeah, I'm coward because yeah, only stupid people. I'm afraid of you insulting me. Oh my God.
Well, that was
See,
quicker than I
don't do
thought it was
not
going to
unmute
be.
him, guys.
Now remember, this guy it teaches children and allegedly has a PhD in physics, and that's his response. Gravity is a field. I say fields are abstractions. I asked for an experiment. Fields are not experiments. Fields are abstractions. There's no doubt about it. 100%. They don't
So,
exist in nature. There's no little bunch of little points and vectors and things floating around in the world. They don't exist in nature.
Can we unmute Professor Phil? Cause I want to listen
Why?
what he's
You're
trying
just going to
to say.
insult us. Why would we do that?
It's okay.
Uh,
It's okay. Like I
yeah,
want to listen his
It's
opinion.
okay for him to insult us? I don't think so.
hey,
so
yeah. He might explain, but if gravity isn't real and
No
we
one
have a
said
better
that.
theory, then we can
No one
easily
said that.
debunk him.
No one said that.
And
No one said if
what?
gravity isn't real. No one said that.
It isn't real. What are you talking about?
Okay. Nobody said gravity isn't
Gravity,
real.
gravity, gravity doesn't exist. What is it like?
What
You
is?
can say that.
Well, tell us tell us what do
What
you?
a dumb concept is it?
Okay. So things fall.
Gravity has come
What
through
is gravity?
Hollywood. Okay.
What is gravity? What is it? Tell me what it is.
Um, from what I know, mass pull other mass, like what a magnet pull other magnet. It makes sense. Like
No,
mass
we
pulling
don't
each
want
other,
a
it doesn't make
magnet.
sense.
We don't want a magnet. We want like what's gravity, dude? You can't define something by describing something else.
Okay.
That's an
So
analogy.
gravity is a force. Okay. Gravity is a
Okay.
force that attracts
Is it?
that occurs in two bodies. And if
Okay.
like we have body A and we have body B. Also,
Uh-huh.
it is it. So body A will
So
attract
gravity
body
is
A
the
will what?
well, so
Body A
gravity is the
will
attraction between two
try to
bodies.
apply a force on body B, and body will be try to apply a force on body A. So this is only the gravity. The Earth core exert
Earth core.
gravity on us. The Earth's
Oh,
core.
that's just kidding.
How do I? You don't want to listen. Some points.
No, you don't even got your own rhetoric correct. But we're okay. So fine. Body A attracts
Like
body B, and that's
our
the
Earth core, our Earth core. What he's writing. Use more caps lock and gravity will be proven.
okay, just so we can have a laugh, Indio, we read down side chat. Instead of
this is
making
horrible.
claims, ask questions, and then you scroll down a bit further. Gravity is a field. From the
Gravity is
same
a field.
person. Instead of making
Obvious.
claims, ask questions, Professor Filtard.
Obviously, it doesn't make sense. But I'm still interested on how gravity, like gravity, not gravity, but how things come to the ground, like how things
That's the
go down.
problem. They don't know why down. Unknown. Scientists don't know it. Professor Phil doesn't know it. Even though he'll make all these wild claims, he will have no scientific experiment to back his claims.
So this is the problem.
Have you studied your school basic formulas? Like, do you know gravity formula?
Formula isn't it? Look, you can go all day long and play jump rope in your head. Ultimately, science is determined by experiments, right? Right?
Oh man.
Is that,
Right.
is that correct? No matter what my theory is, I have to do the experiment, right?
Okay.
Is that correct? Is that correct?
Do you know the experiment of a ship that travels through sea?
Dude, don't ask me a question. I asked you a question. Please answer.
First
If I
answer
have a
me this.
theory,
Do you know
if I
the
have a theory,
experiment of a ship? Okay, give me your
yeah,
theory.
if I have a theory or a hypothesis or some claim,
Mhm.
to call it science, you
Mhm.
have to do the experiment to confirm it, right?
Okay.
It,
So
I'm
have you done
asking you a
your
question.
experiment on your
Yes
flat
or no?
Earth? Yes, it
Oh
is.
my
Yes,
Jesus.
it
Okay. So
it's
science is empirical.
um,
So things fall because two things are attracted to each other. Okay. What experiment shows that?
what experiment shows that your Earth is flat?
Why are you asking me a question?
Because you are asking me a question.
You know it's
I can prove it,
yeah,
but
and it's rude to answer a question with a question. That's rude. You're being rude.
okay.
Say I don't know, or I can't answer, or you can do what Phil did. Only a stupid person would say that. You'd say that.
If you don't know the answer, you are allowed to say, I don't know. We are not going to judge you for not knowing something. At some stage,
So,
every person
I
I'll have more
did
I
not
know
know.
the answer, man. I know the answer. Like we have moon, we have our gravitational pull. Moon is around Earth. Earth is revolving around the sun. How you
How
can
does
like
that determine?
n-
Like you don't observe the Earth revolve around the sun, and you don't observe the Earth or the moon pull the
so
Earth.
you have
You
also
don't
not
observe
observed
any.
the Earth is flat.
Oh yeah, you can
Okay,
go to the
explain me
ocean.
how you have seen your Earth is
Go to the
flat.
ocean. Go to the ocean.
Oh fuck, man.
Get an airplane.
Have you ever
Get on
have you
airplane. Get in a balloon.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna send you a video, and everyone will watch this. Okay, wait.
okay, back to my question. Don't we have any theory for like as a
I'm
flat
detecting a
earther? Don't we
fundamental
have any
attribution
theory?
error.
I'm asking the question. So we flat earthers don't have a theory for like what causes everything to come to the ground. Is it like well,
I don't know if your mic is bad, but I can barely understand you.
okay?
Your mic is
Is
very.
it good now?
You're
Oh,
talking. You're talking very softly, and like your mic is kind of like
India, just so you know,
cruddy.
the one
Yes,
that's underneath you,
it's much
Kafia
close to my
and
mouth.
Kushagra, have been talking between themselves. So one of them's trying to talk to the other one because his Indian's better than his English.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Okay, so I've
Am I
sent you
audible
a
now?
link.
I didn't even come in here to
Hello.
talk. I came in here to listen, man. But you guys
Oh,
are like
India,
a train wreck.
India, we should have a look at this train wreck in the side chat. There are numerous experiments that show mass attracts mass. I thought gravity was a field.
Hello.
I'm just going to jump between answers because I don't know myself. Well done, Professor Phil. Well done.
My God, man, you could go and see now, Phil. You're worse. How do you get worse at this?
Hey, wait. Isn't force and field are related? Not exactly the same, but related. In
Religion.
electromagnetism, we do understand about learn about the field and force and how do they work with each other. So
Hello
I mean,
guys.
according to him,
Are you
he's
trying to
right.
sell me something?
What are you guys talking about?
I think they're having their own side chat.
Yeah, we might need to move on if this is how it's going to be. It's like listening to nails on a chalkboard.
You guys
Well,
believe in the Antarctica? Do you guys think it
what is
exists?
it? What does that mean?
The continent?
Does it exist
Yeah.
as
You
a
guys believe
continent?
it's-
I don't know.
Do you think it exists as a place?
Yeah, there's a place on Earth that people go to that they call Antarctica. You get in a
Then why
plane,
does
they go,
it
"We're
appear
going
in
to Antarctica,"
24/7?
and you're like, "Okay." And they land on some ice, and you're like, "This is Antarctica."
Okay, why the sun appear 24/7?
Who cares?
Just answer me.
How would I know why? Why would I know what causes the sun to do anything? How would I know that?
There's a documentary about it, which which is live
And
24/7,
yeah, and
and the sun is appearing. It's still appearing 24/7. So to
So
you,
let's-
yeah,
it heats
and
the land. To the
yeah,
flowers,
hang on.
it doesn't
and
matter,
okay,
right?
okay. So we see the sun 24/7, and
It debunks everything you guys believe in.
Hang on, no, it doesn't.
how so? Can you tell us how so?
Because if the sun is moving all around the world, how the sun is still exists in the Antarctica and appear 24/7?
Okay. If the sun is moving all around the world, how does the
Your
sun still
answer is
exist
okay.
24/7 in Antarctica? How does that
I
disprove
like
or
your sense of
disprove
humor.
anything? So your question is not a statement.
No, it's actually
You said
a
it debunks
question.
flat Earth. I asked how, and then you asked the question.
So you're just jumping over my question.
No,
Like
I asked you how, and you asked the question. It's not telling me
How what?
how. You're asking for a question.
How what?
Do you not understand your own statements? You asked me how does the
understand
sun do
fully.
X? Well, so I asked you how does
That
it debunk the
explains why
flat
it's
Earth?
global
And
to me.
you didn't explain anything. You asked a question.
I said if the Earth is global and there is a place called Antarctica and there is a sun which appears 24/7, then it makes it global, not a flirt Earth.
It makes it global.
Yeah.
How does it make it global?
Because it circulate around the sun.
I thought the Earth is spinning. What happened to that?
Now let's not jump over this discussion. Let's talk about why the sun appears in Antarctica. Can you explain to me why it appears in Antarctica 24/7?
I can make up any explanation. Any other
go
ones?
ahead. Tell me anything, bro. If
Okay,
Magic.
I'll tell you
Magic.
something.
tell
Hey,
me why
Kenna,
it appears.
if the Earth is
All right,
flat,
no.
if the Earth is flat, can the sun set? Yes or no?
Yes, it is. But it cannot set in one area and not other areas. So if the sun set, let's say.
So how can it? Hold on.
Well,
How can it set on a flat surface? How can it set on a flat surface? If it's flat, can the sun set? Yes or no?
No, it can't.
Excellent. So the sun can't set on a flat surface. That's yeah.
I don't think he understands what you just did to him.
What I'm just about to do to him.
Bro, the sun set every single time. What are you talking about? It's set every day.
You just said a
Not
second
like
ago the
all-
sun
not
can't
all
set
of
on
the-
a flat surface. If that's true, they witnessed the sun not setting. Ergo, flat surface.
Honk honk.
عم لا لا مازال ما تغديناش مازال كنا ما
Then
تغديناش
then why it doesn't set?
عمال
in
هو كان متغدى
Antarctica?
كده
He can't decide if he wants the sun setting or not. He's kind of caught between a rock and a hard place right now.
Okay, if you guys believe in the flat Earth, why the sun does not set in Antarctica? Just give
We
me a
don't
slight
care.
answer.
Kenna, listen carefully. We are
Connor.
24/7 flat Earth, not 24/7 sun staring. Okay? The ground is measured with no curvature. So we don't really care, or I don't really care,
Oh yeah, you
what
don't
the
care
sun
about
does.
Antarctica. You don't
So,
believe its
we don't.
existence.
Kenna, it doesn't prove the shape of the ground. The sun could do a figure eight, a double loop, or it could even spin backwards. It doesn't prove the shape of the ground. For some reason, you seem to believe it does. I don't know why. Doesn't worry
Okay, then
me.
why it's set?
The
Okay,
ground-
why it's set in your country?
The ground
why it's set in
is
your
still
country and doesn't say in
measured
Antarctica?
flat. So
If
your
it's
questions
flat, okay, if it's-
of why
okay,
sun does
listen.
something, not relevant.
If the sun, if the Earth,
Not relevant.
all of it flat, it's
Not
relevant.
relevant.
Fully relevant. It is.
No,
it
it's
is
not.
relevant.
I just explained
let
to
me tell
you,
you why
the
it's
sun is
relevant.
not the ground. You seem
me
to
tell you why
believe
it's
that the
relevant.
sun, let's Kenna, just hold up a second. For some reason in your mind, you thinking sun does something, therefore round. This is not true. The sun could do lots of things. The sun does not cause the shape of the ground.
Sun also can cook a very great
That's
cake in
complete
your
of
kitchen.
bullshit, bro. The reason why it cannot be flat because the sun must.
It's measured flat.
Let's assume,
We've already covered that.
Assume, okay, no, it doesn't matter. You didn't measure it, by the way. Let's
You
say the
covered, man. You
Earth.
didn't measure anything.
Let's say the Earth is flat, right? If the Earth is flat, the sun has to move from a city to a different city to all over the Earth, right? It has to be because you can't have one. You can't
what's
have a
wrong with
country
that?
light and the other country would not light.
So let me get this straight. You've
Do
got
you
a
agree
problem
me?
with the
Yes or
sun
no? Do you
moving.
agree with me? Yes or no?
You've got a problem with the sun moving. It was lunchtime today at 12 o'clock, lunchtime today. It was sunny, believe it or not. And guess what?
the sun
It's
is
dark
moving,
now.
right?
So the sun has moved.
Yeah. So it's moving. The sun is moving, not the Earth is moving, right? Do you understand me?
Correct.
I don't feel the Earth moving, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't feel the Earth move.
Exactly. The sun is moving around the Earth.
Now you
right?
get it.
Oh,
Yeah, you got
there
it, dude.
go.
Welcome.
Bingo.
Welcome to Flat
So
Earth.
Welcome to Flat
why
Earth.
is it? Why is it always appear in the Antarctica? Why is it always appear in Antarctica?
It
Have
doesn't
you been to
always appear.
Antarctica?
Yeah. Why does it appear 24/7?
Kenna,
in
have you
Antarctica?
been to Antarctica to validate this?
No, I
yes or
haven't,
no?
but I have.
Excellent. So how do you know? You haven't measured it.
Live stream. I have seen
Kenna,
live stream.
Kenna,
I have seen
you
a
No
made
live
the
one's ever
stream.
claim.
live streamed that. Stop
Kenna,
making-
I have
Tanner,
seen a live
Tanner.
stream. I don't have to go.
No,
Have
you
you
haven't.
been there?
No, you have,
Have
not.
you, have
You're
you been
lying.
there?
Kenna,
You're
how do you
lying.
know
I
it?
have seen a live
You
stream.
are lying.
Bro.
There
I
are
have
no-
seen
there's
24/7.
You've also
never,
seen Santa Claus,
never-
Bigfoot.
Oh, you call
Whatever
it-
we say, whatever
so
we
you're-
say will
so
never
can you
be a
debunk
proof,
that
and
video?
whatever they say
If I
will
brought you a
everything
video, can you
Holy-
debunk it?
will make
What
sense.
is this audio chaos?
Okay,
Start muting
yeah,
people.
real simple. Tanner, there's never been a live stream of the 24-hour sun. There's a video of it, but there's not a live stream. You made that up. Okay? The people that went there said they were going to live stream it, but they didn't have the bandwidth to live stream it. So please stop lying and making shit up. Okay? Thank you.
Yeah, you guys mute me for that, right?
Get me for lying? Yes. You're lucky we don't
I'm
kick you
not
out.
lying. There is a live stream, bro.
Okay,
You can
post the
literally
live.
watch it by
Post it.
yourself.
Post it. Post the 24-hour
I
sun
can't
live
post it.
stream right
You
now.
muted me in chat as well. I'm muted both in chat and in
DM
live
it.
stream, bro.
DM it then. DM it then.
Okay, I'm gonna DM it.
Yeah, my DMs are open. DM the live stream link right now.
Indio's DMs are open. I complain about crazy globers all the time in his DMs.
Doesn't mean I'm going to answer you.
Nope.
So you're denied that
therapy.
there's a trip 24/7.
I know I'm not. I don't have to deny it. I'm waiting for the evidence.
What do you mean
Post.
deny? If you believe in something,
You've
you
got
gotta
to
be
prove
deny.
certain.
There's-
You gotta be
Kenna.
certain. Yes
You
or
haven't-
no? You gotta be
Kenna,
certain.
stop
Tanner, you
talking.
haven't presented anything to deny.
Exactly.
You have not presented
At
anything.
Kenna, we don't have to. You're the one making claim of 24-hour sun. You prove it.
I have to prove it. You gotta prove it by yourself. You gotta go there and see it by yourself.
I haven't mentioned it. It's not my burden
what
of
you
proof.
did?
You're
Then
the
why
one.
not go there and why not?
Why not you go
and
there?
Have I'm certain it is. Why do I have to go there?
Well,
I'm
Why do
you-
I
you're
have to
still
go there?
certain.
because there was a live stream.
It wasn't live.
So how
was
do you know it was live stream?
Because I watched it.
Because you watched
So
it.
full
So
of
let
shit.
me get this straight. If I get net right now and put a movie on, is that live stream? Even though the movie's 10-year-old?
It's a live stream because.
How do you know it's live stream? That's what I'm trying to get from you.
When
you
I
keep
watch
saying
the live stream.
Canna, stop talking.
Let me tell,
please stop for a second.
Let me answer.
I don't want to hear it. Just stop for a second, please. You keep telling us. I haven't finished. Please just wait. Right. You keep telling us it's live stream because you watched it. So that doesn't prove that something's live stream. And I'll give you an example. On the YouTube. But it
doesn't stop you.
Why are you talking? Please.
Okay.
On the YouTube, they tell us live stream for ISS footage. How do you know it's live stream? How do you know it's not pre-recorded and then put there for your pleasure? How can you tell the difference between something that's actually happening right now and something that's pre-recorded? How can you tell the difference?
Because I watch it by my own eyes. I saw.
Oh my fucking Godfather!
I watch it.
No,
okay. If you watched a pre-recorded film, how can you tell difference? Canna? 2 choices. 1, live stream. 2, pre-recorded. You now watch them. How do you tell difference?
Yeah, Canner, what you're talking about, Dave. Look, Dave McKeegan's premiere video of a recording. So a premiere on YouTube is a live stream of a recording.
It's a live stream, yeah.
Of a recording.
What are you talking about?
You don't know how YouTube works for YouTube Premiere? You know how YouTube Premiere works?
Full of freaking... Okay, you want to see it? You want to see the live stream?
It's like watching a VHS tape.
Look at that, bro.
Hello.
Look,
bro, even
I could take a cartoon.
I could take Bugs Bunny. Went there, and they said it's not like it's not fucking the sun appears 24 hours.
That's awesome, Canner. Want to know what the person that set the whole thing up, the Glober, said? He said nothing. The sun doesn't prove the shape of the earth. Why are you interrupting me again? Will Duffy, the guy that set that up.
Me the chance to talk.
Why are you interrupting me again? You're going to be fucking muted. You do it one more time.
I don't care.
Yeah. So really simply, Will Duffy, the guy that set that up, said the sun doesn't prove the shape of the earth. So you have to interrupt me again, right when I say that. 3 times now. Will Duffy, the guy that set that up, said the sun doesn't prove the shape of the earth. The guy that went there, who set up the whole thing.
Said what?
He said, why are we talking about the sun? It doesn't prove anything about the shape of the earth.
It does.
The guy that set up the whole... Oh, how?
Because it doesn't make sense if it's a flat earth. Right?
That's an argument from incredulity.
So you guys deny
I don't know how it makes sense. So
Antarctica, right?
Yeah.
I know
there wasn't.
Let's not change the topic.
I know there wasn't.
There wasn't a live stream. How do you know?
No, it wasn't a live stream. Canner, for the last fucking time, they did not have the bandwidth to live stream. You don't bandwidth it?
Indio, my brother. Tell me one thing. Okay.
Shut up, dude.
It's still in YouTube.
How the fuck Moon and Earth
It wasn't a live stream from Antarctica. It was uploaded days later. Look at the date.
It wasn't.
Look at the date.
Bro, it's streamed.
Look at the date. What's the date say?
Know?
Look at the date. What's the date say it was streamed?
Well, I'm checking.
Yeah, check.
Live stream at that moment, bro. It's not like it streams day before or something.
Indio, tell me, how do you experience your weight if there's no gravitational pull? How do you experience the weight of an object that you hold on to?
Major gravitational push.
How the moon and Earth works together if there is no gravitational pull at all?
Live on December 16th, 2024.
December 16th. What days were they there again?
Maybe December 15th.
So not live streamed.
It is live streamed. Let me tell you why it's a live stream.
So they live streamed it into time, forward into time?
No. I'll tell you why. They streamed after the midnight and that day, that was after literally the day they were before. It was just after 3 hours when the day ended. So that was the live stream at midnight, because you thought that, oh, that was after they came back and whatever. No, it wasn't. They stood there for at least 4 days. So that makes it, that was a stream while they were there, bro. It wasn't, because it
That's
doesn't
right.
make sense, because there was a guy
Wow.
who was there having a phone with the chat, and he was looking on the screen. How that would make it fucking days after, bro? That doesn't make sense.
Okay. They did live stream from Antarctica, but they did not live stream the 24-hour sun. What don't you understand?
They have cameras with 24 footage, but it's not, I believe it's posted somewhere, but I can't
You
find it
believe.
right
No
now.
one cares what you believe. I know the facts. They even said it. They
We
didn't
also
live
don't
stream
care
the
that you
24-hour
believe that
sun.
Earth is flat.
So
Yeah, that's not
tell
a
me,
belief, buddy.
You have
So
the
wait.
rights.
So
You have the rights
you
to
have one
say.
choice. You have one choice to debunk all of this. What it was is go there by yourself and see the sun. If
But
it's
yet
set
you
down,
haven't been there to
then
validate
if
any
Yeah,
of
but
your
you
sun
can't.
claims.
sets, well, let me say
Tanner,
something. If
so
the
you just
sun
gotta
sets,
reassert.
then okay, I will just look down and I will say, okay,
So,
you have the right to say whatever you
so
want.
if the sun sets in Antarctica, it's not a globe. Is that what you're saying?
It would give you a beneficial doubt, yeah.
Yeah. So no matter what, it's still a globe, right? No matter what. No matter
No,
what we
I'm not
see, no matter
saying
what
that.
the sun does.
I'm saying if you're saying the live stream is not true, or if
What
it
if,
never happened,
let's
then
just walk you
you
through
should
this
go
your
there by
logic, Tanner.
yourself and debunk
Tanner.
it by yourself.
Yeah, why? It doesn't debunk anything. It doesn't prove anything one way or the other.
Does prove the Earth is globe. It does
Okay.
prove the Earth is globe.
How?
There are many other things that prove the Earth
I'm
is
going to
globe,
ask
but
you
this is
again
one of
how.
them.
I'm going to ask you again how.
Because if the Earth is rotating over the sun, it makes it the one place which
Okay, that
Antarctica
has
on
nothing to do
itself.
with the Earth being a globe or
It
not.
does.
It could be
If
rotating
you
and
look,
not. Or look, bro. It
I
could be a
can bring you a
freaking.
CGI, bro.
You interrupt me one more time. I swear to fucking God, dude. Shut your fucking pie hole. It doesn't make you right by talking over. Okay, so the Earth
So
could
he
be a
believes
freaking
that God
velocity.
exists, but he don't believe that there.
Dude, you freaking clowns, man. You started to get on my nerves. So, Canner, let's say the Earth is a freaking a mini bus, and it's orbiting and rotating. It's orbiting and rotating.
Mhm.
Okay. Would you still see a 24-hour sun on the from the rear bumper?
Earth is a
Say that again.
minibus.
Can you talk again? I was not paying attention at all.
No, because your conclusion was if the Earth is rotating and orbiting, then it has to be a globe, and that's just nonsense. Could be
Yeah,
anything.
because I can prove that with a video. Can you actually let me like send the
So
link
you're
here?
just going on mute because you're not going to actually engage.
Indio, shout out to you, brother. Earth is a minibus. That was awesome.
It's a VW bus. Me and Dr. Phil are going to get in the back and smoke some weed.
Oh, so you can get high enough to see the curve.
It's flipping over left, right, and center. Which way is up? I don't know. I don't know. And the moon keeps turning like wheels on a bus.
Okay, so what about the triggered Indian or whatever he is?
Bro.
He spoke up. He's like, "Oh, that must be me. I'm the one.
I'm the triggered one.
I'm the one. Oh, bro."
So funny.
At least they're tracking with the conversation.
I was going to say, Professor Phil looks like another guy that confuses the map for the territory. You know, he's invoking coordinate reference systems as proof of the territory.
Oh, sporadic. Have you ever played with Professor Phil?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
good.
under different names in the past.
Ah, that's all right then. I was going to say, if you've never met him, oh wow, this.
Oh,
is
when
gonna
I
be
was brand new,
great.
he sent me a CGI stage 2 deployment of a satellite computer render and told me it was real.
They are just morons, man. They don't understand anything. They just yap, 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 and they just do some weed, and they just say that
What?
there is something that
What?
So,
they have no sense at all.
so weren't you asking
Kushagra?
how do I
I'm
experience
talking
weight?
about Indio and what
Yo, Indio,
else?
check this guy on pressure. Ask him about pressure. I'm curious.
No, I want to get back to his gravity thing.
What you're asking
I'm still
me
waiting
or
for the I'm still waiting for the
something else?
experiment, dude. The experiment.
Like
Where's that?
whatever I'm giving the point, they say that your point is invalid, and they're just
Who cares?
yapping something
Here's
that
what they say.
doesn't really exist at all.
When you say doesn't exist, what are you talking about? See, this is just narrative spinning nonsense.
My logic is nothing to them, and
You don't know
their
what
logic
logic
is
is. You
something
couldn't
that
make a deductive
they
syllogism if
want
your
to
life
just
depended on it.
shove it in their ass.
Look, you're either hot mic or you're ignoring me. Kushaga. Yeah, he muted me. So he can go on mute.
Okay.
No, he was probably talking to someone else. His wife just railed him.
I disconnected him.
Oh.
Sometimes
Oops,
send
wrong
these guys to different chat rooms when they're in the middle of spiraling. I probably shouldn't do
Dude,
that.
that'd be cool. That would be
Hey,
cool to like
guys.
move them into like the
Came
vegan
back.
room while they're going freaking gravity.
Someone.
Yeah, I've done
bastard.
Why?
Because people talk when they shouldn't be, and they rudely interrupt others. So if you're not a part of the conversation, it might be wise to press your mute button and mute yourself from talking, my friend.
I'm dying because Indio kicked someone out because the guy muted him. That was awesome. G status right there.
Yeah, the
You know,
art to selecting the right room.
If you go over's ideas were so good, how come you resist any interrogation of them? You just absolutely resist it. We try to just ask you questions about what you even mean, and you can't say what you even mean. You can't like form coherent statements about what you think is supposed to be some foregone conclusion. That's maybe something's wrong if that's the situation.
Kushagra, please mute yourself or someone will do it for you.
Dude, stop strangling that cat.
Someone's hot micing hard. Oh, look, Professor Phil, still waiting for any flat earther to explain how on any version of flat earth the distance along the equator between two longitudes is greater than the distance along any other latitude, both north and south of the equator between the same longitudes. Of course they can't. Oh,
I got this one. Listen, your so-called like measurements, what you think is an actual distance between these locations is just a calculated distance on the coordinate reference grid. So you need an actual measurement. And the way to do it is to step away from your circular reasoning. Don't use latitude and longitude to validate latitude and longitude. So try doing planar surveying, independent of any latitude and longitude coordinate grid. Try using a planar grid. Do actual measurements, and then compare the results. You might end up with papers like the one from the U.S. Naval Postgraduate School I have here on local tangent planes, local planar coordinate systems being more accurate than geodetic-based global coordinate systems. Right? So this isn't some crazy idea. Like for military precision, they're not screwing around with calculating distances on a spherical Earth. When they need precision, they go absolutely flat and planar. The reason is because it matches reality closer. Yeah, that's circular. Your GPS receiver, again, is going to be taking all that data from GPS signals and producing a coordinate references. Guess what? You can take your receiver and you can program any coordinate reference system you like. Flat, globe, tiny little moon, whatever the case you want, dinosaur nugget, and it's still going to work. Right? So if GPS was globe exclusive, Phil, how come they also claim that they use the same GPS network to do a lunar coordinate reference datum? Same signals, different receiver, different computations for an object that's presumably 1/5 the size of the globe. So it's not globe exclusive at all. Maybe you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's not the same sphere as your globe sphere. It's different dimensions. So how come GPS, the same one, works on the freaking moon? It's because it's coordinate system independent. Sorry, Phil, that's the harsh reality of the world you live in. Coordinate systems are not reality. Yeah, go look up Lugre, Lugre. Pretty hilarious. And surveyors will also use differential GPS and a state plane coordinate grid, which is flat. You even have differences among your own global coordinate reference grids, right? You got NAD 27, NAD 83, WGS 84, blah, 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 and on, and they're not all the same. Coordinate systems are arbitrary. Just pick one and use it consistently, and you won't have any issues. So yeah, guess what? I have no problem as a flat earther using GPS to drive my car around. Let's not even get into what ECEF is before your receiver translate that into Latin long, because that's planar.
Were you here when Phil said, pretty much said fields are not abstractions?
Yeah, I was just tuning in.
Freaking
Wow,
unbelievable. Can I get one at Walmart?
It's a sphere of influence, man.
A sphere of influence.
Yeah, it's like saying vectors and rays and all this other stuff are absolutely real. Metric tensors are real, dude. Coordinate systems are real, dude. These guys have like reification bad.
They're a bunch of Neoplatonists.
Yeah, truth.
They
And
think
look
the
at that
shadows are
star.
people. They think the shadows of the wall are people. They're trying to talk to them. Buy them lunch.
You can use your GPS system to get your actual distance on Earth. How'd you verify that? How did you verify that? What makes you so sure that it's actual and not calculated?
Oh, I feel like busting into a song. I've been everywhere, man. Sorry.
I got
take
$5
2
to
points
ask you
on.
a question. No, I just got $5. Instead of answering your question, he's going to ask you a question.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Or he's going to go engage with somebody in text chat and ignore it. That's the second or third time I brought it up here, and he's just like sidestepping, just insisting that he's right. It's like yesterday, that guy, Josh Ingersoll, he goes by on here and posts his LinkedIn page everywhere. Says he said like last week he was a propulsion engineer. And then today he was something else. Or yesterday.
That's the one that doesn't like me.
Yeah, he posted a picture of Jupiter that he said was real.
Can you verify what he actually does, or
no? I mean,
so he could just be working in some institution. He could be working in some institution doing literally anything, sweeping the floor, mopping, cleaning the bathrooms.
He said it was something to do with, what was it, Amazon or one of those big delivery places, and his job was putting antennas or designing antennas so that they can send data from satellites from here and there.
So he said he's a satellite driver, okay? So I said, okay, great, you got access to Telum? He said, yeah, I do. I said, great. So is it raw Telum or is it processed? He said, well, I used 2-line elements. So for those in the audience, that's basically Keplerian orbital elements that have been reduced to 2 lines in text, so it's easier to work with. And I'm like, okay. I said, I was trying to goad him. I'm like, that's actually derived from a model. And he said, LMAO, no, it's not derived from a model. And I'm like, yes, it absolutely is. KOE is a model, and it's built off of receivers. It's built off of ground stations that are doing azimuth and altitude tracking of satellites using radar and using optics. And they post their positions in spherical coordinates in latitude and longitude, as well as their observations of where they think the satellites are. And then they send this all to ground station processing. Ground station processing aggregates all the data and computes Keplerian orbital elements and spits them out and tells the satellites that's where they are. And then the satellites then beam that back down. That's absolutely model-based. And it's spherical-based. It's circular. They're stuck in this do loop of hell. I asked him a question about like how to deal with tumbling and stuff, and because I knew he didn't have access to raw Telum based off his response, and he goes into story mode, and he's like, yeah, so that satellites almost always tumble after deployment, and you don't know which way is down facing. And I'm like, okay, well, have you seen that data? Have you seen the Nadir vector getting all warbly barbly after deployment? And he just went on story mode, like talking as if somebody else he knows did it. He didn't have the actual experience. And then he started yawning, right? At some point in the conversation, just started yawning like incessantly and uncontrollably, like acting like he's too cool and acting all bored and stuff. And then flippantly evading questions and trying to obfuscate answers with obscurantism. And then he said, I'm going to go to Earth Awakenings. It's much more entertaining over there. I mean, and that was it. I'm like, man, that was disappointing. Like, I started off in a conversation with him in good faith. I'm like, hey, look, man, here's the issue. We have all these inertial guidance systems, navigation systems, from boats to trucks to airplanes and even satellites. And we're looking for this missing rotational vector. It should show up as some kind of gyroscopic deviation from a horizontal reference plane, whether in orbit or whether from, an airplane that does its pre-flight calibrations at the runway and takes off and starts flying around a globe. It's going to have to rotate so that the belly's always facing the ground of Earth, if Earth is a globe. I want to capture that angular momentum, that angular displacement. And I can't see that in any of the telemetry that we're getting from airplanes or any inertial navigation system from boats, trucks. So the next place to look is in satellites. Do you have access to this? Do you have something like public that you can show us? I'm not asking him to divulge anything. Well, I mean, he works for Amazon. So basically public satellite data, public telem. Do you have something that you can show us, that missing rotational vector that could help establish that Earth even might be a globe here? Because it's been freaking frustrating not being able to come across it. And then he's like, yeah, I got access to that. Basically what he's got access to is a computer screen that calculates or that produces pre-calculated KOE on it. You know, so he doesn't have access to like the health and wellness of the satellite subsystems. That's that's probably proprietary, but whatever. I don't want anything that nobody's not allowed to give us. And if they can't give it to us, great. I mean, I'll move on. But I mean, there's so many public satellite systems out there. Like, why can't this be made available? And if it is, where is it? I mean, don't like news stations have their own satellites? Just, you know, send us a copy of some telem from that. Raw, let's see it. But every time we get like another satellite expert, they don't have the goods. I'm looking at you, Phil. Yeah, he's just chanting, GPS gives us accurate distances. Well, how do you know it's accurate? Like, what if I swapped out a lunar datum and didn't tell you? You're going to claim that it's accurate for the globe. Yeah, that's a funny part. Like, I could swap out the datum and not tell you, and I bet you dollars to dog nuts that you're not going to be able to tell the difference, and you're going to claim that it's accurate. And then the big reveal is, oh, well, guess what? I just swapped it out, revealing that it's arbitrary, and you have no way to assess its accuracy. You're just making baseless claims. And what gets me is you're teaching students all this stuff. Have some humility, professor. When you step in here, there are no sacred cows. Wait, that might be insensitive given the wide audience we have. Yes, there are sacred cows in your tradition, but not in mine. Do self-professed Satanists have sacred cows? He knows because he tested it. He took GPS and he took a map and he said GPS on this map confirms the map on that map. The map matches the map. Therefore, the map matches the Earth. Womp womp. You know, a lot of this technology hubris regarding GPS is a result of people believing that it's like an open source system when it's absolutely 100% not. The presentation layer is open source for the end user, yes. But the backhaul data, you're not seeing what's being uploaded to those satellites. Whatever and wherever they are, whatever technology it happens to be, you're not seeing the backhaul. No, sir, no way. Satellites themselves don't know where the F they are either. They don't. They don't know where they have to be told where they are by the ground. And then they just relay where they're told they are to everybody listening. Just gigantic beacons like repeaters. It's not as mysterious as people like to think. He measured his position on the ground. Oh, great. What was the margin of error? Like, you measure what, like maybe 300 feet from your front yard to backyard using ground-based differential GPS? Yeah, we know these games that are being played. Yeah, we know differential GPS uses ground emitters and doesn't use sky emitters from satellites. So if that's what you're using to localize and enrich your location data, then that's what you're using. You're not using satellites up in this outer space. DGPS, listen, like in the 2000s, there was a company actually called Skyhook, which was a nod to the old satellite retrieval operations that took place during the Cold War. And Skyhook was basically flying airplanes all over the world, geotagging emitters, whether they're radio stations or whether they're home Wi-Fi routers. And then they built this gigantic network, and then they delivered that to the public to use to enrich GPS systems. And so if you need like millimeter precision or whatever you're doing on like a construction site, you set up your little theodolite with differential GPS, and you're using locally based emitters to triangulate your position. And you can also display that in any coordinate system you want. You can actually extrapolate that out to a pretend globe, a pretend ice cream cone, or pretend dinosaur nugget coordinate system. Did I just glitch out?
Nah, you're good.
Right, it's all these bait and switch games, you know? And it's almost like they hope we don't catch them at it. It's almost perverse. It's almost like Dexter or something. Or it's like some voyeur, like some criminal that commits a crime and wants to see if the cops can figure out his god-awful mess and catch him. And so he lingers around the crime scene, even offering tips and snickering behind the scenes. That's what a lot of these Globies remind me of. And we catch them every single time. That's the fun part. It's easy. It's easy when you know what to look for. You know how. They've only got so many tricks in their little bag.
Why is everyone silent?
I was just rambling, dude, and I took a breath. Like, I've been rambling and monologuing for the past 5 minutes. I took a breath and you pop in, you're like, why is everyone silent? Dude, come on. Why don't you go to our YouTube chat, our channel on YouTube, and rewind the tape? You can listen to me carrying on about GPS systems. "30 kilometers away, great. How did you get where you were when you set up your surveying network? Did you use latitude and longitude in the beginning? If so, womp womp, circular reasoning, Phil. Why don't you show us what you did?" So we can point out that you used pre-calculated distances via coordinate reference system, and you used the same coordinate reference scheme in GPS to self-confirm it. Isn't that how this works? Just circular logic? Loop-de-loop on this merry-go-round to hell? Yep, so show me the planar surveying independent of lat and long coordinates. Show me like a state plane coordinate survey, and let's see how that matches up to GPS. Maybe we can use the British National Grid System, a nice little 2,500 kilometer square distance with Great Britain smack dab in the middle. does not line up with latitude and longitude at all. So you could use something like that to assist, and we can see how it works out. I've always wondered if you took something like that and just kept going with it, how you could actually use it to survey the Earth flat and what it would actually look like, or at least closer to actually what it would look like. It's not a ball. It's funny, it's like you Google like British National Grid System, they only show you a few of the grid squares. There are 25 of them that are all lettered A through Z, right? And they'll only show you like the ones immediately around on Great Britain. They won't show you like the corners and too many depictions, but it goes out a ways. Great. I'm gonna get going. I might be back in an hour, very likely. So if anybody cares, I'll be back yakking and yammering then. You set up a datum. Well, there's your first problem. You set up a datum. A datum is a model. Hello, model reification fallacy. So, I mean, it's great that you have all this math and physics background, Dr. Phil, but you don't really think about what you're doing philosophically. I mean, you should probably take some courses on the philosophy of mathematics and read up on what underdeterminism is. All the circular semiotic fails are just delicious appetizers for someone like me.
Oh, keep trying, Phil. Would you stop being a flat earther if I showed you data and proved that the GPS is accurate? Well, it still doesn't give you any curvature of the ground, so you can show us whatever GPS you like. You can even get the word GPS tattooed on your arm. Like, for all the good it's going to do. You need curvature first, Phil. The GPS proves the Earth is a globe and curved. So why is it, Phil, when we go out into the real world, instead of arguing with clowns like yourself on Discord, why is it we don't measure any curvature?
Oi, oi, Doros.
Phil, you've repeated yourself 3 times now. You don't have to keep posting the same thing up. Nice one, Clippy. That's mad. Oh, nice, well poisoned, Phil. Please try harder. So what you're saying is, Phil, nah, I've got nothing. Because I can assure you now, if you had actual, reliable, verifiable proof of curvature, you'd have come strutting into the channel in politics months and months ago. You'd have dropped it on the front desk like a bomb, and you would have sat back with grinning like an idiot. We know you've got nothing, you're just a pretender clown.
So, just in case, PSA, the missing curvature is still missing.
What is this?
I'm not sure who was here, but one day we were sort of getting inundated with that. Just this is all they would do. That's how bad their argument was.
Look at this. Phil's still trying to ask if he brings evidence, will it change our mind? Instead of just bringing evidence and changing our minds. Why do we have to get your permission first, Phil? Grow a set of furries, put your evidence on the table. Or maybe I should put it in my lingo. Shit or get off the pot.
Yeah, because there's a lineup for the pot. So, Muhammad, you're gonna talk about a guy with Sticks and Shadows 2500 or whatever many years ago and disregard any other current knowledge or observations. That's interesting.
What's this bullshit? Why can't you be fair income and... Oh, that went through a bit quicker than I thought it was going to. See you, Phil. I agree. If I prove... Well, you haven't proven anything. That's your problem, Phil. You'll work it out. Anyways, enjoy your day. Well, ladies and gentlemen, since Phil's gone and he didn't put forward his evidence, and I was just patiently waiting for that, I'm going to have to go to bed myself. So, all you legends, have yourselves an awesome day, and I'll be around tomorrow to annoy some of yous. Peace, guys.
Cheers, Matrix.
Hello, anyone here? هجتك
Yeah.
العربية مثل
Welcome to the room. What say you?
What? Allah, tell me. Ask a Christian. Oh,
Sorry, I couldn't quite get that. You were sort of breaking up, crackling up a little bit.
He's having a conversation with somebody. You could wait your turn especially if you want to interject with some nonsense like that.
Yeah,
Gosh.
that's not good. So that's how I know. We look for the curvature and measure the curvature from one point to the next point.
Well, I have a little theory that I developed a couple years ago, and I should have kept better score, but as more and more time goes on, what I'm finding is that the most of these people are unable to get out. They're unable to leave their house. They are, challenged in some way. Whether it's physical mobility, whether it's a vision impairment, whether it's something that keeps them from actually being able to go out into the real world. So the way they entertain themselves is to more or less force us to entertain them, because they know that we don't like to mute and we don't like to kick people out. So we give them a very, very long leash, and they will sit around and abuse as much of that as possible because they're just sitting lonely in their house. They've got nobody else to talk to. They've been kicked out of the other kinds of rooms. And so when they leave here, they go to another room, then they go to another room, then they go to another room, and they barely even remember having been here before. So when they come back, they're talking about the same stuff over and over because they've literally gone a million miles without having to back up their wheelchair.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, like, you have the average Glober who comes in here is just like either trolling lightly or, generally trolling lightly. And so it's up to us to kind of disarm that. And once you get through that tough exterior, then you kind of generally get to a gooey bit, a nice conversation. And it's rare to get a nice conversation right off the bat, like, because they all come in with preconceived ideas. But we do get a disproportionately large number of people who just obsess, get like compulsive over this, and us, like we personally offend them for existing. And that's just weird. They just keep making it weird.
Yeah. Here's kind of the way that I take it is when all you remember is your 7th or 8th grade astronomy lessons, and you didn't really go to college, and you had your teacher who might have had a master's degree, might have not had a master's degree, might have just very likely just had a bachelor degree in some sort of liberal arts education, then so they're teaching from the textbook. But then once you get out of that level and you get to high school level, and you get out of that level and you get to college level, I find that most of those people are quite upfront when they're teaching that, well, this is to the best of our knowledge, this is what such and such theorized here, blah, blah, blah. And this is what our model shows. And that those who come around here are not going to be those type, because that type there that's educated into the subject and actually knows the subject is going to know for sure that we're right on when we start calling apart, okay, well, let's talk about how did you figure the distance to the sun? Well, let's pull out that study and let's read the limitations of that study and what else there could be. They're not going to waste their time on that. And then the true believers, that had their 6th, 7th grade astronomy lessons, oh, well, they did a radio bounce to Venus, and then they did some mathemagic, and bam, bit, bop, boop, here we are. And ultimately, the end of all of that translates to the what I like to refer to the Discord effect. The people who actually know the topic are not going to come here and actually discuss it with us. So therefore, we're left with the trolls and imbeciles.
Yeah, I think the problem also lies in a lot of us have a lot of self-education because we value education and love learning, and so a lot of us have watched like a bunch of physics lectures and different things, and even though we saw that in school, we watched it again to refresh, and you watch it from different people talking about it in different ways, and different teachers are better or worse at portraying the subject matter, understanding the subject matter, and giving the caveats that like this is as far as we know, and the further you go, the deeper you go into science, really, or like the farthest reaches of theoretical science, the more you know they don't know shit.
Yeah, and
I would like to say that,
oh, sorry.
I'll be super quick. Yeah, I would like to say that I've been to a few Glober RAN servers, and when I bring up the argument that it's gas pressure being high and low temperature holding down the oceans, the only thing they can do is ignore the law of cause and effect, which is the law of nature, or a law of logic as far as I'm concerned, and they appeal to math, and they describe it as gravity. So whenever I do that to them, I'm like, why are you in a category error? Why can't you stay focused? Don't you understand cause and effect? And they got nothing, absolutely nothing.
100% right, Hank. 100%.
That's just the way it is. Things will never be the same.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem is, sometimes when you pick your medium, you pick your message, and here it's all based upon those who are unable to actually get out and correspond with people in real life, and which is different than us because we go out, we do our own observations, we meet with each other, and we go to places, shockingly, like libraries and bookstores and other places. And so we're stuck with the other side who's on here for hour after hour after hour, day after day after day, obviously meaning that they stay stuck here for days at a time, and they're not actually getting out to the places, and so they're not actually learning. So all they can do is just kind of obfuscate and play shell games and just lose over and over, and then they do what I affectionately refer to as behavior earthing. Like the clown, I don't remember what his name was. It was on here this morning. He was getting angry because everybody's talking over him, but the truth was he was trying to moderate. He would freely interrupt everybody else, and then he would start yelling because somebody interrupted him. And, like, he just was too dumb to see that, hey, look, this is the place you're not a moderator, so maybe you'll have a more fruitful conversation if you realize you're the guest here and that this is a round table. So it's
Has anybody spoken to Kexage?
Say that again?
I was just making sure somebody made contact with some of the new people. Kexage. You new here, brother? Have you talked to anybody?
No, I'm completely new. I'm just looking into it.
Welcome aboard.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have you been in this particular channel before?
No, never. I'm completely new to this Discord channel.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
No. I just like to listen. It's rarely to meet other flat earthers.
Right. Are you a flat earther yourself?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, well, if you have any questions, don't be afraid to ask.
Yeah, it's a free debate here, right?
I mean, yeah, open mic, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, what makes you think, or what's the best evidence, or the top 3 evidences that convinced you that the Earth is flat?
The curvature calculation. That gravity is a fraud. You know, it's and yeah, religion. I mean, every religion believed in a flat Earth, and yeah, the NASA pictures, moon landing, all of that. It's retarded.
Okay, so you said first and foremost, you test the claim and there's no curvature. So did you actually go out and test it?
No.
Okay. And then religion is your second foundation for your belief. And the third foundation is the possibility of them counterfeiting images from space of the Earth as an object in space. Is that right?
Yeah. That there's no actual truth. Truth, yeah. Evidence.
No way to verify whether it's okay, your English is fine. If you need us to slow down, just ask us to slow down, but I can understand you good.
No, it's fine. Thank you. Keep on talking, I just want to listen.
So yeah, I would recommend that you get out there and take some observations and try to get some measurements and see if you can measure that curve, and I'm going to pass them out.
I don't think I can measure it.
You can, actually, but yeah, you don't need to pass the mic. I was just going to be like, hey, Olivia joined us. Maybe we can talk to her, but then she jumped out.
Oh, you're not all flat earthers over here?
Oh, we are, but we like talking to Globers.
Oh, yeah.
But we can keep talking to you because you're new and it's good.
What are your favorite truth about flat Earth?
My favorite truth?
Yeah.
It's basically logic, I would suppose. Like, flat Earth brought me to logic. Like, I didn't know any logic before flat Earth. I had, like, heard about logic and I, like, tiny bit exposed to it in school, but not enough to actually be able to identify logical fallacies or anything like that. So flat Earth kind of drew me to that as I was listening to the globe believers trying to argue for the globe. I was like, this doesn't sound right, and like looked into logic, and other people called out fallacies, and I looked it up, and like over time, like it gives you so much being able to discern if someone's making a logical argument or not, because you don't have to just accept it because it sounds good or it feels good. You can be like, oh, well, that doesn't sound logical, because it isn't. And you can actually be right, instead of most people who use the term like, it doesn't sound logical, is because they don't feel like it doesn't feel like it fits with my thing. But that's not logic.
Right. Yeah, what got you into flat Earth in the first place? Because it's very against modern science and the things they teach in school.
Well, it's not against modern science at all. It's actually
general.
No, it's not against science at all. For me, it was 2014. I saw a video about flat Earth, and I thought, I'll have a laugh at this. And then I watched it, and I was like, this is difficult. Like, he's making a bunch of points that are like interesting, but like I'm pretty sure I have my excuses for all of these things. And I was like, gravity, refraction, these things will probably solve this somehow. And then I went to my friends, because like I'm a kind of a jack of all trades. I love learning everything, so I study everything a little bit. But my friends went deeper into their fields, and so one of them is an astrophysicist, and another one is a robotic engineer. And so I got them to try to supply me with the evidences or the experiments for the globe, and then I was just playing devil's advocate, because I watched those videos from Eric Dubay, and I knew how he would, because I watched the video, I understood his argument and how he would like not accept unmeasured assumptions or anything like that. So I just called out assumption, asked enough questions, because unwittingly I was using the Socratic method, because I was like, I don't know enough, these are my experts. And so I got them to tell me, but because I was asking them both the same questions at the same time, they would give me different responses. And so I would like use their responses against each other and tell them like, well, the astrophysicist says this, and they got so mad at each other that they were calling each other retarded. And at that point, like, I was like, oh shit, my belief doesn't seem on very solid grounds. I can poke all these holes and I don't know shit. And then my experts are just fighting amongst themselves, and they haven't actually refuted anything I've said. And the more I looked into the supposed experiments, the more I realized, whoa, those aren't actually experiments. This is a logical fallacy. Well, this one is assuming all these things. Where did they measure that? And so I kept digging further and further and further. And the more you dig, the further you get, the less foundational it is. There's no connection really to reality, other than like back in the day, the flat earthers tried to prove the globe, but we proved them wrong. But you have now two opposing views. Like one says he proved it, the other guy says he didn't prove it, and then everybody's forgot about it, and we're just assuming that the shadows on the ground with sticks prove the earth, or boats disappearing over the horizon. Well, we can make things disappear bottom up over flat surfaces. Sticks and shadows work with the flat earth or a globe earth, depending on how far away the sun is and how the light splays out from the sun. And we can show that the light splays out from the sun so that the shadows splay outwards from the object, like with trees, or for instance. And so we're seeing the light splaying outwards from that point source in the sky, but they're telling us it's all coming down parallel. But at the same time, it's also not coming down parallel to create the eclipses and all that shit. So they have so many internal contradictions that I couldn't just accept. So my belief just died. And at that point, I really, like 2015, start of 2015, I became a flat earther.
How old were you? I mean, it's a long time ago. It's about 10 years, huh?
Yeah, I think I was 30 years old.
Oh, okay. I'm 19, so I don't know. Am I young for a flat earther?
Not really. We skew a little bit older, but I've met 18, 17-year-old flat earthers. They are rarer, but I mean, it's cool. I mean, it's understandable because you just come out of schooling, you just been, like, according to, like, teachers admitting, like, they use brainwashing techniques, propaganda to teach the globe, for instance. Like, they don't provide the evidence for the claims. They just tell you, this is what you should believe. You gotta write this, otherwise you get failed. So it's a problem, but yeah.
If I could jump in just for a minute, I would say that, before you turn on the TV, before you put the mobile over the crib and you put all the programming in front of them with the media, like magazines and books, I would say that all children are flat earthers because nobody experiences the earth as an object floating in space. They all experience it.
AI always brings this up because they've done a study on this, and he can provide you with the study if you ask AI Ardent, where they tested young children and just to see their worldview before it got like influenced by the parents, and all of them were like, it's flat, stationary, because that's how we all experience it. So they need to be programmed by the Globers so super early to be able to hold this view and then conform everything into that picture.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly in this study, it's kind of funny that at a certain point in their life, they hold two worldviews at the same time. One of them is the globe Earth they see on the computer screen or on the TV or in the media, and the second one, what they experience outside. So this is dialetheism, and this doesn't really stop until, now this is me speaking after, okay, let me stop right there. After the holding the two views, so this is no longer the study, this is me talking. So this doesn't really stop until you lose the belief in the globe, because everybody knows we experience a flat stationary plane. It's a topographical plane, like I'm staring at a shitload of mountains right now, but it's a plane.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the strongest argument, and I mean, you can debate with everybody, but you can't really rationalize. If they don't want to change their opinion, they won't do it, you know? And just the fear of going outwards with your opinions away from the mainstream is like holding this globe model together, I think. I mean, I've destroyed like friends of mine in the flat earth debate, but they still won't change because they're like, yeah, science says, and they don't want to move away from this mainstream opinion.
Well, science doesn't delegate the outcomes of geometrical questions. So the shape of something is not a scientific question. And I don't know how, but somehow they've conflated the two to make you buy it, right? Like if you go type in flat earth on YouTube and try to find like a pro flat earth video, once you actually find one, like 99 videos later, you might find one. Go ahead and click on that video and then click on the Wikipedia, and it says that it's been scientifically disproven. So how do you scientifically prove the shape of something? That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, it's less about the shape, it's more about the idea and the concept about it. God created us, we're the middle of the universe. And they don't get this. They really think it's only about the shape, that we're on the globe or... No,
yeah,
it's center.
Yeah, well, like, there's... all the ancient religions have flat earth as its basis, and so we don't promote any religion or use religious arguments here. We just destroy them with the science and the logic, and then they just keep running away. The prime example I would make you listen to is Heretic. I wish I had that recording. I need AI to give it to me if he recorded it, because I meant to record it, but then I need to talk to Helio. But either way, I need to find that recording because it's such a master class in how to deal with the Glober, and everyone just needs to hear it, especially new people, because the normal globe believer tactic is just to twist and turn instead of actually substantiating their belief system. And so they go on this defensive twist where they don't want to listen or don't want to hear what you're saying. And so it's hard to sometimes communicate this or not get sucked into the you need to prove everything bullshit. We are not the ones giving them a new cosmology. We're just the ones who prove that their cosmology is false. Have you ever gone to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I'm completely new. I'm normally not into Discord and just came up with the idea and wanted to see what's up.
Yeah, I'd recommend somebody send him our server link, otherwise I'll dig it up. And that's our home server, and it has a bunch of channels on the side with like endless amounts of information and evidence and logic that you could use if you ever get into an argument. And then I really recommend just listening. We also have YouTube. We're on Rumble and YouTube generally. We have a lot of great speakers. I'm not the best one, but we have a lot of great ones. And yeah, I would just recommend listening in and hearing how the conversations goes, because when you're dealing with a unhinged sophist, you need to be able to defend yourself. You need to be able to know how to counteract the logical fallacies or keep it on point, so that like they make a claim, the Earth is curved. You can make an internal critique of that claim, asking how can you prove that? And then they keep going and they want to go to something else, but you're in the internal critique of their claim. Don't let them run away from the claim. Break it down until they can't get anywhere, because they will paint themselves into a corner because they have no proof. The Earth is measured flat. It's experienced flat. That's how it's always been and always will be.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, most of the people, most of the globers, they don't even know their own model. It's funny to me. They stay there and defend it all day, but they don't know shit. Just the education from school, but never actually looked for their own information.
Yeah, they have the cherry-picked information from school, but they've never actually looked and seen, are there any anomalies? Does this work perfectly? But no, they just believe it works perfectly, and then the anomalies are actually a big problem for the models. You need to account for those. And what they generally do is, with all the anomalies, they just make up new things to fit the holes, like dark matter and dark energy. Like now, our world's supposed to be like 98% undetectable? That's nonsense.
They're called globetrotters for a reason, right?
Yeah, that's why we like the referring to them as GTs.
Can you cuss on the server? Like use swear words?
If you must.
Try not to. Just like, you don't know who's listening. There might be like family friendly. We got all kinds.
Yeah, I'm the worst.
Earlier you said something that I just I got to ask. You said the universe. Are you under the impression that space, outer space, that idea that is real?
No. No.
Oh, okay. All right.
I mean, it's not that I'm new to the flat Earth topic. It's just I'm new to the server and like-minded people.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm looking through the info about 1 year maybe. I watched. Do you guys know John Zerker? Watch a lot of him. Eric DeMay, of course.
Zerker,
yeah, Wits It Gets It. I like discuss.
Witsit came from our 24/7 server. However, he divorced kind of our empiricist basis, where he went off into his ether claims, and we don't make claims like that. We try to stay clear of that, because that way you have flawless defense when all you're claiming is verifiable things that anybody can go out and check, and it's like scientifically like obvious. And so we can provide citations, we can provide anything we want for all our arguments. Meanwhile, the Globers are stuck like fumbling and can't do anything. So, like, there are multiple camps of flat earthers. We're kind of like the empirical front-facing side, where we try to talk to like normal new people and have just a conversation and tell them about the evidence, whereas like there's other groups all over which kind of specialize in different things, or have maybe there's some with different ideas which they believe, and they collect around those ideas. So there's pockets of flat earthers all over, but we're one of the biggest flat earth groups. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0.
Yeah, and there's even, slightly different, I don't want to say camps, but more like sects in here. Like some flat earthers in here like to start out with curvature, axial rotation, and gas pressure without a container, whereas I go curvature, rotation, and how do you have gravity, right? And I like to attack gravity. It's my favorite thing, because they think sometimes when the Globers come in here, the gravity is like the most settled science, because when they drop their cell phone, it goes down, right? Well, that's the difference between big G and little g. Why does it go down? We all agree that the cell phone goes down, right? So is it because mass attracting mass? Is it because... So we have to ask, what do you mean by gravity? Shout out to QE. Oh, is it because the bending and warping of space-time? Or is it because the buoyant force isn't strong enough to hold up your cell phone, or it is strong enough to hold up a hot air balloon?
Yeah, right. Gravity is a great topic, I think, to start with, because it's just stupid. They don't even realize, because they don't teach it, that it's a theory. Like, you can just Google it. I was shocked when I first found out about it. That gravity isn't actually proven scientifically, it's still a theory.
So education without demonstration is indoctrination. You don't teach a kid how to fish by handing him a book about theoretically hooking worms. Like, you demonstrate to the child how to fish. And they can't demonstrate what's making things go up and down. But I can. And they can't accept the cause and effect relationship. And that's why I don't even use the word science anymore, because they like to dance around that subject. I just say, do you believe in the laws of nature, the laws of logic? So if I manipulate the gas pressure, the ocean's not going to stick to the surface anymore. Can you do the same? Well, you got to hold my presumed causes as your control variables. Don't manipulate buoyancy and density. Don't manipulate any kind of gas pressure or temperature. And can you make the water go up and down like I can? And they always, got some kind of excuse, ad hominem, or category error.
Yeah, I like to play them this little clip.
What is gravity?
We have no idea. Okay, next question.
I don't know. Nobody in the entire world knows why that falls. So what is pushing this? Here. Why does that fall? Newton didn't know. We can describe it pretty accurately, but no one knows why.
We can describe gravity. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it.
I don't need a computer to get a kid interested in that. To spend a week playing with gravity and trying to understand it and come up with reasons why. So what is pushing this?
I don't know.
Nobody knows why. So Newton simply threw his hands up and said, I don't know. So I'm going to invent something called gravitational pull.
Yikes.
I need that. I need it so bad. Because, you know, they're describing things mathematically, whereas I got a mechanism, like demonstration. So what they got is totally different than what I got.
Yeah, I mean, just look at water. It's stupid to say it's gravity and objects pulling other objects. I mean, when a boat sinks, everything. That's how they explain gravity, right? A boat sinks and everything is getting with the boat down. But then you couldn't have like a weather balloon or, I don't know, something else flying. Stupid.
You know, this may be a bit off topic, but I've been watching a bunch of Ancient Aliens with my wife just for the archaeology and the amazing things that our ancestors did. And we're looking at all this stuff, and you know, we're honestly asking ourselves, like, how did they get them rocks in the mountains, bro? How did they do that? And I kind of think I know. I think they had Baghdad batteries, and they could crack the water and get the hydrogen and put it in hemp balloons. And, you know, what's a multi-ton stone with enough hemp balloons on it? And remember, hemp is the diamond of fibers. You know, all of a sudden that stone doesn't weigh as much anymore. Then the logs moving the stones becomes a lot more reasonable.
So, wait, can you explain it again?
If you add enough balloons to the stones don't weigh tons anymore.
Okay, yeah. Makes sense. I mean, which kind of flat earth do you believe in? Do you believe like in this society thing, or that there's more land in the fruit? Yeah. You know, behind the Arctic Circle? Like, yeah, what's your model?
Yeah, we don't promote any beliefs, so we don't have any models. We just have evidence against the globe and measurements of the ground or the surface being flat.
Yeah, models is what has got us into this vicious circle of belief. So Thomas Kuhn, he came up with this thing called the Kuhn cycle. I think it's Kuhn, Kuhn, Thomas Kuhn. So he's like one of the great philosophers of science. He's a big deal in my opinion. And like science goes through this cycle of, you know, like updating models. And the problem is that people get stuck with a belief. Well, we don't want to have any more beliefs. Like, we only want to be empiricists. So yeah, write that down. We are want to be empiricists. So no models, no beliefs. What can you demonstrate? Now, I said it was off topic, and I was speculating about the balloons made of hemp with hydrogen from the Baghdad batteries, but it's a plausible thing to say. I don't think it's Sunday, but it's a plausible thing to say. So that's as far as we, you know, get on speculation. We usually limit it to Sunday.
Got it.
Sorry, I've been sick for a few days. I'm better now, but man, it was a rough week. But yeah, no models.
Just hating on the globe.
No, it's not hate. Like, if you were raised in a world where there's this mass formation psychosis, and someone offered you the ability to ask questions that you didn't know that you could ask, because you believed that everything was settled science, and settled science is like a married bachelor, right? There's no such thing. It doesn't exist. So we're just saying, hey, did you know that you could go out and test this 8 inches per mile squared claim, this radius claim of 3,959 miles? It's like, oh, you didn't know you could do that? Yeah, you can go outside and test it yourself, and then you can prove the globe. Or you might find the same results that we got, and, you know, it's not the scientific method, but peer review is really good, because once you go out and do some observations yourself, you don't have to believe anybody. So we're brainwashing people to think for themselves and question authority. And I don't think that's a bad thing. Think for yourself, question authority, go make your own observations and or experiments or measurements. Because if you go back 5 years, you know, people were trusting the science, and that era is over. Well, that era is over too, yeah. Both ways.
I mean, I think what I've seen, like, now, it's getting way more popular, the whole flat earth thing. Amongst my age.
Well, we don't know how popular it's getting, because once it became the #1 search inquiry on Google, they shut it down. And we can't see what it is now because they've altered the algorithms the way that it works. But at one time, it was the #1 thing.
Right.
Yeah, we were one of the biggest servers on Discord early on, and because we were heading to the #1 slot, they capped our server, and so, like, whenever new people join, old people who haven't been active for a long time get removed to keep our numbers down.
Yeah, so I'm in touch with a fellow whose name is Peter. And Peter is from Richmond, Kentucky, but he travels all over the Midwest to various colleges and flat smacks people. And he says that far more than not, his reactions to the people who approach him are far more positive than they are negative. He says that most of the people are genuinely interested, but he says there's a good number of people who will come up to him and said, I thought I was the only one. And he's, the 3 years that I've known him, the more and more that he shares that same story. And and he's retired, so all through the spring and fall he's out doing this. And anyway, it's quite fascinating, the stories that he tells from it.
So every time I get a new job, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was just going to add to that, like, I found out I have an uncle I've never met, and turns out he's a flat earther.
I got a very similar story. I don't get new jobs very often, but in the past 5 years, I've had 2 new jobs. So 2 jobs in 5 years. And, you know, it took me a while with this one because I don't know the culture here. So I'm just kind of being quiet and listening because I'm not from here. But at the job I worked at first, I met flat earthers in the wild. And then after a couple months of being here, I heard 2 people talking about the moon landing. And I started finishing their sentences and quoting from the documentary they were talking about. And I was like, are y'all flat earthers or are y'all trolling me right now? And they were like, we're flat earthers. So we don't know what the numbers are. And anytime someone says, well, your cell phone works, doesn't it? Don't you trust the experts? Have you looked at what they're selling as food these days? And that's a topic we can't really talk about, but, you know, I don't trust nobody. I don't even trust myself to, like, follow through with my New Year's resolution. So how am I going to trust somebody else? I think everything that they claim to be true should be verifiable. And according to Karl Popper, if it's not falsifiable, it's not science. And how many things people say, the stuff that comes out of their mouth, is completely unfalsifiable. Like dark matter, dark energy, that's 96% of the standard model of cosmology, the Lambda-CDM model. After you learn that 96% of your model is not directly detectable, there's something wrong with you if you don't question that.
Yeah, I mean, most people are just buying it because it comes from a teacher, or I don't know, Neil deGrasse Tyson. And they stop questioning it because they studied and they dedicated their life to it. I don't know, it's just retarded. If you look at every like elite guy, Freemason or stuff like that, they all believe it. It's just stupid for me to just buy into it. What people say, like, look at the vaccines or climate change.
So is there any more new people in the chat?
And I understand in here, by the way, says who, that was now good you had done that, because I was just lollygagging along with Drace and others. I didn't realize any new person had come along, so glad you had prompted for the new person to introduce himself. And Kek Zeg, if I'm not sure I'm saying your name right, welcome aboard. Sure has been my pleasure getting to meet you tonight.
Yeah, thank you. It's my pleasure. I'm just tired. That's why I'm behaving. That's why I'm not listening right, It's late.
Oh, you're fine. Germany. It's late. I'm sure, yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure it's, let's see, you're UTC +1?
Yeah, I don't actually know, but, Germany.
Yeah. Yeah, so you're, it's 9 here, so add, I think 5 hours to you then, so 9. 6, so 3, so about 0300.
Yeah, right. 0300, yeah. About that.
Yeah, so you must be tired. You definitely get a pass.
Kinda. We got a free day tomorrow. It's like a fest,
So about 11 to 12 hours from now, there should be people back in here, and there should be people in the politics server. We have a room over there. But if you're able, then that slot might be a little better for you on most days, I'm guessing, because there seem to be more Europeans around that time.
All right. You're all Americans here, right? Or Canadian?
Not all.
Yeah.
I used to call myself a Texan, but I don't know what I am now. I guess I'm a sojourner. I'm just passing through.
I mean, now I saw Jedi talking. I gotta add this.
Jedi, I'm one step closer to you doing that TikTok dance. I have the Android emulator running now.
You can fuck off with your crazy ideas.
I gotta say, Flat Earth made me sad because I'm a huge Star Wars fan. I'm like,
oh, don't worry about it, man.
It's not real. I don't know.
It's well, you can still away. You won't ever go in there. It's fine.
No, I still love Star Wars, but you know, it's you always had this this hope. You know, when you're a globe, you always had this hope because the universe is endless. It's like, oh, Anakin is somewhere. No, you could just play with your fantasy.
Yeah.
Well, all Flat Earth does is removes the psychosis. You can still enjoy your fantasies. I mean, I still play Elder Scroll video games. I don't think that you can be a spell sword in real life, but doesn't mean I can't enjoy it.
Just try to make a joke.
Are you German?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're trying to make a joke? That's funny.
Yeah, we're serious over here.
You know, I think you guys will get your sense of humor back when you can learn to take yourself a little more serious. The German Empire was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, the technology, right? Come on.
No, yeah, of course, everything. We built a lot. The cars, Gutenberg, you know, the book print. Germany did a lot for like science and evolution of humanity.
Blowing things up. Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear
Where I live is pretty much one of the hearts of your Germany away from Germany. So I would say a good majority of the people around here, their name is definitely a German name.
Mm-hmm.
And there's actually a surprising number of German speakers here.
Mm-hmm.
Texas.
Where you at, if you don't mind?
Indiana.
Okay.
So you're Mexican then?
Mexican, yeah, pretty much. Well, actually, now it's Guatemalan and Honduran.
Are we allowed to make Trump jokes?
Most of us are not political.
Yeah, we try to avoid politics here. Yeah, I know. Yeah, but we try to avoid politics here.
Okay.
Yeah, but we do like to laugh at our government. It's like wrestling, you know? It's the same exact thing. As far as most of us are concerned, I think I'm speaking for everybody.
Yeah, I just have to sometimes get something off my chest, you know, to laugh.
So my son here, he rode his bike off the concrete portion to the gravel portion of our driveway, and the training wheels are holding the wheel up just enough, and as he pedaled, it pushed the rocks away, and he's pedaling as if it were like a stationary exercise bike, but he's on a bike that should be going somewhere, but yet, just like the government, it's going nowhere.
Gravity's fault.
Every time the government says they're going to shut themselves down, we're just like, are you not joking this time? Can it be permanent, please?
The 5 scariest words in history. I'm here from the government, and I'm here. Or I'm from the government, and I'm here to help. Or how many ever number that is.
You could just say anything and it would be funny with this accent. I love it.
Americans do sound funny, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, it's a typical American. I know, that's how we grew up. Like, that's how we imagine American people. How they talk.
Well, very good. I'm glad to entertain. You know, I realize that a lot of us Americans have a lot in common with the Austrians.
What, for example?
So the Austrians have a term that they love to refer to Germans as Pifka, which, you know, because, you know, like, it's a subtle dig of the proper, you know, well-spoken, well-behaved German. And so, you know, when I very first heard that, I'm like, holy crap, that's exactly describing where I'm from, and I've never had a word to describe those people until now, and it's exactly it. Everything is perfectly put in place. Everything has a routine, and everything is all said and done. The grammar is, you know, been beat into them like their German grandparents would have beat it into them. And so even in English, they have perfect diction and perfect grammar. And so it's... So I realize we both have that observation in common.
Right, yeah.
Americans? What kind of Americans are you talking about? Like, I'm used to the F you, I won't do what they told me.
No, I'm talking about the Germans that are... you know, like, you know, like, especially when I was a kid, some of those were second-generation Germans. But, you know, then some of those were third-generation Germans. But now you have quite a few third- and fourth-generation Germans who still have, you know, they still have that German excellence in engineering and diction and grammar. So one of the stories that I tell is the county that I grew up in, they actually had a lot of German prisoners of war. And there was also the Tuskegee Airmen here. And, you know, they were black military pilots, or what the Germans referred to them as the Schwarzvogelmensch. And interesting enough, the German prisoners of war here, they would, when they were brought here to the Air Corps base, they were pretty much just told, okay, here's where you go to work, you be here during these hours, you report here on this day. And a lot of those people would go stay with their cousins and such locally. And the Tuskegee Airmen, they couldn't go to town. They couldn't go to anywhere, so they would be stuck, and you know, stuck on base, things like that. And then they had that famous mutiny they had here. So it's one of the most interesting cases in the world that prisoners of war from the enemy had more freedoms than the black aviators here.
Yeah, when a lot of people talk about, you know, Germany, what it was doing during that time, it turns out that, you know, a lot of that stuff was going on here, just in different ways. So the Japanese had concentration camps in America under a Democratic president, by the way. And, the Cherokee had the Trail of Tears under a Democratic president also. So a lot of that eugenics. Go ahead.
And I was just going to add in real quick, and don't forget the Lutheran churches around here would have to have they would have to register with the government when they were having services, and military officers would come and monitor for sedition. And but continue on about the eugenics.
Yeah, I would say that, before World War II, we were doing the eugenics thing, maybe not us, like my family line. But, as Americans, there was a lot of eugenics in the culture. And all you have to do is look at Margaret Sanger and Planned Parenthood, but I digress.
No, you're not digressing. There's a book called The State Boys Rebellion. So eugenics was in full swing here in the United States until the 1970s. So you can say without a doubt that eugenics was ended in Germany 30 years before the U.S. The way these, if you let me learn to talk. When you get some time to put a new book into your queue, that book by Michael D'Antonio, The State Boys Rebellion, it's an absolute eye opener of things that happened, up to about 1978, 1979. In what they called the state schools here in the U.S. They would literally take boys as young as like 6 and 7 and give them an IQ test, and they were supposed to differentiate the words timid and tame and things of that nature, and they were ordered to be into state schools and lobotomized and all sorts of stuff. And Michael D'Antonio does a good job of explaining some of the unexplained statistics there.
Back to the German people. I kind of have this theory: if the German people, if everybody would just leave them alone, I think they'd be all right.
Yeah, kind of. Right now, not. But early in the day, we're really dependent of the EU and France, and we don't even have our own electricity.
Yeah, but you have the ability to produce and trade for that electricity.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I agree, like, Germany is the heart of Europe.
I remember when they first started talking about the EU and how Germany would pay for the lion's share of it and such. And I'm like, oh boy, we've been here before.
Do what? I didn't understand.
Oh yeah, because World War One ended and it was not fair.
Paying for for the war.
Can you imagine without a government if some just rando came up to you and said, hey, let's go fight and die in trench warfare in Europe? Like the Americans would be like, wait a minute, you want me to leave my wife and my fish and my deer and my children and my crops to go fight and die in Germany for what? Oh, for the banks. Hell no, bro. Hell no. Hell no. We ain't doing that.
I'll tell you.
Even that is propaganda,
I'll tell you another thing that a lot of people don't realize is a direct predecessor to the American involvement in the growing war, which is Orson Welles' broadcast War of the Worlds.
Do what?
Yeah.
How are those related?
Okay, so here's the interesting thing. 10 years ago, you could find through the Google machine all kinds of citations and interesting articles talking about that. The Google machine now has decided that you shouldn't see that and hides those results from you. So I want you to think back to 1939 a moment. And the way radio worked. So radio primarily from the networks, these shows were broadcast live from a studio in New York. And they went over really crappy phone lines where they were repeated and hooked in through all kinds of different phone, direct circuit links to radio stations across the country. But you didn't have, like, those going to every little town like you would have, say, one in Chicago. So people in Kentucky, well, they would be tuning into that mammoth WLS in Chicago, listening to War of the Worlds, not knowing that it was a show. So what happened then is, so as people are turning in, and you're hearing every lightning strike between Chicago and, say, southern Kentucky, and you're hearing, the Germans have hit the cathedral. The cathedral, that once big, magnificent building, has now been, it's now to shambles. Now over here in California, they have leveled the Golden Gate Bridge. It's just gone. And then you would hear again, and the Germans have demolished the White House. Well, today we laugh at it and say, oh, well, they were talking about Martians. But what they were hearing in these small towns all across the country was the Germans have attacked. That's what it sounded like. They sure in the hell didn't know what a Martian was. They didn't believe in Martians, but they thought they were hearing Germans through the bad strikes. And at the end of all of that, what you end up with is that it was the most masterful piece of propaganda in human history, because the people in the cities that could hear it playing knew that it was some kind of science fiction banter, but the people out in the edges where you would be actually getting your draftees from, those out in the country who wouldn't have the money to pay off the draft and whatever else, now their families telling them, oh, well, son, you got your country's calling you. No, we didn't want this. We didn't want, but you know what? Your country's calling you. We got to go. And so, the sentiment changed from 39 to 41 because of that broadcast.
Wow, that's crazy. I never heard that before. I did hear quite a bit of lies coming out of Britain and the likes, trying to drag us into World War II, and I know they were drafting.
Hey,
sorry, bro. Y'all should have just let them go get their Germans, whatever they were being genocided.
no, you're right. You are right. A lot of German royal family.
How many times did Hitler sue for peace?
Three.
It was a ridiculous amount, right? And I'm not, don't get me wrong, I'm not pro-government. So you can't say that I'm pro-Hitler either. That's government.
Yeah.
But he did sue for peace quite a few times. And, check me if I'm wrong, but wasn't the swastika basically a peace symbol?
It's a Hindu symbol of some sort, yeah. But it's not an evil symbol, it's a peace symbol. It represent many different things, that swastika.
Right. So the Native Americans...
The spiral in the sky north. The 4 different positions of the seasons of where the Big Dipper or the plough is around the North Star Polaris. So it looks a bit like that.
Right. Yeah, don't construe any of that stuff as me taking sides or anything like that. I'm just pro-peace, and, the pen is mightier than the sword, and I just don't like bloodshed. So, call me crazy.
I mean, it's just, for me, it's just ridiculous. In Germany, you can't really talk about this. It's like, I'm lucky I'm in a more racist or right-leaning town. Not racist, right-leaning. But even here, it's hard to find people who are actually open to a discussion, or like even saying like, oh, he built an autobahn, like Kanye. It's people look really, really fucked at you. It's like bringing up Flat Earth. They immediately cut off and stop talking.
It turns out that intelligence isn't measured by your ability to repeat what you're told. It's actually measured by your open-mindedness and ability to learn.
Yeah, man, most people believe the Earth is a globe. Like, IQ can't be that high.
Well, they bled George Washington to death. And these were some of the most learned men, physicians, right? It was a physician who did it. Somebody who went to get properly educated. And if that physician just would have opened the Bible, it would have said, the life is in the blood. Or I think some translations say the soul is in the blood. But if you understand that, how many souls were lost in the Titanic? How many lives were lost? Those two words are interchangeable. They're synonymous. So, man's wisdom is God's foolishness, but I digress on the religious thing. But yeah, I mean, it's really amazing sometimes how people are just really close-minded. Was it the Russians or the Germans that were making two-headed dogs back in the day? Was it the Germans?
I think so. I mean, it would make sense. They tried experiments to like make superhumans and to cut an arm off and amputate another and stuff like that. It would make sense, but I'm not sure.
You got to be pretty fucking open-minded to go, hey, you see that dog over there? I bet I can stick that dog's head on that dog's body and keep them both alive for like weeks at a time. Like, you got to be really open-minded to try some shit like that.
Already drunk.
Yeah, pretty creative, I gotta say. Yeah.
And you might think, what's the practicality of that? There's no new people in here. Stop me if there are. What would be practical about that? Well, if you got a soldier who can be sustained long enough, an enemy soldier who's going to perish, but you need to get some intelligence out of them, I mean, maybe that kind of stuff would be important. I'm not saying it's ethical, definitely not moral.
Right. The guy's been shot and he's bleeding out, but if you cut his head off and put it in your bag, you can get his head back to base. They can stick it on someone else and he can translate the information.
Well, I think they'd probably do it with machines nowadays, but
okay.
Or how about the west side of World War II? When they were bleeding out, had low blood pressure, they would filter seawater and IV the seawater, because you don't need blood, you need blood pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
need some blood, but you probably need some blood, but like you do need the blood pressure more than you need like to have like you die from blood pressure loss before you die from not having any blood.
Trace, I know you know what it's called. What's it called? The hierarchy of needs, where you need air, shelter, or air.
I don't remember what it's called, but I read about it.
Right. So it's like you need oxygen first of all, you need water, then you need food. And not a lot of people put this on the list, but long term, like you definitely need exercise. But a lot of people don't see it that way, right? Well, you need, all the stuff that's in your blood, but as long as you replace it with all the minerals that you need, which is in the salt water, except for like 2 minerals, I think, then you're good. I recommend Celtic salt.
There's probably some microorganisms and stuff in the seawater that I wouldn't recommend, so I wouldn't recommend tapping seawater if you're low on blood, but it could save your life.
Yeah, I think they filtered it, which probably means they boiled it and filtered it.
Yeah, let's hope so.
Do you guys know everybody here in this call?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I don't see any new one. Ooh, Heretic did it. He blew up politics. He's got some people over there. I think Moosey Toasty is a Glober, I think. So we might have some Globers over there.
Ladies' night or some shit.
Don't know.
Yeah, that's it, P-Mac. It hits us all different. Some people take a while for the information to click together. Other people, never. Some of them, one question. They do 3 weeks of headaches and then holy shit, it's all clicked together. But it is interesting when it does all click together, you realise how little you really did know. Gives you a bit to think about.
You know, I'm eyeing Effie Batman for a Glober. Let's get his story. I don't like the looks of this guy. I don't know about you.
He's a bit sus.
Yeah,
seems to just sit in here all the time.
Sus, I'll give you sus.
Doesn't take much bait to go fishing.
I love it how he lurks all the time, but you can easily trigger him into speaking anytime.
I like when he stays quiet for about 2 or 3 weeks straight and all of a sudden some dumbass Glober says something and he just, out of left field, F.E. Batman, smack, and then he goes back to being his quiet self.
Yeah, it gets their guards down. They're just like, oh, F.E. Batman, he never talks. I'll just come in here and say stupid shit. Nope.
It's actually really nice having a good mixture of characters through here. They look in here and see me, it's like, ah shit, we got to turn our volume down. Batman, he's harmless, he doesn't talk. Ah, fuck, Heretic's here. This is going to be a long day. Makes me wonder what's going through their head. As they see different personalities through here, you just go, ah shit, this is not going to go well.
We should all change our profiles so they don't recognize any of us and see what happens.
I notice a couple of them now have even gone to home base just so they can get flat stickers. And
Peter did that.
Yeah, there's another one. There was Peter and someone else have done it. And I just looked at that and went, you seriously have mental issues. There's nothing I can do for you.
Is Peter still pretending to be flat?
I don't know. I only heard it one day there and just shook my head and went, yeah, I'm going to have to take up drinking again.
This one's broken. Completely. He might. I wonder if he's still on that LARP. Yeah, the last time I talked to him, that's what he was saying. It's flat.
Well, last 3 times I've seen him, he's had the mute sticker attached to himself, so he wasn't saying much.
He's got our server tag on him, the flat one.
Great, isn't it? Actually, that's what we should do. Next time he's in here, we should catch him, get a screenshot of it, and then post it on his Twitter account so everyone can see that he's got a flat sticker on there, and then he's got to explain his sorry ass out of it.
I get the feeling Peter doesn't even care. At this point, I think he's given up. He doesn't have the same kind of energy that he had before.
Yeah, he's lost his bite, hasn't he? Before he was just a toxic pain to deal with, and now he's just sort of like, that's pretty shit. And that's about the level of it.
He went through a few stages of it. For a while, he was like, oh yeah, I'm just a stupid Glober, so I think this, of course. You know? And he started to kind of relax a bit and not white knight as much, and now it's just, it's flat, guys. maybe he means it, but I doubt it.
He's the same on Twitter now as well.
Is he? Wow. We've finally broken him.
He doesn't show up much. He goes into spaces and he'll lurk, and then when he talks, he kind of tries to take over the space and act like a flat earther.
Oh my god. Man, I guess that's probably just his new... Maybe that's his new angle to subvert it from with... Oh, fucking who knows? I don't know. Strange character.
Wow. I liked it when he was grading the Globers as they come in with their shit arguments. I give that one a 3 out of 10.
He even argues with other anti-flat earthers who don't even pick up on it.
Damn.
I mean, it's happened before where we had like a kind of diehard Glober go flat. I'm trying to think of an example, though. I know there was a kid on the main server, California Nightmare, he's called. Came in as a total troll. Cleaned up his act, and he's like a gold there now.
There's a kid that's been in here. Oh, not kid, but... what is it? Coomstone. When he first come in, he was Troll Central. And, within a couple of weeks, all of a sudden, he's just... flat smacking tards that come in here. He doesn't even care anymore. He's just gone full bad.
That happens. Great. Yeah, like there's been a few like that. Like Brendan was one who came in as a troll, the meteorologist guy, and now I don't think he really calls himself flat earth. He calls himself a globetard, but he's pretty neutral and fair on the conversation. He actually kind of destroys the Globers along with us when he's in. He's usually
meteorological stuff,
you know? Yeah.
Yeah, anytime anyone mentions weather shit and they've got it wrong, I've heard him a couple of times now just absolutely bake them, and he doesn't give a rat's ass what side they're on. He just rips them a new one, and then goes back to his happy little self.
Yeah, that's the way to be. Yeah, he's not acting as a zealot. Or they have to throw themselves against the wall for this ideology.
I'm so glad that I never went through the whole anti-FE, be a troll type shit, because fair dinkum, me and the little red mute button would have been best friends. There's no way you guys would have put up with someone with my intensity of voice fucking just going off my head. Mute, shut up.
I kind of just avoided the conversation until I was ready to actually hear the points. And then when that happened, I went, big if true. And I just sat back and I listened for a long time before I said anything.
Yeah.
And I was expecting to get some globe proof, to be honest. I really was. I thought once I listened to McToon and these guys that are out here pushing this stuff that, like, I'd get the answers. And all I found was that it's even stupider than I thought.
See, for me, I'd already come to the conclusion that it was as flat as a pancake. My first line of thinking, and this was before even seeing any of the Black Swan stuff, so I'd never even heard of that. It was either flat or it was a ball a shit ton bigger than what we're told it is. Like you've probably seen it, the golf ball theory, where each of the dimples is technically what we would call Earth. That makes more sense than the globetard story that we're given now. But it was crazy. 3 weeks of doing laps. I got stood down in the end of 2021. So, 2021?
Yeah.
end of 2021. So October 2021 through to January, it was just research time, and through that, it's flat, no more bullshit, and it was just at the end of 2022 when I jumped into FED, and then in here only about 3 weeks later. So there wasn't much time delay between the two, but and that's when FED come across to what was it? Land of Misfit Toys. That shit was funny. First time I'd ever been in there. And bloody Neil goes, "Oh, where are we this week? The Land of Misfit Toys?" And they all triggered. All the softies in there went off their head. And it was the week after they popped in here. That shit was funny.
That was hilarious. That was so funny.
Oh, man.
Because Neil didn't realise that we were in there.
Yes.
He thought and he's like, "So we in the Land of Misfit Toys today or what?"
Oh, all these crybabies. Oh no, go and sit in the corner. Here's your pillow.
What made it even more funnier was that just before Neil came on, I think SC Montreal was telling Nathan off, saying, "Who is calling? What is this Misfit Toys that I hear? Who gave that name?" And Nathan's like, "I don't know, whatever." And then Neil comes in. We in the Land of Misfit Toys.
Where are we today?
And then SC Montreal goes, "Right, okay, yep, all right." Did you see Hush? Did you see Hush come back as a flat earther? Did anyone notice that? I think you did.
So what?
The guy Hush, right? And the guy who went and got his photo, went and got the photos of the moon, checked out for $200, and then we roasted him.
Yeah, I heard about that. That must have been.
And then he came back again on a different name.
Wow.
And he's a flat earther. Pretty sure. And I thought you hinted at it, and I think Heretic might have hinted at it too. Is that Hush? Or maybe I was just... what's his name? Wow. Pretty sure it's him, though, because he got burnt pretty savagely.
No way.
So when you Hush.
Yeah, I remember Hush. He's very, very anti-flat earther. Is he changed his mind?
Well, apparently, I haven't seen him on for a while. So, Daz, when you first come to the realisation that the ground is not a magic bendy space ball, what was it for you? Were you in any of these channels, or would you already worked it out yourself? And
I worked with a family friend, like someone my dad's age, and he was in the Freemasons, and I used to just quiz him about the Freemasons all the time. This is in '95, and he told me that Earth was not a globe; it was a grid. And I just went, and I remember looking out the window and seeing all the street directory, the blue lines on the street directory. I remember just looking out the window and kind of imagining all those lines just being completely flat and just going, "Oh, I get it." And I didn't ask him about it. But then when Flat Earth came out in 2015, I was like, "What is this?" Because there'd just been the Mandela effect had started that came out, and that did my head in. I was like, "That's interesting." And then the thing, someone said, "Do you remember the traffic lights going red, yellow, green? And now they go green, red, yellow. Do you remember that?" And I'm looking at the traffic lights going, "Oh my God, this is like..." So I just like, this is bullshit. So, and then Flat Earth come out, and I'm like, "What's this?" And I didn't look at it for a couple of weeks. And then I looked at it, and it was Mark Sargent. And it was only like 10, and I was like, "He's serious." I thought it was a joke. I was like, "This dude is serious." And then he's going on, it's just Mark Sargent talking. The vision was a monorail. The camera was at the front of a monorail. It's going around, sort of flat, Yeah. And I just looked at the mirror and said, "Oh, yeah, it's flat." And then I was like, "Oh, that's in the Bible too." And I was like, here we go. This is fresh. And that was it. And yeah, there was no opposition to it because I was already freaked out by the globe model anyway. I'd already been freaked out by the globe model anyway, like that. I was saying that I got into the conspiracy of the Planet X was going to show up. I got right into that in like 2010 or something.
Oh, the Nibiru stuff, yeah.
I got right into the Lucifer project where they were going to crash. Cassini was going to ignite Saturn. So they crashed Cassini into Saturn. They just launched it into Saturn. Mm-hmm. And there was all this theories that was going to ignite because theory, it's a ball of gas.
Big ball of gas, yeah.
Boom, it'll explode. So that made sense to me at the time. And it would create a second sun, which was in the 2010 movie, apparently. And I thought, oh, God, here we go. And it didn't happen. And then Planet X didn't happen, and then there was this meteor that was supposed to hit us. It was made of ice, and then they said, oh, it's got to go around the sun and then come back. And I'm like, it's going to fucking melt.
It's going to melt first.
It's going to melt. And then the news comes out a couple of days like, oh, it melted. I'm like, how am I smarter than NASA? This is wrong.
I love it.
Should I be working for NASA? Nah, guys, it'll melt. Chill. Oh, right. Yeah, of course. Oh, mate. So, yeah, I was, and sort of the biblical side of it was really just the cherry on top sort of thing.
Yeah.
But I did notice that the YouTube was dominated by atheists at that time. Dominated. That's all it was. It was just atheists dominating. Neck-bearded, fedora-wearing, smelly, fat atheists dominated. But then Flat Earth totally fucked them up because they were using Flat Earth against Christians, saying, oh, you think Earth's flat, do you?
Yeah.
No. What's what the Bible says? It says it right here and here and here and here and here. So when they
it's amazing. That amazes me, the amount of full-tilt Christians that are Globers. That just blows me away. That's like, dude, you believe in the Bible. Oh, yeah, you got to follow the Bible. Well, why do you sort of just grab Genesis and staple all that section together and pretend it's not there? What's the deal, though? That's crazy. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, fellas.
Yeah, so all those atheists turned to Christians when they realised, and the atheists just disappeared off YouTube. They all turned into Christians, and then you hear from the churches they called it the flood. All these people coming in going, what's this about flat Earth? What's going on? And they're going, holy shit, who are these people? They were all the atheists going around asking questions because I was an atheist. An atheist is just someone who's pissed off about being lied to. It's not like they don't believe in God. It's like they're angry at being lied to about it and they don't know the truth.
I don't think so. I don't think that's necessarily true.
Well, that was that's as I consider myself an atheist, and that's what I think.
Like you are right now?
No, I was.
What?
And it wasn't like I believed in God, but I was angry at people lying that there was no truth about God.
Which religion?
I was brought up a Catholic. I knew that was bullshit.
Yeah, and you believe.
So I still believed in God, but I didn't believe any stories about him anywhere. No one was right, and that just made me angry. And I just said, "Well, screw the whole thing. I was going to do my own thing." But didn't have a religion. But then I tried to debunk the Bible by reading it, and that turned me into a Christian.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, I guess they got their points there.
Anyways, you're back, Spork. Did you find some proof?
Yes, dude. I found a lot.
Well, what I'm going to do is, because a lot of people really love me, I'm going to let you talk to Heretic, because it was Heretic that you were bringing the proof for. So the floor is yours, my friend.
Okay. I just want to preface this. I watched 2 YouTube videos, and I sped them up, and I wrote them down.
This sounds incontrovertible already.
Hey, let's be nice here. Come on.
I mean, the man practically has a PhD at this point. Let's go.
Hey, I do work at a college.
All right. That
Cleaning floors doesn't count.
No, I don't clean floors. I'm not a janitor. They wouldn't hire me there. I'm a student service specialist. Anyways. This guy say. Anyways, okay. I just wanted to ask, why is it that on different, like the North Hemisphere and the Southern Hemisphere, the seasons are different?
You're fucked up.
Oh, okay.
You're supposed to be bringing proof, right? You're not supposed to be querying us or interviewing us or asking us questions about this or that. You're supposed to be making arguments.
No, I'm at, like, it just doesn't make sense. Okay, I'm trying to. If you
then turn it into an argument for your position.
I don't want to. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm trying to understand where it is, and maybe I fall into your side. But I like that's where like one of my big questions was like, why are the seasons different?
Now you're going to give us an argument, proof, evidence. What the hell's this?
Hey, dude. I'm sorry. I don't like arguing. He's trying to tightrope walk, but it's looking very wobbly right now. I'm scared of heights, so I would never go tightrope walking. Thank you very much, though.
All right, so no evidence, no argument, no proof of a globe Earth, basically, is what you're bringing. You've just got questions, comments, and concerns for how the Earth is flat when you already thought it was a globe.
Also, we're able to track the sun?
Gish Gallop. Tracking the sun is done through angles, elevation, angle measurements, so you're practically referencing the Earth as a horizontal plane in order to do that.
So, yes. Okay.
Yeah. It's a flat Earth.
And the Coriolis effect and stuff.
It doesn't occur. There's no Earth-based Coriolis.
How are you... What? How are you able to just deny that?
Deny what? Planes appearing to curve through the sky because you're rotating while they fly above you in a straight line? No, that doesn't happen.
There's like proof of it, though. You can like literally watch it.
No, there isn't. That doesn't happen. You're not standing there on a spinning reference frame, spinning around while you watch the plane appear to curve when it just went straight overhead. That doesn't happen. Doesn't happen with birds, doesn't happen with drones, doesn't happen with helicopters, doesn't happen with planes, doesn't happen with anything in the sky.
Well, birds aren't real, so thank you.
That's the best you got.
Chemtrails are straight.
There you go. No Coriolis effect of chemtrails.
I feel like that's probably just because
you're cooked.
Is the moon flat too? Like looking at the moon.
I guess he's tapping out. Matrix, you go ahead because I have to do something at work. He's cooked. That's all he's got.
You're at work.
He's at the bottom of his barrel already.
No, I'm not. I have a couple more sentences left in this notepad.
So you've still got no proof of curvature. Sounds like you've crashed and burned.
No, just you guys also aren't giving any proof of a flat Earth either.
You've gone back to a spork. You're not a spark anymore.
Oh,
you've burned out.
Stop it! I want to be a spark.
Well, bring proof of curvature. Stop teasing us.
Yeah. Flat Earth is self-evident, right?
What did you say?
Flat Earth is self-evident.
You could say the same thing about a globe.
No, you can't. There's nothing obvious about the Earth being a globe.
The fact that it rotates around the sun.
No, you don't observe that. That's not obvious.
You can observe that.
You have to look at other things that.
Up and you set a video up. You can physically watch the stars rotate because the Earth.
Yeah, that's the stars. You just said it. Said it. The stars rotate.
Is every single star? Oh, do you think the Earth is the center of the universe?
No, I don't. No, okay, I don't think it's in anything. I don't think the Earth is in something for it to be the center of it.
What you just said automatically just makes you wrong there. Then
why?
So are you saying that every single star rotates around us?
What's the stars got to do with the ground?
Because you can observe the Earth rotating.
Yeah, that's the stars, not the ground.
No, but you can observe it. What?
I don't care. I don't care what you can observe the stars doing. What about the ground? bro.
The ground is rotating because you can observe the stars. Well, okay. Let me put it.
He nearly said it again.
Stars staying stationary while the Earth is rotating.
No, you don't. You observe the stars in motion.
What do you mean? No, you don't.
Bro, you don't see the stars move.
No, okay. Visually, I guess you could say you are seeing the move, but
there you go. There you go. Yeah.
Okay.
How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because you can watch it. You can just
okay, Spork.
No.
Spork, I want you to use your brain. When you're standing on the ground, you're outside. Yes. You see the stars moving. Yes.
Visually, yes, you see them.
You see them. Of course, visually. You're going to see them with your nose. Like, come on, dude. Of course you see them moving. Stop being a clown.
Why is this guy not talking? Why is he not using...
Right. So, Spork, what are you trying to do?
I don't know. Okay.
You don't know?
No, you...
So you see the stars moving, yes?
Yes, okay, yes.
Excellent. So how can you tell the difference? Now you've got one of three options. I want you to listen carefully. Number one, the stars move and the Earth does not. Number two, the Earth moves and the stars do not. Number three, they both move. Now how do you tell the difference between which one of those three options is actually happening?
I don't know. I'm getting overstimulated. Oh my god.
We know.
Thank you. I think I'm a little bit autistic, maybe.
I believe not alone.
Because TV says so. No, actually, my biology teacher told me to take an autism test, and she said I probably was.
Okay.
Oh yeah. What about the laser pointer? Didn't that?
How'd the stars go? We were trying to separate the difference between which one's moving, stars, ground, or both.
I'd say both.
Why do you say both?
Because everything is rotating.
Because you can't tell.
Everything is.
Just why don't you just be honest and say you can't tell?
I'm sure if I was smarter and I knew more about this subject, I could explain it. But
appeals to incredulity are not going to help you.
Like I said, I watched 10.
It's a very dumb take, ironically.
You're a very dumb take. How about that?
You got me.
Yeah, real silent now. Like I said, I watched a 10-minute YouTube video, and I wrote in it.
What YouTube video did you watch?
I don't know. His name was Professor Dave.
Professor Dave.
I think I can link it.
That's where it all went wrong.
Exactly. Professor Dave is not a professor.
Maybe he is. Maybe you don't know.
Maybe he is not.
No, he's
dumbass.
He's already clearly claimed he is not.
No, it's Professor Dave Explains. So maybe.
Yeah, we know. Just because the title of the video says Professor Dave Explains does not instantly make him a professor.
What about Neil deGrasse Tyson?
See, if I get Heretic's name and I put Dr. in front of it, does that instantly make him a doctor and therefore you all should shut up and listen?
Well, I mean, you never know. Mike Ross did that in Suits. Lawyer Mike Ross. And everybody believed him.
So, the only reason you're believing this Professor Dave moron is because the title of the video says Professor Dave Explains.
No, I believe him because it was the first one that showed up.
Right.
I looked up why are flat earthers retarded, and it showed the Earth is definitely not flat, and this is what it showed.
You were supposed to be looking up proof of Earth curvature.
I know. Oh, no. Nobody said that.
Oh, yes. That's what you were looking up.
Okay.
I was here earlier.
I'll look it up right now. What is it? The proof of Earth? Proof of Earth.
You're looking for... You believe you live on a ball. We want to know why you think you live on a ball.
That's not an exact ball, they say.
Oh, it's an oblate spheroid then. You can call it that if you wish.
That's a big word. Your vernacular is...
I know it's a big word. It's probably going to outdo you for the weekend.
I just said vernacular.
So do you know it? Do you know it? Do you have to rely on somebody else to tell you what it is?
My word.
Or can you figure it out for yourself what the Earth is?
What'd you say? I'm sorry. I was trying to figure my word out.
Yeah, can you figure it out for yourself? Do you need someone else to help you with figuring out what the Earth is?
For the questions that you guys are asking, probably, because I am not.
Right. So we're looking for how you know it's a globe.
How I know?
Not how someone else says they know.
Okay, how do you know it's a flat?
Because I experience it.
How do you experience it?
You go outside, there's no curvature. The surface of liquid is flat and level and horizontal. You don't experience it spinning. It's just motionless.
It's okay. How does the sun work?
I didn't make a claim about it.
No, if you just said that the Earth is motionless, how does the sun work? Why do the tides go up and down?
How am I supposed to know? How would I know?
Well,
Who cares anyway? Non sequitur, red herring. Who gives a shit?
Dude, shut up with these fallacies. God damn.
Yeah, stop making them. You wouldn't have figured that out, bro.
I'm not making. No, what do you mean? I wouldn't figure it out.
You would never have. You would never have thought if you were just left to your own devices and you were the only human on this place. You wouldn't have gone outside and gone, "Huh? I think it's me that's moving, not the sun." You'd never have thought of that. Don't tell me you would have. You're obviously not that smart. To have even thought of that.
Why would I? If I was the last person in the world, I don't think I'd care a whole lot.
Yeah. So how do you? So do you agree that it's just a belief that you have about the globe?
I think it's a fact. A factoid.
Yeah. What makes it a fact? What makes it a fact?
Because people say it is, and I believe this.
Right, there you go. There you go. It's just a belief that you have.
Than you
believe it's a fact, right? You don't know if it's a fact.
Plane, when a helicopter takes off, it takes off with the angular momentum of the spin of the Earth.
Yeah, that's a cool story, bro.
That's what this guy just said. That is a flat earther in the chat. Look at it.
Yeah, that's a cool story, bro. I don't care.
He just proved you wrong.
Snackle is not a flat earther. Wake up to yourself.
Huh?
Huh? The guy that posted it
got flat in his name.
That's all he's got is cool stories too, just like you. He doesn't know the Earth is a globe. He believes it's a globe.
No, he believes it's flat.
No, he doesn't.
Spork, maybe you should read through the side chat and you'll understand that the one called Platter is taking the piss out of the one called Snackle.
Whoa.
Whoa. I know it's hard for you to comprehend that flat earthers like to use this thing called sarcasm. You're going to get there one day, but just take your time, my friend. One day at a time.
I'm a wee bit sleepy. I'm sorry. God damn it. I look like a dumbass.
So I guess you're not the one that we're looking for, right?
No, I don't.
You don't have the first-hand information.
T-Dub, I think
about why
you're a lot smarter than you actually are.
Oh, that's a cool story too, bro. So, do you have first-hand information about the Earth being a globe or not?
Do you have first-hand information about it being flat? Yes, you do.
Yes, I told you this already, bro.
You can go outside.
You do too. You do as well.
You know how big
you do.
The Earth. You know how big the Earth is?
I didn't make a claim about the size.
Yeah, you don't have. It's a part of my point. Do you know how big the Earth is?
Who cares?
Okay, you should actually.
It's not part of my claim. It's not part of my claim, bro. It's irrelevant to my claim.
You're so willingly, just blindly.
I don't need to know the size of it in order to know the surface quality. I don't need to see it in its entirety. I don't need to know its lengths and its depths and its bounds and limits and extents.
Okay.
I don't need to know any of that to know that the surface quality is planar.
Okay, why does no scientist agree with it though?
Who cares? What are scientists? That's like saying why don't 99% of pregnant women agree with it?
I feel like those two are vastly different.
Why? Why would a scientist's opinion of this be any more valid than a pregnant woman's?
Their field of expertise, and pregnant women are.
What's their field of expertise? How does a scientist's field of expertise deal with the shape of the Earth?
They deal with the study of the Earth, which would also include the shape of the Earth, which.
No, that'd be geometry.
They do use geometry. Good job. Science does use a lot of math. So
scientists don't study shapes.
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't have to deal with shapes at all.
They do sometimes. Depends on what they're studying.
Do you think it takes a scientist to figure out the shape of something?
Yeah, it does.
Why?
I feel like if
you can't just look at something.
Level chemistry, you would know that scientists deal with shapes a lot. Actually,
so if someone put a triangle in front of you, you'd need a scientist to help you out with it to figure out what it is.
You're trying to dumb down something super complex.
Why is it complex?
Is what complex? Like you're trying. Okay. Ooh, I feel like you're rage baiting right now. I don't want to fall for.
No, why is it complex? What makes it complex? Because you're told it is.
God.
I'll tell you how simple it is, bro. It's go outside and go to a body of water, like a lake, and look at it.
Okay, a lake.
Yeah.
And do you know how big the Earth is? Compare a lake. You're comparing.
You don't. You don't. You don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
It's 40,000.
What makes its size? What makes its size relevant?
Okay, it's how tall are you?
What makes its size relevant?
This will all tie in together. How tall are you?
No. What makes it relevant?
How tall are you? Okay.
I'm a bit under 6 foot. Why?
Okay, you're 6. Okay, we'll round up. We'll say you're 6 foot. The Earth is 40,000 kilometers. 40,000.
How do you know that?
In what?
How do you know that?
In circumference.
How do you know that?
How do you know that?
Because Google said so. Actually, no. Professor Dave said so.
So okay, I get it. If Google said it's flat, you'd be like, "It's flat, guys." Google said so.
But Google doesn't say it's flat because Google.
Yeah. So what I just said, if it said that, then you would just go with that.
You sold out, bro. You've sold your own soul to strangers, to the internet, to Google.
Okay, how did you come up? There's no point even asking that.
Experience. That's how.
Because you went outside and saw that it was flat, even though
Experience, measurement, practical use, observation, all empirical evidence.
How do I not see the curvature? Because it's so big.
I just told you. Okay, that's not empirical. So that's just nonsense.
What fallacy was that?
You'd have, since you observe it and experience it as flat and motionless to begin with, and you to claim that it's just so big that you don't experience that, you'd have to know that it is that to be able to claim that. You don't, so you can't claim that. You're stuck with flat and motionless, your own personal natural experience of reality. You're stuck with it, bro.
What did this guy say?
Until you can appeal to first-hand experience of the Earth being a globe, you can't say it's too big.
Hang on. Sorry, I'm a little autistic. I can't read and...
You gave a measurement value, dude. You gave a size to it. That would be something that was measured. That would be empirical. But instead, your reasoning for it is the Google said so, which isn't empirical at all. It's just an act of blind faith, basically.
Okay, how big is it?
What the fuck are you asking me for?
Because how big is it? If you
didn't answer, why are you asking me that question? You're the one who made the claim about that. What are you talking about, dude?
How big is it?
What? That's none of your business.
That's funny.
Thank you.
So observer height is actually pretty important if you're going to test the globe claims.
Hilarious.
Yeah, because they claim that the distance to the horizon is based on the observer's height plus the size of the Earth that they claim it to be.
Yes.
So it'd be 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And when we go out and view distance horizons...
You can't use the empiricalness. Because this is a this is a fallacy of some sort, and I'm not sure which one. This is a red herring right here.
You got to be trolling, bro.
What are you gibbering on about?
He's got to be trolling.
I don't know. He keeps on telling me that I'm using fallacies. Thank you, PMAC.
Well, your logic is fallacious. That's why they keep pointing that out to you.
I don't. What? How is it?
It's false. It's not true. It's broken.
But you're just saying that because you believe.
No. You're questioning why they keep saying that. I'm helping you out. Whenever you put forward logic that is broken or incorrect, normally that's one of the fallacies. That's why they point them out to you.
They'll point it out. Bro, you'd be so much better off right now if you just said, "Look, guys, I don't know. I'm not."
I don't know. I've been saying I don't know.
Yeah, you'd be better off saying, "Look, I can't defend the globe. I don't know that it's a globe. I just believe it."
I believe it is a globe, and I've been asking you guys why it's not a globe, and you guys have been giving not good enough answers.
Oh, okay. Well, your own personal observation of reality, that's one thing we can appeal to.
Do you think... Actually, here, I have another question. Do you think that every planet is flat?
I don't think Earth is a planet. There's no observable similarities between planets in the sky and the ground beneath me. So I have no reason to assume that they're anything alike whatsoever. And plus, the two definitions, the classical definition and the modern definition of a planet, both involve them in motion. So you'd have to show that Earth is in motion for Earth to be classified as a planet.
I know Earth is in motion. I experience it every day. I have hella motion.
No, you don't.
Oh, bro.
Come on.
That's a lie.
I have hella motion. Stop it.
So you're questioning about us proving it's flat. Hey, Spork, check it out. It's measured flat. There's no measured curvature. So every time you go blah, 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 ball, blah, 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 seasons, blah, 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 planets, and all the rest of the bullshit, we're sitting back going, ha, 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 it's measured flat. There's no measured curvature. So all of your stories about all this other stuff mean absolutely nothing. Until you can provide measured curvature, most of the people in here are probably just going to shake their head and listen to your cool story, bro.
They measure it flat if the Earth isn't flat.
That's correct. They measure it as flat. Yeah.
How do they measure it flat if there's a curve?
Okay. Do you know basic geometry? You know, where you get a circle and you put a straight line next to it, and that straight line is called a tangent?
I'm not going to lie to you. I did very poorly in my math class.
I wasn't worried how good you went, but you do know what a tangent to a circle is. Yes or no? You can Google it if you want.
Perhaps.
Tangent to a circle.
Tangent.
Okay, that's where there's a straight line touching a circle. Yeah?
Yeah, okay.
Excellent. Right, so you do know what it is. Well, out in the real world, this is not on paper anymore, this is out in the real world. All they're doing when they grab a laser and shoot it across a large lake or large body of water is they're creating a tangent. So they'll get that laser and they'll shoot it however many miles, 10, 20, 30, 40 plus miles. And as you know, and anyone knows, where that line touches the circle, that's the tangent point. And as you get away from that tangent point, following that tangent along, the gap between the tangent and the curve, or in this case, the laser and the body of water, should get bigger if we're on a ball with a radius of 39, 59 miles. That's any Muppet can work that out. So let's go 10 miles away. The gap should be 66 feet. Let's go 20 miles away. The gap should be 266 feet. 30 miles away should be 600 feet. 40 miles away, over 1,000 feet. But here's the kicker. When we do this, there ain't no drop. There is no gap between the laser and the ground. It stays the same. That's the problem, dude.
I'm going to be honest. I didn't really understand a whole lot of what you just said there. But
okay. All we're doing is comparing a straight line next to the ground. That's all we're doing. We get a laser because we know lasers go straight. And we're comparing straightness compared to the ground. That's all they do. So if it's a ball, the gap should get bigger and bigger and bigger. If it's horizontal and straight, then it shouldn't. And the problem is it doesn't. It just stays straight, parallel to the laser.
I think I understand what you're trying to say now.
Yeah, cool.
I think that's kind of flawed, though. I don't think that's true.
You don't think it's true? How about I chuck up some laser tests for you, and you can go and watch them?
Yeah,
and then if you want, you could try and go and replicate it if you wanted to see if it's true.
I don't own a laser pointer. They're actually...
You can just use a mirror and reflect the sun's light across a large body of water. You can just go to a large enough body of water and just see if you can borrow some binoculars or a telescope or a high-powered zoom camera and just see if you can see the other side. Because there should be a certain amount of drop over distance, right?
I feel like there is. Okay, 28.6.
And a horizon
bigger
distance.
one. I want a bigger laser test.
Well, 28.6 miles is a 550-foot drop.
Did they level it, though? Were they all leveled?
Well, here's the kicker. This is the interesting part. You don't have to actually level it. All you can do is get the laser and you start off at, say, just picking your height 1 foot off the ground or water level. And then you tilt the laser down so it touches the water, and then you lift it back up so it clears the water. Where it touches, or just above that, just on that point where it was just touching, that's your tangent point. So as you get further away from the tangent point, the gap between the ground and the laser should get bigger and bigger and bigger. That's all you have to do. So technically, you don't have to have it perfectly horizontal. But in the case of water, you'll be setting it up horizontal anyways, because as we know, water is level, horizontal, flat, whilst it's at rest.
Oh, I'm feeling you.
I didn't mention a container. I just said it was flat and level.
He's not tracking. He's between.
He's all over the place.
It's contained within the shoreline, and that's where the sea level is. Bang. Okay, Todd, I want to ask, not Todd, T-Dub, I want to ask you about the tides. I asked you this earlier and you just ignored me. Why did the tides go up and down? Explain that one.
No idea. Don't know.
Because of the moon and the gravity from the moon.
Prove it.
And that's wrong. Check out side chat, tidal nodes.
Damn, you had that one on lock, didn't you?
Fucking oath I did.
That was so fast. Holy moly. Okay, you're gonna have to explain what I'm looking at here.
Why does Snackle keep posting up stupid laser things? The lasers don't bend like that, Snacktard.
I thought lasers are straight lines, perhaps.
They are.
Yeah, he's begging the question that there's a globe for light to bend around in the first instance. So until he can prove his globe, he doesn't have light bending around it like that.
Yeah, nothing happens on a globe until there's a globe, guys. Get with it.
Hey, Hederick, how big is it?
I don't know who Hederick is, so I can't answer that.
Fuck, Hederick.
Really wasn't impressing me.
My bad. I can't read it upside down, dude. I'm autistic, I told you. Heretic. My bad.
Come on, let's not do the same one twice. It's not going to land the same way the second time.
No, how big is the globe?
Let's go for new material.
How big is the globe? That's what I was asking in the first place. And your mind was in the gutter.
Well, 0. Because there is no globe.
Damn.
Not even 6 inches, bruh. That's the sad reality of it all.
You already gave us the claim size of it.
I would know, but I was asking him because I feel like you guys would have different answers.
Mine is 0 because it doesn't exist.
Why did this guy just put a White Monster Jeremy Fragrance edit in the chat? That's pretty sick, though.
Yeah, who deleted that?
I don't know, but it was awesome. I was fucking with it.
Are you guys like allergic to aura? Like, what the fuck was up with that, dude?
I think so.
Oh my, Dark V. Yeah, you deleted my shit, didn't you, bro? Little Platter.
Who deleted it?
Platter, was that you?
Platter doesn't have a mod take, bro. Wake up.
I've been woke up. I've been woken up.
Yeah.
So what if
I've done
so
did
what if
that.
someone
Done did that.
Dude, these guys don't believe in motion either. Can you believe that?
Bro, y'all got no motion. That's
Got
crazy.
no
in the big
motion.
20, in the big 25, y'all got no motion.
They said they're like the Earth doesn't have motion. I have motion every day. I don't know what you guys are talking about. You guys have zero motion? How?
you don't experience the Earth moving. Nobody does.
He's going nowhere at a fast clip.
Oh, someone's gonna get that one too?
Big Israel edit here. The hell was that?
Yeah, someone's gonna get that one too. Like, what are we doing, guys?
Waiting for globe proof.
Yep, we're just a bunch of globetards, I think.
Yeah.
Bro, oh my god.
He's not going to help you.
You guys could have real max.
I didn't even get to watch it. Send it again. I didn't get to watch it.
Who keeps doing that, seriously? Who keeps betraying the race like that?
I don't know, but if you keep it up, right, you'll just get hushed.
Are you guys betraying your own people? Not cool. Hush member, toggle off, was hushed in the room and will not be able to type.
Oh.
Or I'll send it to you in private, Spork. You can have it.
Thank you. I want to see the sick edits.
So what about you, Doc?
Find a way to influence
any
people.
glow
I
proof,
always
bro?
find a way. Glow people, I don't give a shit, man.
I'm just a
Okay, so
I'm
we
here
don't
to
need to
bring
talk
back.
to you then.
I'm here to bring
Might as well
back
just
a
meet you
fourth,
as
fifth
well, then.
Reich. Here to bring back a fifth.
Hushed and muted. It's a sad day for Dark V.
I'm just a stupid glober. Sorry, guys. Couldn't prove it.
Well, that's okay. You can feel better about yourself because no one can.
That's right.
I'm just a stupid glober. Right, guys?
We all are / were.
And I'm so chopped, too. I'm so chopped. Right?
I told you, you're trying to attempt the impossible. That's what we found out.
Trying to convince retards to believe something else. It's hard. It's horribly hard. I don't know how to do it. I'm not good enough at arguing.
With a thing called evidence, dude.
Everything I say, you're like, that's a fallacy, actually. And I go,
Yeah, because it is.
What are you saying?
Yeah, you say something fallacious, and then we say, well, that's fallacious, and then you're like, stop saying that, and that's about as far as it goes.
So how did you get into
Sorry, it's not our fault.
Like, because I assume that you believed that at one point in your life, you believed the Earth was a globe.
Yeah, I was like, I know I'll prove that this is a globe. And then I went into the chats and started listening to these arguments and stuff, and then the more I did, I was like, oh shit, there's no proof it's a globe.
Guys, I think I might be a flat earther now. I'm turning. Who keeps Who keeps putting that picture with the Earth with a nipple on it? I don't like that picture. Snackle.
Snackle's crying right now because of what you just said. He's like, no, we're losing another one.
I don't like that. What about...
You better speak up, Snackle, and save him.
Quick. Still a chance.
Pull me back to the light.
Well, give him the proof he's been trying to Google. Help him out.
Google is actually...
Yeah. Show how the flat earthers are wrong. Come on.
Google uses a lot of scientific terms that I don't know what they mean, so I can't really articulate what they are.
Then you go, well, I don't know what the fuck that means, but man, it sounds smart. They must be right. It's a globe after all.
Yeah, I do say that. You just ate and left no crumbs there on period. So planets, are they globes or are they all flat too? And what about the sun?
Why would they have to be the same as what we're on?
Because we're a planet.
Nope.
Okay, so what separates us from them?
What makes us like them in any way? That's the question.
What is everything?
Yeah, name the similarities that you observe.
Well, everything
that you observe.
Okay, everything in space is spherical, except
is Earth in space?
Apparently.
Is Earth in space?
Everything is in space.
Prove it.
What do you mean, prove it?
Yeah, prove it.
What would Earth be in then?
Space is a fictional setting for a fictional globe, dude. Nothing is there. It's just a story about the sky rationalized from the presupposition of Earth being a ball.
What about the sun though, and the moon, and like
that's above you? Yeah, they're up there, doing their thing.
Isn't that space though?
No. Told you space is part of the ball story. Our claim is not space. The Globers claim space, not us. We don't say that that's what the sky is. Doesn't make sense from a gas law perspective. The gas would just rush into that vacuum, fill it. There would be no atmosphere, so to speak.
How does sun setting work? Does it go underneath the Earth?
No chance.
No, like I'm asking you, like how the sun would set, and like how the moon comes out.
I guess it just goes away from you. They go out of your field of view, in and out.
I don't follow, I guess.
Think about it like a spotlight. You got your cell phone, right? And you walk the perimeter of your entire backyard. So on one side of the backyard, it would be lit up. But if you go to the other side of the backyard, it wouldn't be.
Okay, but he said that the Earth has no motion though, so how would
the sun's in motion?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the stuff's moving just like you see it.
Okay, but then why isn't the Earth moving then?
Because it's not moving. You think your house is moving right now? Why? Because you saw something on TV?
No, because I have motion.
So your house is moving right now. Prove it.
Wind? I don't know, dude. I'm not smart enough.
Okay. Right, nobody's smart enough to prove that their house is moving because it's not moving. Please continue.
Well, no, I don't think anybody thinks their house is moving. I think they think the Earth is moving.
By proxy, it must be if the Earth is in motion, right?
I'm saying they like I'm not one of them. I'm still a Glober. We believe that the Earth is moving. It's rotating.
Yeah, you said believe. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
We know it's rotating on an axis.
So you reject Einstein. Reject Einstein then? Because if you know that it's moving, then you reject all concepts of relative motion. So that makes you a fundamentalist. Yeah. So you're a fundamentalist then.
What did you say? What is it disproving about Einstein or contradicting with Einstein? That's the word I was looking for.
With Einstein, all motion is relative. So you saying your house and the Earth is absolutely spinning on an axis, that's not relative motion. That's absolute motion. That's Newtonian. So you're rejecting Einstein when you say that. You just don't know it. And that makes you a fundamentalist, right? You think gravity is a fundamental force.
Is gravity not real?
Well, it depends on what you mean by gravity.
The 14.7 pounds of pressure.
That's gas pressure. That's gas pressure.
Gravity.
Okay, so you think gravity is?
No, man.
No.
He doesn't know, man.
It's like 9.8. It's like 9.8.
Just throwing shit at the wall.
Okay, now we're talking about things falling. Okay, so yeah, your cell phone drops when it falls out of your hand, right?
No, let's use.
But why?
Let's use Newton's one. The apple. Let's use the apple. I like that one better.
Okay, so the apple falls in a pail of water and it floats. Why didn't it fall all the way to the bottom?
Because water has buoyancy.
Right, so it's not about mass alone, it's mass and volume which decides whether or not something is going to go up or down. So Newton was wrong.
What if there's no water, though?
Then it's the most dense thing in the atmosphere. It's more dense than the atmosphere. So it has weight, which means gravitas, meaning it's going to go down. But if you put it in a pail of water, it's going to float. But if you drain the water, it goes down. So what decides on whether something goes up or down? According to Newton's own apple, if he had a pail of water, it would be mass over volume, right?
I'm really trying to learn here. I know I'm just very skeptical of this.
I know you're skeptical, not spectacle.
Yep.
If you just do a quick search on specific gravity and read about it, you're going to see that you cannot argue against what I just said.
All right,
That's why I said, what do you mean by gravity? Please continue.
You know what? I'm going to write this stuff down. I'm going to look at it later. And I'm going to turn into a flat earther. Okay, like I said earlier, why did no scientist agree, though? Why did no credible scientist agree with you on this?
That's not relevant because it's not a scientific inquiry.
Yes, it is. They're smart and they study the Earth.
Yeah, that's just like a Joe Blow's conception of what science is. Yeah, that's like the average Joe.
No, okay.
Average Joes just think, oh, scientist, white coat, goggles, beakers, smart. They say Earth globe. Me believe.
My chemistry teacher was pretty smart. I think he's probably the smartest guy I've ever met. Yeah, I believe what he says. And he said it was a globe. So
yeah, they're not figuring out Earth as a globe with chemistry, bro.
I know, but he teaches a lot of stuff. He's my. What is he teaching now? I don't know. But
There's nothing you can demonstrate practically to show that the Earth is a globe. It's not observable. It's not measurable, and there's no practical use case that you can give an example of.
Have you done a lot of studies on it?
So physics is going to involve hands-on, not just theoretical, right? Hands-on demonstration, showing things to be true.
Yes, they do that in physics a lot. My girlfriend's in physics, actually. She hates it.
Yeah, right? You're not going to find that for the globe. There's nothing that they can say, hey, here you go, Spork. Off you go outside and do this, and you can know that the Earth is a globe.
Maybe. You don't know that, though. How do you know?
No, it's a category error. Can't apply the scientific method to geometry.
I don't know what side you're on here. Not gonna lie.
Well, it doesn't matter what side I'm on, right? It's the fact that science. Excuse me, dude. Right, science, physics, as this gentleman just pointed out, would include the scientific method. Scientific method doesn't deal with geometry.
Says who?
Says the scientific method. Do you know what the scientific method is?
Yes, dude, I just learned it.
Awesome stuff. So point out to me within the steps of the scientific method where it deals with shapes.
No, I'm not good with this stuff. I barely passed this class. I'm not good with it.
Okay.
I don't want to argue.
Somebody who is good at it has just told you that the scientific method doesn't deal with, say, like triangles.
How do you know?
Because geometry deals with shapes, dude. What do you mean, how do I know?
Well, don't you know? You just learned the scientific method, dude.
No, I didn't learn it. I lied. I'm sorry.
See, we know.
I dropped the class.
We know.
It was too hard.
We know you lied, dude. It's the thing that people do to avoid embarrassing themselves.
I took a study hall instead because it was too hard. I didn't want to do it.
I know. In science class, did you learn about triangles in science class?
I'm sure we did at one point. Maybe. Probably not.
I don't think we should talk to you, Spork.
Why not?
Because it's a really simple fucking question that literally a kindergarten child understands when they see triangles and squares and shapes drawn on blackboards and stuff. right? We're dealing with those types of very simple things, and you're like, I don't know. Wow.
That's why I asked you earlier, if someone presents you a triangle, right, are you going to ask a scientist to help you identify that shape? And you said you're just simplifying things. It's much more complex than that with the Earth, right? Remember that?
Because I don't know the three. There's like a couple different triangles that I don't think I can point out. I don't remember the names of them all.
Yeah, equilateral, that's a complicated one. Isosceles, man, I don't know, I'm confused already.
No, like
right angle. Shit.
I know the names, but I can't place them to the triangles.
Come on, guys. How did you even know he ever made it to kindergarten? Come on, don't press him on this.
I did make it to kindergarten, dude. I literally have my kindergarten diploma. Fucking idiot.
Wow.
I was 7.
But yet we're trying to get through to you that
I'm intimidated.
You learned the scientific method. That when you learned the scientific, you lied about that, didn't you? Yeah, that's why we're not taking you seriously.
I wrote it down. I just don't.
Okay, so within the bits that you wrote down, can you point out to me how you make a prediction of a concrete noun?
Hey, dude. I said I wrote it down. I didn't say.
Okay. I wrote it down, but I didn't understand it.
Yeah, dude. I was playing Clash Royale. All right.
Okay.
I've been running the same deck. It's a bit deck though. It's log bait.
Dude, go and play with your little games. All right, run along now. The adults are talking.
You have no motion. Stop.
Dude.
You got no motion. You got nothing.
It's just embarrassing for you, mate.
No, I'm not embarrassed.
Really? You wrote something down, but you don't understand it.
Yes, I did do that.
Woohoo! High five, dumb fuck.
Let me ask him, Jedi. Is math science?
Don't, dude.
And science does deal with math.
But is math science?
I guess yes, to an extent.
Okay. Okay. Does science prove things?
They tend to. Yeah.
Okay. At least you're consistent. Does math prove things?
Yes.
Okay. At least you're consistent.
Hey.
Consistently stupid.
Hey, Jedi, why are we saying mean things about you?
Because you're silly, dude.
I've not said a single mean thing about you, except the fact
It doesn't matter. Right? You just go, you're awesome, dude. Everything that comes out of your mouth is pure fucking gold. You've been asked really simple questions, but you think it's cool to be stupid.
My grandma says I'm pretty cool, so.
Oh, fuck off, dude.
Yeah, but your grandma never said that about you, then. Silence is loud. All right. Yep, 1 flat earther down, 3 more to go. Who's next?
Okay, did you write down specific gravity? Did you write down specific gravity?
Specific gravity, yes.
What'd you get your nana to do it for you?
No, she lives.
Okay, tell me about specific gravity. What is it?
Specific gravity? I wrote it down. I didn't learn about it.
Okay. Well, you should probably look it up while it's fresh on your mind, because remember we were talking about why things go up or down?
Yes, we were talking about that.
If you can walk away with this one thing, then you're going to be smarter than 99% of the people in your class, because they think it's mass attracts mass.
Dude, okay, can you tell me what this even means here? What is that?
Relative density. Is that what you pulled up?
Look at the chat, dude. This is what it came up.
I'm driving. Do you see the words relative density?
It's the equation, Larry. It's Sg equals the P symbol substance divided by P water.
Right. So it's the relative buoyancy or density, density compared to water, right? So ice is less dense than water. That's why it floats at the top of the cup, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Right. So when you drink all the water or tea, then the ice goes down. Why did it go down?
Because there's no water left.
Well, yeah, that's one reason. That's correct. But the main reason is because the ice is more dense than the atmosphere, but less dense than the water. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so there's a force pushing it down.
Well, prove it, right? Because I can show you the force pushing it up, and when you remove that force, it goes down. Now, you just made a claim that there's a force pushing it down. Prove it, because I can demonstrate the opposite of what you just said is true.
You can prove it
by drinking. Yeah, by putting water in the glass of ice, the ice goes up.
If you put, yeah, but I'm saying like when there's nothing there, then it goes down. Duh.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead. Somebody jumped in.
No, I was just saying what's up.
Oh, right. So water's unique, right? Because when you freeze it, it expands, right? So it's gonna float on top of the water, but the atmosphere or the gas in the cup, it's not dense enough to make it float. So there's not enough buoyant force. So if you understand this simple concept, you're going to be ahead of everybody else that you know.
How did I do that?
A steel anvil will float in a pool of mercury.
Mercury is real dense.
Real fucking dense.
Hey, wait. What about oobleck though? Don't forget about that. How does that work?
I don't know what that is.
It's the solid and the liquid. How does that work?
It's just cornstarch and water, y'all. They call it a non-Newtonian fluid.
Oh, I see.
Where did you come from?
Oh, I'm always here, and I'm always listening.
Why are you
That's scary.
This? All right.
She scares me.
Do you guys like my sweater?
We don't give a fuck about your sweater. We're talking about why things go up or down, remember?
My money goes up. That's the only thing I know that goes up. I can't.
Well, then you must be single, you poor bastard.
No, actually, you're right. No, like I'm not, but I was lying about my money going up.
Wait, you got a girlfriend and your money goes up? Tell me this magic.
Yeah.
Tell me about this magic that you've done.
It goes up. It goes up once every 2 weeks when I get paid. That's about
I got you. Please, I got you. Please continue. I'll try to entertain a little humor. Please continue.
Yeah, guys, I'm a big glober. I've always been a glober.
Yeah, because you got a screen, right? All kinds of media. You got magazines and books and all kinds of shit at the library, but you never experienced the globe outside, do you? Ever.
PMAC just said girls don't go with guys that wear sweaters. Buddy, I don't think you know who I am.
He's the sweater man.
I'm super charming and funny, and I'm 6'3". I can wear whatever the hell I want.
Dumb as dog shit, but he's got everything else going for him.
Exactly.
Making me think of that SpongeBob song, you know?
Hey, chill out. I love
Bright
SpongeBob.
sweater is all the time.
You kind of cooked me with that one. I'm just kidding, guys. I'm not 6'3", but everything else. Called Dark.
I'm 6'3".
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, you're lying. I don't.
Okay.
No,
sure.
You sound pretty tall. I'm just so chopped. Can't do this anymore. All right. I'm sorry.
Run away.
Welcome, Void. Welcome back, Void. You can, if you have any questions, you can direct your questions to Larry. Go ahead.
But if you have any questions about drinking deep sea salt water, you can direct those questions to Jimsy. I don't know shit about
See.
Yeah, I tried to feed the little guy milk because he wasn't capable of chewing the protein just yet. Has anybody heard from Lemon Bird's seatbelt button?
That will be a no.
Hank, who's setting Morse code in the background?
It's the Russians. No, it's my seatbelt warning and my camera. They worked in unison to drive me crazy.
Ironic how he was asking about Lemon Bird when it sounded like he's doing what Lemon Bird used to do. Speaking and driving while not wearing a seatbelt.
I was in a parking lot. In my defense. Yeah, I don't really fear low-speed collisions. It's the high-speed collisions that I worry about.
Yes, for sure.
Was Lemon Bird back recently, or?
I didn't catch what he said, but I'm sure that was PMAC.
Hello, you hear me?
Yeah.
Was Lemon Bird back recently?
No, we haven't heard from him.
Oh, okay.
How about the Morgile? When's the last time y'all thought about the Morgile?
Oh.
That's been a while.
Like a blast for the past, Lemon Bird, my God. It takes me back about, 8-10 years?
I think there was Lemon Bird sightings about 3 years ago. But he did kind of tell us how he was going out with that seatbelt warning all the time, so hopefully he's okay.
Oh, shit. Have you ever seen like when cars kind of like go really fast and then lose control and start like they're going in that direction, then they're spinning and they're flipping and spinning? It's like, isn't the Earth doing something similar? How many speeds, how many axis movements, how messy that is?
Converging and diverging trajectories. Yeah, what is the Earth? Like a drunk driver?
It's being spinned by a drunk driver, or?
I'm tired of going target practicing with stationary paper targets. We got to put some targets on some drones. You know what I mean? Like fly them like 4 feet below the drone. That would be worth shooting at. But I guess you'd have to be near the mountainside, right? Because your bullets would be going everywhere.
Yeah, and you might gonna need some backups for the drones because you might hit the drone, and then no more
double
drones.
taps. Yeah, dude.
Once the drone is shot, that drastic practice is over.
Yeah, no double taps.
These days, you can order probably like 600 drones for a pretty decent price. You have enough backups.
Don't forget about the Trump tax. They call it tariffs.
All included. Taxes included.
I heard you Puerto Ricans were such slaves you couldn't even drill in your own island to get some water.
You can do it. You're just gonna pay for it.
Oh, gotta pay.
Yeah, some guy that is not even alive anymore. He died. He made up that rule, and he said, "Hey, if you want to use this water, you gotta pay me." And people still paying him, even though he's gone.
Well, if that guy like water so much, somebody should go piss on his grave. Maybe even leave an emoji. You know which one I'm talking about.
There's so many that I'm thinking of, so I'm not sure which one you're thinking of.
It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are?
Yes, sleeping in their beds. The older one might be looking at her phone still, but she's very sleepy.
I got one in Louisiana on a military base, but I don't have to worry about that one. That one's married, so my job is over, other than birthday and Christmas and stuff.
That's funny. That's a good thing. That means, you did a good job. He made it. He's married. Well done. Job well done.
Yep. And then my other one is living like a communist. Like, communism is great until you run out of someone else's money, you know what I mean?
Or until the one that you're taking the money from realizes that he's being scammed.
It's a scam. Those dirty scammers. Little children, scam artists.
How many kids do you have, Larry? 2?
2 kids.
Good boy.
I don't really want to talk about too much personal stuff. I'll just say that I created life.
You provided the seed, and the egg provided the wife provided the egg, and the soil, and then magic happened.
Well, pretty magical.
Sounds pretty magical to me. You even get a spark of light when the boy part and the female part get together. Not those parts. Like the
egg.
The egg and
the seed.
Yeah.
I'm having like flashbacks from my 7th grade science class. It's a zygote. I don't even know what that means. I think that's right. I think it is a zygote. When the zygote happens, there's a flash of light. I'm about to look it up now. What the fuck is it? Define zygote.
Zygote.
Fertilized ovum. Haploid gametes. Gametes? Samwise gametes? What? Gametes? How do you say that word? Anyway, science is a lot of fun. Sorry, QE. Sorry. I didn't mean to say science. Hello, who am I speaking to?
Satoshi.
Bless you? What? What'd you say?
Satoshi.
Sadushi.
Satoshi.
Satoshi. That's the Norwegian guy, right?
No.
No, he's the Russian one.
Oh, Gemsy's here too. Holy shit. What's going on, guys?
Hey. Good to
Sounds
hear
like Thor. Are you
guys.
Are you Thor? Is your name Arthur?
Thor is a how do you say? Disciple? Oh my god, I can't find the word. Disciple of him. Yeah.
He's a disciple of Thor?
No, Thor is a disciple of him. When you ask him, are you Thor?
Oh.
Thor is under him. In the power scale. Or the Thor voice sound. Are you Thor? Larry. Are you Thor?
You don't remember Thor?
You mean Thor's 17 to the negative Thor or something?
It's funny. No, Thor. Guy who used to call himself Thor, Arthur. He sounds like the guy who just said Larry. And Jimsy's here too. Yeah, they sound similar.
Okay.
Sound like they're from Eastern Europe or some shit. Northeastern Europe.
My family's from Eastern Europe, but I'm been in Canada my whole life.
But you do speak Russian. You do, right?
You speak Russian and Polish.
And Polish, yeah. Because many times when those people start speaking stuff and cursing,
I speak Russian too.
But I'm saying that many times when people join and speak those languages, you're the one that say, hey, they're saying this and that.
Yeah, usually when they come in here, I've only had one person come in here and speak Russian, like, in a nice way. The rest just start cursing.
If it was Vlad, I don't know if you know about Vlad. Vlad will curse them back out. You're very polite. You're like, hey guys, this guy's saying bad words in Russian. Vlad will go back at them 300% in Russian.
Спасибо.
Guys, am I cooked here or no? What do we think?
Who's that? Who that?
I'm playing chess right now. I think I shared my screen. I don't know. I'm pretty bad at this.
Sport?
Oh, Spork's back.
Yeah, I had to take a brain break.
Is a spork something that is two things at the same time?
Yes, it's two things. It's awesome and funny.
Oh.
Yeah. Alright, y'all. I'm playing this game.
Can I be awesome and funny for you and not awesome and not funny for someone else?
Nah, dude, everybody's awesome. You ever seen the Lego movie?
No.
Everything is awesome. And cool.
Lego movie, what's that?
You haven't seen Peak? It's Peak Fiction. You've never seen it? You're kidding.
No.
You're kidding. The Lego movie. This one right here. You've never seen
Everything is awesome.
Are you kidding? You've never seen, dude, that's actually crazy. I feel bad for you.
You feel bad? You're gonna have
you read 1984 by George Orwell? Have you read that?
No.
Actually,
He's barely got to the end of the Hungry Caterpillar.
hey, don't be mean. I actually no.
That was a good one.
I actually do like reading. It's actually pretty fun. What book did you say?
Can't remember what you read though, can you?
Did you say 1984?
I said George Orwell.
No. I ordered 1984. George Orwell. I read Animal Farm.
Oh.
Yeah, I wrote a big paper on it too.
Can you remember?
Do I remember? I remember most of it. It was in my freshman year. Though, it was a while ago.
Can you tell us? I would like to hear it. I mean, a short version of it, if you remember.
It's basically just like the. Here, hold on. I'm just gonna forfeit this game. I think I'm losing anyways. Fuck this guy. I don't know who this is. I don't want to be friends with them. Oh wait, never mind. I'll be friends with them. Animal Farm. It's like trying to. Fuck. It's been 4 years since I read it. It basically talks about communism and the animals they kill their farmer guy, and the pigs take over, and they start acting like humans and take over the farm. Oh.
Does the book has some type of deeper meaning conclusion about the whole thing? Is that the only example of something happening? The pigs take over the farm?
It was kind of just like commentary on Marxist Leninist ideology. There it is. I couldn't remember who it was, but it's just like it's literally just it goes over the Russian Revolution, but it in farm. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about the windmill. They make the horses do a bunch of work to build this windmill, and the pigs start stealing stuff from them.
Wait till he finds out who most of the Bolsheviks were.
Bolsheviks, I think. Dude, I went into a deep rabbit hole on this my sophomore year, and I don't remember much of it. But
What about the Jacobin Revolution of France?
I can't say I know the name. I might know the time period of it though. What year was that?
Everybody talks about Antoinette, that famous quote that she didn't make, let them eat cake.
Yeah, okay, no, she didn't say that, because that's weird to say. Why would she say that?
Right?
They didn't have cake. If they did have cake, it was just like hard bread. The poor people, she had real cake. She was a bad bitch.
Well, anyway, all the blonde-haired, blue-eyed people had to die, and they didn't stop beheading people in France until after Star Wars came out by George Lucas. That's all I got.
I knew that. It was like, was the last one like 1984 or something?
Somewhere around that time.
Yeah, that's wild. That's kind of crazy.
But you can be a communist in a capitalist society, but you can't be a capitalist. But we're pretty much already communist right now. I mean, who owns land without paying taxes? That's unheard of, right?
I don't pay taxes. I never will.
There are many tax exempt people out there.
Yeah. I'm just kidding. I'll pay taxes.
Wait a minute. You're tax exempt, so you don't pay tax on your groceries or anything that you purchase?
I'm 17. I don't buy groceries.
Are you saying that you don't pay the tariffs? They don't apply to you?
The tariffs apply to the docks and people that ship stuff, not us.
Are you saying that you don't pay for inflation?
It does. Yes, that's what I was gonna say. It does get pushed down onto us, but we don't directly pay the tariffs. They are bad, though.
So you do pay taxes.
Well, that implies that we indirectly pay tariffs.
Yes, we do it. That's what I just said. I said we don't directly pay the tariffs, but it does get passed down onto us.
So what do you think about paying taxes to go to space? Do you like that idea?
Dude, I don't give a damn about space. I just want more money. I want to buy a cool car.
Yeah, but what if we want to discover what's happening 17 trillion miles away?
Hey, dude, we're in the flat Earth chat, I think, aren't we? They don't believe in space.
Well, there is.
Well, we believe in space, like the space between me and you, the space between your ears. We just don't believe in the vacuum of space, sitting right next to a high pressure system without it reaching equilibrium.
Yeah.
Because that's nonsense.
Yeah, dang. Oh, let's do the Wordle, guys. Hold on. I haven't done the Wordle. I love doing the Wordle. I do it at school all the time. Which is probably why I'm not super good at it. Okay.
Hey, Spork, can you get closer to your mic a little bit? Just a bit.
My bad. It was kind of off to the side of me.
I knew it. That's why I'm telling you.
Okay, guys. I put this one's pretty good. I don't know. Got a good start here. Commanding lead.
So, have you ever experienced the Earth as a globe without looking at any kind of media, like your phone, magazines, news? You ever experienced the Earth as a globe outside, like, just you and your clothes outside?
Me and my clothes? Nah.
Well, when you're on your clothes, when you go to the store or a retail store, you can go to a section, an aisle, and you are gonna find globes. So yeah, there are experiences with globes and your clothes. Yes, Larry, I've done that.
But the Earth as a globe, because every time I see the Earth, there's terrain, right? Topographical terrain. There's mountains and valleys and shit like that, but it's never a globe outside, right?
You guys know that
Earth being a globe, that's a whole other topic.
Guys, what is this word? I need help.
What was that, Spork?
I need help with this word. I can't figure it out. The Wordle, it's kicking my butt right now.
Oh, you playing a game?
The Wordle, yeah, look at it.
Oh. You're
The X's aren't the words. They're the letters that are there. Those are just like placeholders.
You're streaming it?
Yeah. I think so. Yeah.
Let me check it.
I mean, unless
I can't do it. I'm in the Xbox.
I don't think it starts with an A. Bang! Oh my, that was a crazy poll. Did anybody watch that? That was a crazy poll. Double T out of nowhere.
GG. GG, bro.
think giving taxes to NASA is good because they've actually invented a lot of things.
Yeah, like Velcro.
EMAC, I've never paid a tax in my life because I'm not a pussy.
Water filters, cordless tools, freeze drying. Camera
Didn't they
phones,
invent like a moon buggy that cost like
technology.
$20-something million? I mean, that's what we all need, right? Like a $20-something million frame of an old Jeep and just put some lawn chairs in it. Like if we could replicate that today and like, hey guys, I got this Jeep for sale, but it's missing like almost everything but the lawn chairs and the umbrella.
What about like that $30 million toilet or something in space? They invented that.
It's necessary for the astronauts, dude.
But have you ever seen an astronaut using that toilet? How practical the toilet is?
It's privacy, obviously. Do you want to see them using the toilet?
So do you really believe they actually use it?
Dude.
You just believe it?
I've never seen you use the toilet, but that doesn't mean that you haven't.
Yeah, but you have used real toilets, not fake ones, right? The real ones you use. The ones in reality, not the fake one in Fantasyland. Not that one, right?
Have you never?
I don't know what fake toilets you're talking about.
Yeah, like in outer space toilet that cost $30 million. Have you ever done that?
Dude, it's probably $30 million because it's so super awesome and had to be in outer space too. Like it's probably $30 million.
So you think that when Aslan took a break, he went to the toilet and he actually pooped, right? Aslan in Narnia. You believe that?
I don't know who that is, so I'm not gonna confirm or deny
like a fantasy character in a fantasy setting. Like people in outer space, a fantasy setting.
Oh, so it's only fantasy because it's in outer space, not because it's a $30 million toilet.
Well, you're breathing air to be able to ask the question that you're asking and say what you're saying.
Yeah, you know how I'm breathing air because I have air conditioning, idiot.
You're breathing air because there's a contained environment. Because you got gas pressure.
Because I got air conditioning and I got motion, so.
Well, even if you didn't have air conditioner, you'd still be breathing air.
Alveoli in your lungs, bruh.
PMAC, I've never spent a dime in my life.
I mean, I don't believe you.
I only make money. I don't spend money.
But you gotta spend money to make money.
Not me.
And you never made money.
No, I make more money.
No, you gotta spend money to make money.
Not true. I never spent money a day. I've never spent a single dollar. Not even a dime.
Except
you never invested in anything.
If you're the Fed, you can just make zeros out of thin air.
I make money. That's all you need to know. I never spend money. Make money.
You never invested before?
I'm 17. So
actually, that's not money.
I can't invest.
You don't need money to get money. You need a shovel and a place that you can find it. You need to dig for it.
Yeah, no, like DB Cooper's money. I'll find his money.
Real money like gold, silver, precious metals, actual money, real East level stuff.
Yeah.
And then you have currency, like paper money, that you say, hey, we have certain amount of value attached to this paper currency, and then you use that as a means of exchange, right?
Well,
and then you have and then you have the zeros in the computer, the digital stuff that is not non-paper.
I can chop down a tree and make my own money.
And
I'm not.
The currency will be the.
I'm certainly money smart.
The fiat, the zeros, and the ones and zeros or nines, eights.
That makes me more intelligent.
That will be fiat, not money.
Call me Mr. Rock Festival, because I got hella bands.
So you're 17 years old. You're like a child.
I'm not a child. I'm a young adult. All right.
No, you're not an adult. You're 18.
I said young adult, dumbass.
No, in order to be a young adult, you have to be an adult.
No, my grandma calls me a young adult all the time, so she knows.
Oh, like no one cares about your grandmother.
Nobody cares about you. Yeah, but you don't even have a grandmother. I'm sorry, that was mean. I don't know if your
I have 10 grandmothers.
That can't be right. I don't think that's. I don't.
Part of a cult.
Oh, okay. Yeah, PMAC,
Cult
I've
of
never.
grandmother.
Okay, PMAC, I've never spent a dime in my life. I don't spend money.
What, you use your mom's credit card or something?
No, dude. They know who I am, so they don't mess with me. I just go in and I take stuff, and they don't care. It's not stealing because
He just goes to ShopRite and takes stuff, and they don't care.
yeah, on Amazon, I call up Jeff. I say, "Hey, I need this," and he goes, "Okay." So, yep, pretty easy gig I got. Hey, I don't need you to believe me. It's all right. It's just jealousy at the end of the day. So.
So did you finally figure out how things work? Why things go up and down?
I'm trying to do the connections right now, but afterwards I'll figure it out. I promise. Just kidding.
Okay, well, while you're doing the connections, let's go over it real fast. They told you that gravity holds down the ocean.
What do you want me to look up? I'll look.
Just listen and follow along. They told you gravity holds down the oceans, right? But they weren't specific, right? Because specific
does it too.
What does it too?
The moon.
The moon holds down the oceans?
On occasion.
I think you're conflating the concept of the tides and the lunar gravitational
Alright, so this
thing.
is the Earth. And then this is the water going around it.
So you're teaching me about the tides?
Yep, hold on. Let me teach you about the tides real quick. I'll teach you how I see it, okay?
How you see it. Okay, go ahead.
Are you watching my paint right here?
Absolutely not.
Can you? It'll make more sense.
No. No, I'm working.
Okay, well, I promise it'll make sense if you start watching. Okay, so that's the moon. This is the Earth. And obviously there's stuff in the middle. It's just molten rock and whatnot. So let's say you are standing right here. Right there. The moon, it is attracting the water up a little bit more. And it's not pulling it in because it's not strong enough to. But it is pulling it up. And over here, it's a little bit down here because that's how water works with. What did Dave say?
Are you talking about Professor Dave?
Yeah.
Word.
Not a Professor Dave.
He's Professor Dave. His name is Professor.
Not
Dave.
a Professor Dave. That's what. That's what it is.
Here. Let's see. It is. Okay. Fuck. No, it says he's a real professor. I just looked it up. So.
Okay. Well, he said that you can't see the curvature of the Earth from the Earth. That means the only place that you can see it is from space, and you can't go to space, so you'll never see the curvature of the Earth, according to Professor Dave. Thanks for playing.
No, but that's saying that you said that we can't go to Earth, but we've been to Earth, literally.
That's literally not what I said.
You just said we can't go to space though. We've been to space.
When did you and I go to space?
We went to space.
Right. Do you identify as an astronaut? Like I don't want to misgender you. Do you identify as an astronaut?
I've been to space before. It was a long time ago, but I've been.
You don't make no sense, bro.
What do you mean I don't make no sense? Just because I've been to space and you haven't. Yep, real silent now.
Okay, prove it. Prove it.
Okay, here I'll show you my. I took a picture from space too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see that.
Let me find it real quick.
Because I don't think you're old enough to be a Mason. I thought only Masons went to space.
No, I've been to space. Okay, look, this is a picture I took from space.
Let's have a look. Let me guess. It's not a JPEG. It's a paint file.
No, it's a link. I've been to space. It's the picture I took.
Yeah, I don't. My mom always told me when I was a kid, like in the 80s before the internet existed, like don't click on strangers' links.
Okay, fine. I won't. I'll save it as something else.
Since we're in the habit of lying to one another, right?
I've never lied to you.
Do you think my mom actually told me not to click on links in the fucking 80s?
Hey, dude.
That's true.
I don't know if you had a time machine or not. Yes, okay.
Time machine. I also rode Yoshi, the fucking dinosaur that likes to eat spiky things, but he poops out coins.
Really? When?
Yeah, you're in fucking La La Land. You got the mass formation psychosis, bro. I'm no doctor, but if I had to bet on the farm, you got the mass formation psychosis.
Does that mean I'm awesome?
Yeah, totally awesome.
You're winning a lot of money then. Yeah, so obviously Brandy was he's a fan of my work, so he put it in chat because he already had it saved.
Good job, Brandy.
So. So it proves you wrong there. So.
I just posted the picture from his link.
Thanks, Brandy. I know that you got the best internet security.
I tried.
Dude, I could have sent you something bad there, but you trusted me, so I really appreciate that.
It's a Bing link, so it can't be that bad.
Hey, you don't know what Bing does. Never be too sure. Okay, guys, let's go back to the connections.
Whoops. You ever tried to put on your blinker and accidentally bright lighted the people in front of you? Whoops.
Damn it. Do you work for Deposit Photos?
I sold it to them, possibly. Oh, this is close, damn.
What camera did you use?
A good one. The best one.
Well, which one?
The best one.
What's that one? I want to get one.
No, you can't. It was only for me.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't take this guy serious.
You guys have been taking it serious for like the last hour and a half.
No, we haven't.
Yes,
We've just been entertaining you like a fucking cat playing with its food.
It's been super entertaining. Can you guys help me with this?
Because you think your house is moving. That's fucking hilarious, bro.
Dude, my house is moving at 750 miles an hour at all times. Just as everything else is.
You don't even recognize your own paradigm because, according to your own paradigm, the Earth's going around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour.
Well,
you didn't add that up. Can't even parrot your own paradigm correctly.
Guess what? I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what a paradigm is. So yeah, checkmate, loser.
Your ignorance makes me a loser? What is this? Ignorance is Strength, 1984, the book from George Orwell that you never read?
I didn't read that one because I don't like George Orwell. I thought Animal Farm was boring, and I never want to read another one of his books. Okay, this shit was boring.
Spork sounds like Dwonger's leader, non-gay brother.
I don't know what you just said, but I'm gonna have to disagree with you.
Oh, in the non-gay part?
Wait, what?
Nothing. Never mind.
No, I have a girlfriend. Guys, I have a girlfriend. She's a flat earther, though, so.
Smart woman.
Yeah, she's actually first in her class.
Ignorance is strength, guys.
Yeah, that's what they say sometimes. So.
Like during
the he is. He's one of those they them because he's the one that said.
You guys are pretty strong.
He said, "I don't know what you're talking about," or you don't. How did he say it? I don't know what you're talking about. Therefore, I win.
Yeah.
Argument from ignorance.
No, it's just arguing because I've never been wrong about anything. So
it's a race to the bottom.
Who said
Just
that?
fake it until you make it.
Did you guys hear that we weren't at war with Iran when we dropped bombs on them? So peace is war. I mean, war is peace, right?
Didn't John Lennon say the opposite? And I like John Lennon, so I'm gonna have to disagree with him.
Well, he wrote a song for you. He wrote this song called "Fool on the Hill." I'll tell you how it goes. It goes: the fool on the hill sees the sun going down, and in his mind he sees the world spinning around.
Well, that's Paul McCartney. And it's the eyes in his head.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you for the correction. I got it wrong, therefore I'm right. I've never been wrong before.
No, I literally just said it was Paul McCartney, and I was right. So, suck on those, buddy.
And then I mirrored you and said I've never been wrong before.
That's a fallacy. Which fallacy is that one? I don't know, but
lie. It's an outright lie.
It's a red herring.
I mean, since we're in the habit of lying to each other, my name's not Larry.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure. They call me Hank. That's all the proof you need.
That's what my mama said.
I don't know. I'd be pretty skeptical. Skeptical. There you go.
What is it about the globe model or the standard model of cosmology that you're skeptical about?
No, the flat one. I don't like the flat one.
So that would be a red herring, what you just did there. What is it about the heliocentric model or the globe Earth model or the standard model of cosmology that you're skeptical about?
I'm not, because I know it's true, because I'm always right. So
yes, that's true.
So you're not skeptical. So what you need is some healthy skepticism. I know that's a word that you probably are about 10 years away from pronouncing, but you should look into it.
You chill out. You chill out. I can pronounce it.
Say it, skepticism.
Fuck you. Fuck you. You know I can't do that. Skepticism. Oh, yeah, you thought I couldn't? I did.
There you go. You can be taught. Look, your brain is still developing, so you're like buffering right now. I get that, bro. That's why I'm not being mean to you.
I have a couple years left.
It sounds like about 8. But yeah, your frontal lobes will fully develop, and then you'll be able to,
It's actually 27 now, is what they're saying. Not 25 anymore.
Okay. Word. So yeah, you're going to have a fully developed frontal lobes, and then you can be skeptical about things. So we'll just have to wait till then, right?
I don't want to wait that long. Have you guys ever had somebody come in here and just like kind of destroy you guys, or no?
Never. Never happened.
Are you guys also always right all the time?
Oh, we also left. Besides right.
You what?
I mean, if you are right, you also left.
No, I'm always correct about everything.
We're not always right.
Never tell a lie, they say.
We keep learning. Like when we, like Larry, when he used to believe there was a globe, he wasn't right.
Wait, Larry?
I mean, he was right and left, but he was incorrect.
He was.
He used to think his name was Hank. Like he was incorrect about that as well.
No, I just make up a name and I give it to people, just making it easier on myself.
Yeah, if my name was Jim, I wouldn't want to be associated with Jim Panda at all, so I would be Jim Z, not Jim Panda.
Exactly, Jim C, that's different than Jim Panda. Not the same.
I got broads in Atlanta.
Hell, okay. How old are you, Larry?
Old enough.
I believe that I'm 45, but that would be hearsay because I wasn't there when I was born. Well, I was there, but I wasn't
I didn't know
mentally
you were like that, Larry.
Well, I mean, I could tell you my name is Larry, but that's also hearsay. They tell me my mother and father named me Larry. They almost named me Sean Luke, and that would have been a fucking mistake because I'm not French.
And he never paid for the name Larry, so how can it be his?
We all hate French people, right? We don't like French people.
He didn't pay for it. He didn't purchase it.
I don't mind French people, but I don't want no French name. My name is Jean. Jean, like Parmesan. Get it? No, hell no. That would suck.
We got any Globers in here?
I'm a flat earther. I don't know about you.
Yeah, me as well.
Something funny, boy.
I'm a Glober too.
Something round in your mind?
Ain't nothing round on this earth, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I had pizza for dinner today. That was round.
No, it was.
It's not round anymore. It's not round anymore.
That pizza is flat.
Things in this world are nuts.
Kick these trolls, dude.
Circles are round and flat.
No.
Interesting contraption.
A sphere is on.
Circles are only one layer wide, so they have to be flat.
Shut up.
Interesting.
I got a table as well. That table, it's round.
The generic equation for a circle is x squared plus y squared equals the radius squared.
Man, these fuckers.
These accents real.
You fucking
I don't
liberal.
believe you.
What are you
I
saying
don't
about my
think you're
accent?
true.
What are we saying about my accent, dude?
Mods, can we get a hold of it?
I think it's fake.
Orc doesn't want us here just for contributing to the conversation.
Sounds too stereotype to me.
Dude,
what do you mean,
these
dude?
guys are just a bunch of Globers. We don't want
Zay, I believe
I ain't no Glover. Dude.
You calling me a Glover?
I don't like how I'm getting made fun of for this so-called accent, dude.
And we get some mods in here. I'd rather sit in silence and talk about nothing. Muted.
Instead of having a bunch of Globers in here.
You calling who a Glover?
Yeah, you guys are Globers.
Guys, can we just have a civilized conversation for once?
Who's calling a Glover, boy?
Let's put into this. Can we get a conversation going, or just do we all just?
You guys are such a drag. Can we please just have a civilized, normal conversation here?
Can we please just do nothing?
We got Askeladd in here.
Please, I just want to mute and listen to TikTok.
Right.
And listen to this.
What's my PFP
tone. I want to mute it and listen to this conversation.
Okay, what show's my PFP from?
It goes out to all of you on your phones listening.
Alright, guys, I'm tired of hiding. I am a Glober. I'm sorry.
I'm a flat earther, stupid.
Wow, get out.
I'm a grade A flat earther, bitch.
I'm with you there, dude.
Just remember, boys, this conversation is being recorded and it's gonna be in the interplaces for.
No, don't record my conversation, idiot. I don't care.
Can we get
We're making history.
Go back to being silent.
Gemsy, can you shut up? We're trying to have a conversation.
Mods, let's get everybody silent in here. I don't want to talk.
Can we get Gemsy banned, please?
Gemsy, I'm on the Xbox.
All right, can we have a conversation, please, dude?
Yeah, I mean, Gemsy, why don't you just join your phone, bro?
Gemsy, please. He's just interrupting us.
Yes.
Someone get a mute on Gemsy.
Yes.
Gemsy, are you playing Xbox?
Yes.
What are you playing?
Yes.
Dude, you can't enter yet.
Someone please mute that.
Dude.
Yes.
Dude, can we have a conversation about the Earth, dude?
Are you playing games on a flat Earth or a round Earth?
A flat one he is.
All right, Gemsy, since you're so talkative, why don't you get the ball rolling?
Wait,
I'm actually on a sphere.
No, you ain't, buddy. I promise you ain't.
You think we're on a
sphere? Rolling, buddy.
I'm actually on the side of the sphere while I'm playing.
If you were on the side of the sphere.
So, are you playing games upside down or right side up?
Yes, especially when I go to Australia, then I'm upside down.
Can you speak English, please? It would be a lot easier to understand.
No.
This is such a drag.
Okay, guys, LeBron James or Michael Jordan, who's better?
I'd have to pass that
We
one
don't
to
we don't talk
Jason
about
May.
bread and circuses around here. We don't talk about the circus.
No, why'd you guys mute all my Globers?
Now, why would you call that the circus?
You don't know that there's bread and circus? Chicken fighting is a circus, right? You realize that, right? Whatever it is to keep the mind off of what's happening in reality. Circus. Video games are circus. You realize that, right?
Oh, you're the mod, Larry.
Larry, can we
What's
get
up,
my
dude?
Globers back in here? I missed them.
This guy is up.
I'm an honorary mod. I'm just here to mute to protect the live stream from Slim Shadys and all their copies. It's like Mr. Smith virus.
You're protecting the server from talking?
Globers, from Globers.
From TOS violations. That's what I'm protecting the server from. I'm protecting the YouTube channel from people that got verbal diarrhea and mental constipation.
Larry, can we get you...
What YouTube channel?
Are we not live right now?
Are we?
Oh, shit.
I don't know. I'm not looking at the phone, guys. I'm driving.
We have been live. It's live streaming 24/7.
You're muting people while you're driving.
Who said I muted someone? Did you say that? I didn't say that.
Someone got muted, and you said you were an honorary mod, so I put the pieces together.
You made an assumption which makes an ass out of you, but not me, because I didn't say that.
Oh, are you getting pulled over, Larry?
No, I live in a city. There's going to be ambulances outside.
Well, I don't know where you live, Larry. That'd be weird to me, wouldn't it?
It's the global police.
Damn.
The world is not a globe, bro.
Ambulance.
Hey,
I know, I love that word. It's my favorite.
Go with the Shanahan unmuted, please.
Ambulance. What? Did somebody say the Earth is not a globe, or did they say it is a globe?
No, we all believe it's flat. We all believe it's flat.
Believe?
All of us.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Hey, we know it's
believe
flat.
it's flat.
We know.
Yeah, I know it's flat. I know that it's not a globe and it cannot possibly physically exist as a globe.
Are you trying to like mog me right now or
Poses
something? Like,
exposed. Yeah, you just exposed your own ass.
She just
poses. Just be straight up. You're a globetard. Just be honest.
Dub, I don't know why you're back in here. I destroyed your argument earlier.
You're a Brit-tard. Get the hell out of here, man.
You don't even know the difference between an Aussie accent and a British one.
It doesn't matter, man. They're both dumb.
Idiots.
Still got occupied by them, so it doesn't really matter.
So what argument did you present earlier?
That
you destroyed me with.
I'm always right and you're always wrong. That's what I said. And
oh, okay, I see. Ipsy Dixit. Yeah, okay.
Truth and it goes.
I think I'll meander my way over to the apologetics. If anyone wants to join me.
Can we get the top
Do it. Don't talk about it. Do it.
See you later, man.
Aww.
It's so funny how they lost all their fake accents once I said something. Al came in talking like this, and I'm a flat earther.
I'm back. Wow, you kicked everybody.
No, we didn't kick anyone. They left.
Sure you didn't.
They realized they had no globe proof and left.
Sure. With your cool
Let
accent.
me guess. You got the globe proof? You're the one after 10 years? Go ahead, bro. How do you prove the globe? Without any fallacies or tactics, just how do you know for sure that the Earth is a globe and your house is moving? Go ahead. Where'd everybody go?
I guess he had none either.
And then someone's going to come in here next and be like, oh, you kicked that guy out of here, right? Because he was trying to give you all the globe proofs. Man.
Dude, I can't believe you kicked that guy out that was giving all the globe proof, dude.
Right?
Yeah. Just ask TV Nobby. That's all you flat earthers do. Just mute people that are proving you wrong.
Sound like a fucking Fable character from Lion's Head Studio. No, they had more of a Welsh accent, didn't they? And I'm so dehydrated at work right now, I need some salty tears. Where are they at? Let's have a debate.
The big salty tears.
I work with a bunch of Gen Zers and they're playing Whitesnake. How did I get here?
Well, yeah, tell me how you really feel.
Was that the Glover salt leaving his body?
The bath salt.
Uh-oh. Sounds like parasites. Getting him.
Speaking of parasites, I've eaten 2 bags of pumpkin seeds, and I've already consumed 1 thing of that Mectin, bro. You know about that Mectin?
Okay. That's why you don't sound like that guy.
Right? God forbid I only have the genetics in my body that I want in my body. That's crazy, right? That's crazy talk. That kind of stuff I could just TikTok ban. I'll tell you what.
Acting thingy will get rid of a certain spectrum of those things, but there's way more. So you could use other ones that will help you.
Do tell. Or do send.
Some ones are bendazole. They go with the benzole family of anti-thingies. There's others that are antifungal, like yeast or fungal, and that also helps.
We'll send it.
I got some of the names.
Because I'm doing it right now. So I do it in the winter and I do it during the summer, twice a year.
Sounds really good. Consistency, that's good for that kind of stuff.
Yep. And of course, I eat copious amounts of garlic, diverse garlic, different kinds. And I don't eat shrimp hardly ever in my life anymore. And the only time I eat pork is if I cook it myself and it's halfway burnt, which is also extremely rare. But then again, you could get those things just by walking around barefooted outside, so.
True. Or for touching a cat or a pet or a dog, you can also get it like that.
Right. So I don't have multiple sex partners, so I don't have to worry about those. And I don't do needles, so I don't have to worry about those.
I do needles.
Yeah, but you're a diabetic.
Not funny.
I was talking.
Yes.
Yeah, I bet it's not funny. Because you give the little critters a little hole to go in. Like, you can come in right through here. Come on in. Everybody, come on in.
It's an open house.
Yeah, I took care of my grandmother before she passed, and the whole diabetes thing sucks. If only somebody would have told you about the double M R-rated movies. And how R-rated movies are not for kids or baby goats. But at least you found out before the Kung Flu, right? Oh.
Kung Flu. That code language is tricky, but it works.
Man, the Road Pirates are out tonight. Bro, the Road Pirates. They must be looking for somebody.
Bro, you gotta make quota. Come on, bro.
Isn't it like the middle of the month?
Yeah. You start the first days, then you give it a break, then you go in the middle, give it a break, and then at the end of the month, you finish your quota. You can start late.
Well, I guess you could subpoena the corpus delicti, but you know that's old school law. Nobody does that anymore. It's all corporate now.
The court is like a bank, and the judge is kind of like, you know, the president of that branch at that moment, or one high position there, because the clerk is one of the ones with the highest power in the court.
Jimsy, I don't want to straw man the fuck out of you right now, but are you trying to tell me that the federal government is just a corporation?
They just been sold and bought multiple times through history. So yeah, it's like a corporation, but they have a monopoly on force. So it's not like any other corporation. It's monopoly on force. If your corporation has a monopoly on that, then it has an advantage.
I'll tell you guys about Hendry, how he got arrested for obstruction. And his argument in the courtroom was shining a light on a police officer cannot be obstruction because obstruction is a threat to use force or the actual use of force to stop an officer from doing his duty. He said, photons are a massless particle. They have no force, therefore I cannot be guilty of using force because I shined a light on the police officer. Dude, when I heard that shit, I was like, Hendry. I was like, Hendry, bro, that is the most epic fucking argument I've ever heard in a courtroom. Oh, shit. Hendry. That motherfucker's a fucking chief, bro. He did some time, though. Time in the county. They were fucking with him.
I'm confused. What are you talking about?
Hendry was arrested for shining light on a police officer, a flashlight. He was arrested for obstruction of justice. Okay, how many times am I going to say it? Hendry was arrested for shining a light on a police officer.
Why, though?
Because pigs are sovereign citizens and they think the law doesn't apply to them. That's why.
Did that hold up in court?
I don't know. I don't remember the outcome. Probably not, because he did do some time. I don't know if that was what he did time for.
Sounds like a shitty cop, dude.
Yeah. Can you show me a cop that's not a shitty cop? Like every video I see of cops violating someone's rights, I've only seen one video where violating their rights. Usually they're like, all fucking filing in. Hut, this guy's rights.
I think in this case they just weren't very bright.
Right? You need to eliminate them a little bit. Cops really hate it when you shine the light on wrongdoings.
I think you roboted out there, Larry.
Did you ever see the video of the cop who emptied a full magazine into his own cop car with a handcuffed suspect because a pine cone came on him?
I think I heard of that one recently. I'm being shot, I shot something.
Yeah, he's screaming, shots fired, because he saw a pine cone, and he started shooting at this cuffed guy in his car who was already searched.
Where's he coming from? That way.
He dumps a whole magazine into the fucking car.
It was an acorn.
Yeah.
It was the squirrels attacking the pigs.
I'm parked on the side of the road. This car just missed me by inches.
Sounds like some Plants vs. Zombie shit.
Larry, have you seen the commercial code? I probably gotta find the name, but in the code it says that the government is obligated to settle discharge all debts. Gotta find the language again, but it talks about all the monetary instruments that are available, like promissory notes, coupons, a bunch of different things that are used as money as a means of discharging the debt. And when they send you like this, the IRS sends you like a coupon instrument of settlement that actually has a monetary value that can offset discharge the debt. It's interesting that that language is written in the books and it's pretty clear actually.
Isn't it CFR 27, something like that?
Sounds like that, but I've seen so many codes that I'm not sure which one that is, but there's so many different ones.
I think the IRS is going to be the only people that honor that and actually follow the law.
Yeah.
So if you ask them, how to do it exactly, and then you mess up, they can't get you for fraud if you ask them how to do it correctly. But I don't think they're going to tell you how to do it. But I got a website for you since you're asking me about these sort of things. OneStupidFuck.com. I think he has a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
But when you try to, learn the law and use the law the way that it was written, that makes you a soft set.
So just like the shape of the Earth was a lie, also how money works we were also told incorrectly. Like we're behaving in a way that we're allowing and to be scammed and actually giving permission to be scammed.
Yeah, slavery is a choice.
You're consenting to be scammed, basically.
Yeah, it's a choice.
And it's in the contract. They're telling you, we're gonna basically. They don't use the word scams, but they're telling you we're gonna keep all the proceeds, all the profits that we're gonna get from these monetary instruments, right? And they're gonna make money out of it. And thank you for signing it and making it valid.
Yeah, I mean, have you ever been told that you can edit a contract before you sign it? Did they teach you that in government school?
Yeah, that's
interesting. That you can alter a contract before you sign it?
Yeah,
so when I go to the hospital, when I go to the hospital, which is rare, or my wife goes to the hospital, I put at the top, patient means customer. Patient means customer. So I'm defining the word in the contract.
Yeah. If you put that in the contract, it makes that word mean that in the contract. Yeah. If you make that stipulation in the contract.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I'm not a fucking ward of this fucking hospital. Neither is my wife. We're customers.
Sounds like a V8.
It's a 3-cylinder Mitsubishi Mirage 1.2 liter, made in Taiwan.
That means that the microphone is near the engine or inside the engine.
I'll go on mute.
Thanks, Larry.
My headset died. Sorry, Quantum.
Where's Quantum? Please come back, Quantum. You can blame it all on me.
He would too. You're always a thorn in his side. I'm not hitting the gas now, so is it still loud?
about the same. It's not much the engine, is the noise that is going into the cabin. All of the
road noise.
vibration.
Kind of weird that it's not canceling it out.
He had a headset, and the headset was helping with that, but now he's on speaker, so the voice, the cell phone is picking up everything, or the mic.
Hey, Gemsy, have you heard of the Boogosphere?
The Boogosphere. I think I've heard that before. Can you refresh me on it?
It's like a metal ball that people claim to see flying, and it like crashed into the ground. And
One recently in Colombia, no? Or Mexico?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, well, it's Bogota. I think that's why they call it the Boogosphere. And it's got a whole bunch of crazy stuff going on with it. Like it changes weight by like kilogram. And they're doing like weird tests of like inside of it and like finding just weird crazy stuff. Just YouTube, but it's if it's real, it's wild.
The Bogota sphere. Yeah, that's why they found it in Bogota. That's why they call it that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think someone was recording a video and they saw it in the fell from the sky.
Yeah, there is video of it like flying and then crashing.
I guess the overlords extraterrestrial on the other places that you don't want to come here. They don't want to be shooting or getting shot at. And they just send the drones this way.
Yeah, they sent their balls from the outer lands. Possibly. It is Speculation Sunday, isn't it?
Sure.
It almost is where I'm from.
And guess what?
I saw a sign last night.
Fears work over a flat Earth. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure do. I saw a sign last night in somebody's yard, and keep in mind I live in Colorado. It said, Pinche tu maga. It was so funny, I took a picture of it. What about Red Mercury, Gemsy? You ever heard of that?
Is it dyed Mercury?
I'm not too sure how they get it or what, but like it attracts itself to gold and it repels itself away from garlic.
Dude, why are you saying that?
I don't know. Speculation Sunday is nobody's talking.
That's interesting, but why? They try to put different things and it repels itself from garlic, you said?
Yeah, it'll like repel from garlic, and then if you put gold near it, it attracts and tries to attach to the gold.
That's cool.
Allegedly.
I haven't checked it myself.
And what is this thing?
Red Mercury.
I thought we were here referring to something else.
Sure, speak up, bud.
No, I'd rather not.
All right, well then sit down.
I'm already sitting down, though.
Pass the mic.
In my view, it all relates itself to True Earth.
True Earth, what's that?
You know, the stuff we see every day with our eyes that we trust. We trust our senses. Stuff the ballers don't.
The realist level.
But on a serious question, guys, I'm not trying to be funny. Doesn't our mind lie to us sometimes because of our biases?
No. Your lie is not lying to you. Your mind. I mean, you're the one doing the observation, and then in your mind you're thinking, "Look, I see a duck, but it's really a chicken." Well, you see a chicken, and it's a chicken, but you're saying it's a duck. That's you. Or you see something doing what it does. I don't know. That's not your mind lying to you, is it, Larry?
I'm not saying our senses lie to us, right? But our mind is a tricky motherfucker. That's what I'm trying to say.
I find the trick with that is you control it. Some people, I guess, it's harder for than others.
You're the one in control of your mind?
Well, can't other people control your mind? I mean, isn't that why the TV is so important?
So it's not your mind, is it? I mean,
it is my mind, but I could give away my agency and allow someone to control my mind. And mind control is a real thing, right? The power of suggestion. So, does our mind lie to us sometimes? And this doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth.
Is the mind lying to you? I can't find how that's the case, that the mind is lying to you. Maybe different words might get to agree that your mind can be tricked, but not that your mind is lying.
Okay, what about the phenomenon where someone gets in an accident close to their house and they say, that guy came out of nowhere? And we know this phenomenon very well, right? Because we've seen, it's called inadvertent blindness, right? And that's why me, as a motorcyclist, I have abnormally obnoxious tailpipes, right? Vance and Hines, long shots, they're stupid loud, right? Because they can't see me. And I want them to hear me so that they'll look for me.
Loud pipes save lives.
That's right. So I'm trying to get their minds not to lie to them. And, because when you map out your home turf, like, you don't witness people that are there unless they're a threat to you, right? Because you'll perceive a threat near your house, but you won't perceive a non-threat sometimes near your house. And once again, this has nothing to do with the flat earth. I'm just curious about the mind.
You better be careful, buddy. On the bottom there, will get all mad at you for talking about non-flat Earth.
Nah, nobody's gonna get mad. If anybody wants to change the topic, they just gotta open their mics and say, "Let's talk about this." Or if new people join, they can ask questions and we can go with the flow.
That's right.
Yeah. What did you say the phenomenon is called? Like when you're by your house and you...
Inadvertent blindness, right?
And like you just don't see something that's not a threat to you. So like your neighbor is passing by, you could run into his car potentially or something because you always see it and you don't think it's a threat. Is that kind of the theory?
Right. It's something that motorcyclist videos, they talk about how you want to do something near intersections. Like, you ever seen a motorcyclist weave in his lane near an intersection? You ever seen that before?
Not really. I don't really catch what you're talking about. Like,
you do shit to make it seem like we're being dangerous when we're not actually trying to be dangerous. We're just trying to be perceived as being dangerous, because if we're perceived, then we're seen. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, for sure.
I'll be right back.
I've never seen a cyclist and think he's dangerous. Just keep my lane.
I think he's more so talking about motorcycles.
Not because you think they're dangerous, it's because people don't notice them. I've seen them do that when they come up to an intersection, and they'll do a slight weave like they're wobbling their bike left and right before they pull up. So you notice it. You notice something out of the ordinary. Because a lot of the time people just look straight past them. They don't even see them. That's why they do it.
But that's definitely people not... there's got to be some type of angle that they don't, it's a blind spot, or people are not paying attention, something. Because if the motorcyclist is within your optical view, or within the reflective angles that you can see reflections of what's next to you or behind you or whatever in front of you, if you can see those things, you'll see him. But if you're not
wrong, even if it's in your view, that's the problem. Even if it's straight ahead of you, the problem is you don't perceive motorcyclists as a threat, so you look straight past them. And that's what happens. We don't do it deliberately and go, oh, bloody motorcyclist, who gives a shit about him? It's not a deliberate act. It's just something we do. We don't perceive it as a threat, so we look past it. We don't see it. It's not that it's a deliberate act of bypassing it. It's just something that our eyes and brain does for some reason. We don't know why.
So is it for everyone? Because every time I've seen the motorcyclist, I never been like, I didn't see him. It's always like either in front of me, behind me, left to me, right to me. I've never been in a situation that I say I didn't see that motorcyclist, unless it was, I don't know, too dark. See?
Let me give you another example, Jimsy. This guy, he's flying near Stonehenge. So he flies past it, and everybody's like, oh, cool, Stonehenge from a helicopter. Then he flies back past it again, and they're like, wow, crop, what do they call them? Crop, they like drew something in the crops. What are they called? The aliens?
A pig?
Or whatever.
Oh, they do the crop circles?
Yeah, crop circle, that's it, yeah. So they said that the crop circle was made in 10 minutes, that it took them to turn around and come back by. But then someone else said, no, they made it overnight, but because you were focusing so hard on the Stonehenge, you completely missed the crop circle out of the other side of the helicopter. This is called inadvertent blindness.
Okay, I think now I can think about it. When I'm driving around and I'm passing through buildings, I know I passed next to, I don't know, a fire, like a water pump, but I didn't saw it. Like I passed next to the mailbox, but I didn't see it. I know I'm passing, I know there's like millions of bricks that I'm passing across in each building, but I didn't see all the bricks. I know there's like a host, or I don't know, a bunch of things. I know there's insects everywhere, but I didn't see them. If you pay more attention, you'll see more things. But since you're driving and paying attention to certain things, like, mostly the cars that are next to you, the lines of the street, the stop signs, you pay most attention to those things. You're not gonna be paying attention to everything. when someone next to you, like the co-driver or the passenger next to you, they're gonna see things. You both are looking towards the same direction basically, but that passenger is gonna see things that you don't see while you're driving. Many times the passenger tells you, "Look, careful." You probably didn't see the thing they told you to be careful with, even though you go in the same direction. Yeah, when I'm driving across the road, I know there's a bunch of things, but yeah, I'm not seeing everything. I'm not seeing all the trees that I'm passing by. I don't see all the shopping ladies peeling mangoes at the edge of the road. And if someone is paying with a $5 bill or a $10 bill when I'm passing by.
So I was talking about your mind lying to you. So lie by omission. Your brain can't focus on everything all at once. But then there's the biases, your cognitive biases that you have. So sometimes your brain, or not your brain, your mind sometimes lies to you. And I find this concept very interesting because it's like, how often does our mind lie to us and tell us things like about ourselves or about other people? Like, a young girl goes on a first date, right? And she doesn't pick up all the red flags because she wants to believe that this cute guy is a nice, cute guy. That sort of thing.
I'm still gonna have an issue when you say lie. That sounds like intent of deceiving. That's why I'm having an issue. I don't think your mind is trying to deceive you with an intent. That's probably why I'm having an issue. Because you say your mind is lying to you. There might be a different word. Your mind is aware of 100% of the things that you're coming in contact with, or your initial area, something, but not lying. So you're gonna have issues with that. Yeah, you can't see everything. Your mind cannot be aware of everything at the same time. I agree with that. And sometimes the motorcyclist, that's gonna be one of those things. Even though it's there, you're probably looking. Maybe you're seeing so many things and you're paying attention to 2, 3, 4 things at the same time that you didn't pay attention to that guy in the motorcycle that is right in front of you or next to you. So your mind is preoccupied with thinking about other things while driving. Maybe let's say you're thinking about the song that is popping up in the radio, right? What are the letters that are coming? What are the words that I'm gonna? Then you're thinking about the pedal that you're pressing for the gas, then the brake. Your mind is kind of like occupied thinking about those things, and maybe your mind hits a limit, and then you don't see the guy in the motorcycle.
So my other Mitsubishi Mirage, it's the hatchback version, right? And it's kiwi green. So I don't know if you know how bright kiwi green is, but it's fucking bright. Okay? So I get rented going down the interstate. How did that guy not see my fucking car? Bright green car on a gray road? Like, how did he not see me? Right in front of his fucking face. You know what I'm saying?
There are actual people that don't see well driving in the street. They don't see well and they're driving.
Or they're sitting on their phone fucking texting.
That too. And then when you combine those two, like not seeing well, then having a cell phone and paying attention to different things. Yeah. and then having your mind preoccupied. Yeah, people won't see your bright car until it's too late. Many times as well, people the timing on like brakes and stuff. No, I'm gonna brake and I know it's gonna stop, but they brake and it's not like good enough. It's like they didn't. You have to time it correctly, and for some people that happens sometimes. They brake and they didn't do it correctly. Didn't leave enough space. Didn't brake on time. Yeah.
Well, the company that he worked for gave me $5,000 for the car. They gave me $5,000 for the car that I only paid $3,900 for, and I got to keep the car. So, other than having a sore neck, I thought it was a pretty good deal.
Sore neck? A sore neck is for minimum. If you get the right lawyer. Even though the lawyer's gonna keep probably 50%, even though they say 15. Did I say 15? I meant 50. You know what I'm saying?
That's why you represent yourself.
I actually seen that happening. Like a lawyer actually said 15 and he took 50, like that, like for real. And the person that he did it to, he wasn't even aware. He just got his money and that's it. Oh, how much I'm getting? This much. Oh, okay.
All right, mate. Let's. Fuck. God damn it.
God damn it! Why are you cursing God, dude? Are you okay?
I tried to do an Australian impression and I realized I can't.
Oh, you can't?
No, I can't do it.
So why are you trying in the first place?
Because I thought.
So you've played Knifey Spoonies
there
before.
He is. There he is. That's the guy I was looking for.
I was waiting on it. Hey, that's not a knife. This is a knife.
Yeah, that's not a knife. This is a knife.
That sounds so shit.
Hey, well, I mean, it is. Never mind.
It is what it is. You failed.
Yeah, direct shit.
Listen, mate.
I'd much rather pretend to be Australian.
Since I'm going to do an impersonation, you've tried doing the Aussie one.
Hey, Missy, why don't you get back in the kitchen and cook me some pie?
Who's that supposed to be?
Cartman.
That's South Park.
Yeah, I was about to say, was that Cartman?
Those.
I'm going to teach all you.
Where like I was able to tell.
It's an Australian guy with brain virus.
I'm going to teach all you guys how to speak Australian. Repeat after me. Rise, like elevation. Rise. And then up.
Rice and beans.
Shut up, Gen Z. This ain't Mexican hour.
Rise up. Up.
Lights. 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 Say it real fast.
Lights. Rise up, lights.
What do you shave with?
Lights. What?
Rise up, lights.
Rise of Blades.
That's how you say razor blades in Australian.
Rise of Blades.
Okay, do it the easy way. Where's John? Okay, no, whatever you want to say.
Hey, buddy.
Just listen. It's to do with your enunciation. At the moment, you put a space between every single word. Take the spaces out and just go for it. That's Australian. It's just the ultimate in laziness. It's brilliant. You'll love it. So, whatever you reckon, mate. See, it's just one word for me. Practice that. Just take the spaces out and go for it.
So it's like a paragraph, but without spaces. All the words, no spaces, no dots.
All the words one together.
Yeah.
That's it.
Is there a name for that? There's got to be some type of.
There is. I don't remember.
Australian English.
Because people like the city I'm in, we do that all the time too.
It's called cursive, I think.
No, that's
That's a writing style.
We speak in cursive.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna go, no, that's what I speak in when I drink too much. Yeah, I drink enough and I'll speak in cursive.
Wait, is that Tupperware lady?
No, I'm really good at running talking.
Is that you, Tupperware lady?
Tupperware lady?
Oh, you're not Tupperware. God damn it. Tupperware lady knows that I call her Tupperware lady, so if you don't know, then you're not her.
He's probably thinking of Mary Mom.
Yes, I am. She just gives off a Tupperware lady vibe, so it just kind of stuck.
Tupperware? You mean like Wonder Woman?
No. Tupperware, as in like those middle-aged white ladies that like will sell you like the pyramid scheme Tupperware shit. She seems like someone who'd be in a pyramid scheme.
Pyramid scheme.
Pyramid, like the things in Egypt.
You talking about Dandelion?
Yeah, Mary
I
Mom.
think so. Yeah, Mary. Yeah.
Dandelion is Mary Mom, so yeah.
Oh. I just know it's Tupperware lady,
usernames that have been used. So yes, Jenna, he's talking about Dandelion, yes.
Wait, is she in a pyramid scheme? That'd be a crazy.
No,
plot.
that's you just adding some type of nonsense in your thinking.
Oh. Well, no, because she asked if I was talking about her, and I thought she was going to say that like how she is, actually.
Yeah, yes, Mary Mom Dandelion related to the person you might be speaking about, but she be in a pyramid scheme. That's you making that
Wait,
up.
Yeah, I know. Like, she seems like she would be, but she isn't. That you know of, at least. She's not in any pyramid schemes.
You're the one that brought that up. Why would I make any claims about it?
Well, I feel like you guys know her better than I do.
No.
Oh, okay.
You saying that you know she might be in a pyramid scheme? How will you know that?
No, I said that she seems like she might be. Like, she kind of gives off that vibe, you know?
I know she was a teacher.
You feel the vibration and it gives you that signal.
I mean, that's
She's
one.
a teacher. She's a teacher.
That I can see, like a kindergarten teacher. Yeah, she kind of does give that.
Yeah, you know what?
That makes
kindergarten
sense.
teacher told me that the Earth was round, and my kindergarten teacher was right.
Round like a pin.
Yeah, and somebody else told her that it was round too.
Yes, all my teachers
round like a CD.
Yeah, Miss Burlington told me that the Earth was round, so she was right.
She was right, but maybe she was incorrect as well.
What do you mean incorrect as well? You can't possibly.
You're right. You also left. You could be
magically be right and wrong at the same time. Sorry.
No, right. It's a direction, and then left is the other direction. You see, incorrect or correct will be what you're trying to say. You're saying that she was correct.
You're saying that she was a
yes,
right
she
winger,
is correct.
but she was
Currently, as of now,
incorrect
she's correct
on her. Okay, that makes sense.
So she wants to make Israel great again?
So
it's like really funny
Master
to
of
me
Circuses. Right. Your school teacher, in the respect of that she passed on the information correctly, yes, she was right. She didn't fuck it up. She passed it on as it was passed on to her. But is that information... you're not talking... The question now is that information that has been passed on true? No, it's not, because the background has been measured as otherwise. So unless you, my little friend, can cough up measurements of curvature, you're sitting here with no aces
but
up
you're
your
the
sleeve.
one making the positive claim. That's a straw man.
I haven't made a claim. All I said was, unless you can cough up measurements of curvature, you have no aces up your sleeve.
Well, hold on. You just made the claim that saying my teacher was wrong, and claiming that she was wrong about saying the Earth was round. So that's a positive claim.
Well, how are you, Master of Debates? The only way you can prove that now and prove your teacher correct is to bring back measured drop over distance to validate what she said.
Well, I'm confused. Who's Master of Debates?
Master of Clowns?
Well, I'm confused. Who's Master of Debates? Who are you talking to, Matrix?
What is your name?
My name
Master
is...
of Clowns.
McLovin debate.
Clownmaster.
I don't know.
McLovin debates. Maybe you should keep track of your names because you change it so often.
Okay, sure, but anyways, you made a positive claim. See the burner.
So,
proof.
my positive claim is what? That your teacher was incorrect. Well, how are you going to defend that?
Well, it's not defending. It's not a matter of defending. It's a matter of you showing the proof because you made the positive claim.
So the positive claim is she is incorrect. So, if you want me to prove her incorrect, all I have to do is post up a laser test, and your teacher and all of her claims are now out the window. So you're relying on someone that you're never going to bring in here and no claims that you're ever going to put down to back any of your bullshit, might as well be pissed on and thrown out the fucking door.
Hang on a second. I have a quick question.
Yeah, anyways, that's an ad hom. So.
Master of Debates, I have a quick question. Was your teacher correct?
Well, of course, because NASA, also backed up her statement.
I'm sorry. I don't think you may have misheard my question. Right? Was your teacher correct when she?
Well, I just told you. I didn't answer incorrectly. NASA said that the Earth is round. Therefore, saying the same information is right.
My government said that the Earth is round. Wait, so is NASA correct?
Wait, say that one more time.
Is NASA correct then?
Yes, you're correct. That NASA is correct about the Earth being round.
Now you've got a positive claim.
Not you, son of a bitch. I didn't say NASA was correct. I was asking you if NASA was correct.
Well, you're a dumbass, right? Because I literally just said that.
Am I a dumbass? Is that a positive
stupid,
claim,
right? You can't even.
Oh, is that a positive claim? Oh, okay, so that's a positive claim, right?
Well, that isn't a positive claim. I didn't make the positive claim first. So,
no, you mean the positive claim that I'm stupid, right? The positive claim that I'm stupid for asking if NASA is correct?
Oh, yeah, you're stupid because you didn't hear it the first time I said it, so, I mean,
you're mumbling away. Forgive me for mishearing. You mumble.
Okay, yeah.
Through you mumbling your way through this conversation.
Yeah, I never mumbled. I think you just need to hear.
Yeah, you do.
So for all you
maybe
know,
hearing
right?
aids a little bit.
For all you know, my speaker's a little bit screwed up, right? So you're accusing me of being intellectually retarded. It's a little bit disingenuous, wouldn't you say? Because for all we know, my speaker's actually messed up, right? So forgive me for asking you to repeat yourself. All right. So was your teacher correct, or was NASA correct?
Because NASA has shown proof in the past that the Earth.
Okay. Okay. So that's a positive claim, right? Thank you very much. I was just waiting for that. But can you provide that, please? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll love to do that. So hold on. I'm going to put the evidence in chat.
As you can see, McTard, inside chat, you pushed me for a positive claim, and I've backed it up. That laser test there should suffice.
I never pushed you for it. You just needed to do it because you made the positive claim first.
Well, you've made quite a few positive claims, and you've never posted a thing up yet.
Can you name the few that I've claimed? Go ahead.
Well, you're already up one.
You just said
your school teacher being correct.
No, you said a bunch. Now it's only one. Okay.
Well, you've only been in here once today, so we'll start with that.
Okay, so I'm gonna watch this video and see, if it has any proof that the Earth, is allegedly flat. So hold on. Okay, can you explain the video a little bit before we start watching it as a team, and then explain what the video is, and a short form essay.
The video goes for under 10 minutes. I'm pretty sure you can sacrifice 10 minutes of your special time to sit and watch it and learn something.
Okay, how about this?
This guy
if it went for 10 hours, if that video went for 10 hours, I'd go, yeah, give me a short form. But for 10 minutes, nah. Off you go and watch it.
Isn't this guy like permabanned?
What do you mean permabanned? I've done nothing to be permabanned, unless they're cowards, and they run away from the truth. I mean, which is a good enough.
You are clearly a pretender clown.
Well, I'm not a pretender clown. You're just a coward.
Yes, you are.
You are.
You run away from the truth so desperately.
I didn't run away from it. I just stuck it inside chat for you. Go and watch it.
Well, no. What do you mean? That's false. Actually, it's really funny that you say that because you can't prove
it's anything. False. So you haven't watched anything, and yet you're already barking that it's false.
Currently, and I'm not sure how this proves a flat Earth.
It proves a flat Earth. We know it proves it. That's why I put it there.
Yeah, I'm watching it currently. I'm not saying it does. I'm just wondering still how it proves a flat Earth. I'm just curious.
So that just means you're too stupid to comprehend what's going on.
Okay, so again, I would love for you to explain. How about this? I'm going to continue. Now, hold on, really quick. Wait.
You're not pretending to be that stupid.
No, Jimsy, shut the fuck up real quick here.
Wow.
Really quick, right?
That's even worse.
Matrix, really quick. How about this? I'm going to concede and say I'm stupid, right? How about you explain it to me a little bit?
Oh, we know.
How about you watch it?
No, Kingsley, I didn't ask for.
No. You can go and watch it. When you finish, you can come back.
Explain the video
and just because. That's so much better. And just because you're an idiot, we're going to leave you on mute for 10 minutes so we know you're going to go and watch it and you don't really get a choice.
10 minutes? Damn. How about
10 whole minutes starting now?
What do we got? 52 past. There you go. We've got 10 minutes of peace, boys and girls.
He just couldn't stop running his mouth long enough to just shut up and pay attention and go watch the video. It's explain it to me. Like, holy crap. Like, he's practically asking us to think for him because that's all he knows. He's always somebody else is thinking for me.
Oh, my teacher was right. That's why I believe her. But I'm not making any claims. No.
I was just about to say.
I didn't make a claim.
He should go call his kindergarten teacher and ask her or him to explain it. Since he or she's so smart.
He doesn't remember his kindergarten teacher. I don't think he made it past kindergarten.
Interesting. Echoplex is typing and he's not in chat. I wonder what's going to happen very soon.
Nobody's going to unmute you. You better just go watch the video, dude. Stop typing in the chat and just go watch the video. Go analyze it. Use your brain to figure out what in the hell you're seeing.
What's Echoplex zipping about? Oh, wow, you guys really have to hide the truth to not scare away followers. It's only 0.4104 degrees of curvature over 28.6 miles. Why would you erase this fact?
Who's erased that fact? If math is a language, you can describe it that way perfectly fine, right? Because 2 + 2 = 4, also 2 × 2 = 4, right? So with the 8 inches per mile squared approximation, that's going to be fairly accurate if your math is correct. Since I haven't double-checked it, I don't know that for sure.
The only issue is with your curvature, Echoplex, lasers don't curve. They normally go in a straight fucking line. So the ground should be curving underneath the laser, or in that case, the large lake. And it does not. So let's put the laser aside now, because obviously that's not working for you, and you've got to prove curvature.
Do I got background noise?
That's got to be a problem.
Oh, McClown left. Holy shit.
I hate those double speaking. The Earth doesn't move at 1,038 miles of the equator. It's only once per day. Double speaking morons.
They'll always
But then I gotta
reduce it
ask,
to
how fast is
its
it
smallest
spinning at the
factor.
poles? Yep. I always have to ask them, okay, so how fast is it spinning at the poles? Like, if you are standing
once per day
on a globe, like that's going to be a really fast rotation.
Once per day. There you go.
They always got to double speak and make it sound like it's not as bad as it actually is, right? Like they used to do global warming, right? And then they were like, oh shit, that doesn't actually fit the data. We'll just call it climate change. That way, if it's getting cooler or getting hotter, we'll just double speak it into reality. That's what they're doing. They're double speaking.
It's not really double speaking. Like Matthew Learns does it. He'll reduce it to a format. So it makes it sound better than what it is. So instead of 1,038 miles an hour, it's 15 degrees per hour. And because naturally most people are smart enough to go 15 is smaller than 1,038, oh, it doesn't sound so bad. Or like you said, 1 revolution per day. Well, 1 revolution per day is nothing. If your engine was spinning that fast, you'd never get anywhere.
I do believe it's double speaking, because speaking out of both sides of your mouth is where you have 2 ideas at the same time and you verbalize it. But double speaking is where you hide the truth and you try to church it up, right? Like, let's see.
I get what you're saying, but to me it's just, yeah.
Let me think of another way to double speak. Yeah, it's tactics. But let me think of another way to double speak. Let me think. Oh, I got a great one. It's not a baby, it's a fetus.
That's messed up.
Well, fetus means offspring, right? I'm off the road. Because he's British. He didn't have a gun.
Well, either did Kurt Cobain.
You know, I don't think that guy killed himself. I think he just put in like a 2 weeks notice. And the story we got was that he killed himself with a shotgun.
That's an interesting take. Some people think that, what's her name? Courtney Love did it.
Well, I don't know if he really died because I didn't see the death photos. But I could see that kind of fame. Like, imagine never being able to go and do like normal shit ever again. I mean, it scares a lot of lead singers. Like, it kind of, you know, it's huge, right? Like, remember when Michael Jackson like paid people to act like normal shoppers so he could experience going and shopping like a normal person? So he had to pay to experience, you know, what he considered was our normality.
So you think he wanted out of that? And he was like, fuck this. I'm tired of this. Faking my death. I'm out.
Some do. Some don't give a crap. Willem Dafoe just cruises on down the street. He gets pulled up by this interviewer, or like this guy on the street doing YouTube videos, and it's like asking him, "Oh yeah, well, what do you do?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm an actor." You know? He's like, "Oh yeah, like been in anything big?" didn't know who it was.
Oh shit! Yeah, Keanu Reeves is like a rare specimen where he can go out in public and kind of blend in, as they say.
Yeah, you just see him sitting on the subway and or in his shop somewhere. And Tobey Maguire too. Like people have like seen him like just standing in line at Macca's or McDonald's or whatever, like somewhere, Burger King or something. And he's like looked over at him, giving him that like Spider-Man stare. Yeah.
But think about it honestly. Like Elvis is a trademark, a corporation, a brand name. Like, would you want to be Elvis into your 60s? Like, oh my God, my panties! Here they go! The gravity's affecting my panties. You know, like, would you want that? I don't know if I'd want that. And Michael Jackson got burnt, so you know his skin was never the same. So is it so hard to believe that somebody just took over the trademark and...
You know about Davy Dave, bro?
Yeah.
What I'm saying, dude, I think there's a handful of them that, died in the media, right? But ain't actually dead.
And yeah, this is all speculation, and it's Sunday somewhere.
On Sunday here, and I'm speculating.
What do you think? Am I a dirty, rotten cheater? Am I a cheater? With this.
What?
So you know those brooms that they use? They're like push brooms, but they don't have bristle. They got like mop. I'm done. I was hot micing, but you know how some brooms are like mops, kind of, and you kind of push them across the floor and say like a grocery store? Push mop brooms
like
things?
Yeah, the big dust mops?
Yeah. So I just mopped the entire floor with a son of a bitch. And I was asking my coworker, am I cheating because I'm the first person to do that here?
I've done that before. It's super convenient. Way faster.
Oops. Anyway, yeah, if I had that kind of fame, like my original screen name was Hank Hill, right? Because I don't want to be doxxed. I don't want no kind of fame. Oh, and none of that stuff. So if you're searching for Hank Hill, good luck. Catch him in the funny papers.
Yeah, man, I think that Michael Jackson could very well still be alive, and that Davy Dave character that was in an interview with Larry King on 60 Minutes, something like that. Yeah, dude, yeah, the Davy Dave guy sounds exactly like Michael Jackson. It almost
Do you
sounds
think
like
that was the original Michael Jackson, or do you think that was the second Michael Jackson after the Pepsi commercial?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, that's such a good point.
The Thriller Michael Jackson, yeah. That was the last I've pretty much seen him, the real one.
Have you guys watched Hibbler's documentary on it? I think it's
Yes. He was a good guy.
Entering Neverland or Leaving Neverland, one of them. Entering, I think it is.
Yeah, he's a fanboy. Hibbler's a fanboy.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's unbiased. He just looked at what he considers to be evidence. I don't know. But it kind of gave me that I'm a big fan of Michael Jackson, always have been vibe.
Yeah, for sure. There's that one video where he's like hopping out of the Hearst. It was that someone like just caught. It was pretty crazy.
Y'all remember Anne Heche? Like she allegedly died in some kind of car accident or something. But like right before they put her in the ambulance, she like popped out and was like still alive. You remember that, Anne Heche?
Yo, check it out. Our little friend watched his video. Let's see what he worked out.
Gotta be good.
All right, how'd you go?
No, it went, the way I expected it to go, right? I mean, not very. No.
Not very what?
Is this really all the flat earthers have, or is there anything else?
Oh, we got a whole pile of videos.
Well, there's no argument. It's just like you baffled me.
No, like you're not even making a counter argument. You're just like, this is all they have. But you're not even making a counter argument.
Hold on, time out. Still man the argument first. You said there's no argument. So you're telling me there's absolutely no argument in that video that you just watched?
No, I'm about to give my opinion on the video, then I'm going to give it.
No, we don't want your opinion of the video. We want your rebuttal to the argument that you think you've got.
How about this? My rebuttal is this video means nothing, right? Again.
So what was the original argument put forward in the video? What was the video about?
Well, it was about the lasers, and the...
What about the laser?
Wait, say that one more time.
No. What about the laser?
The laser pointing at stuff, at the ground. I was listening to it.
It wasn't pointing at the ground?
Yeah,
not at the ground.
No, the curving, Earth, of course.
What curving?
Well, no, it claims that the Earth is flat, but that isn't true. Right? Simply.
Well, no. This is all just bullshit.
Did you watch the video? And don't fuck me around. I'm not in the mood. I'm likely just to ban you. Did you watch the video? Yes or no?
I did.
I did. You watched it? Yes.
Have you got more than the laser?
Well,
the
no,
points,
you're pretty stupid. Right? You're a little bit stupid, so understand, right? So I'm, gonna go slow with you.
That's a good excuse. Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's no excuse. I'm just going slow.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, you can't describe it. You can't describe what you saw in the video, can you?
Well, I can. It's just really funny that you're trying to use.
Try it. Try then. Try it.
I'm really trying not to laugh because literally you showed me the worst evidence you've ever shown me ever. It's like probably the worst evidence I've gotten from any of you.
So you haven't watched the video?
I have.
That's what you're putting forward now.
Evidence.
Summarize it for us.
Okay, I can give you a basic summary. So, what do you want me to start it off with?
At the start.
What do you want me to start off with?
Well, the least you could say is there's some dudes and they shot a laser over a fucking great big lake. That would be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happened. I just didn't feel like saying that.
No.
I don't think you've watched the video. I think you went off, probably went outside, did something else, probably had a smoke, come back in and looked at your watch and went, yeah, that's more than 10 minutes. I'll come back and be more of a clown.
Yeah, no.
He probably just jerked off or something.
Well, no, you're a clown because you're trying to use this as evidence.
And why isn't it evidence? Why isn't it evidence?
Well, first of all, it's terrible evidence because, it didn't state, any time that the Earth was flat ever, right? I mean, of course, because we know...
Maybe that's not what they were looking for.
Yeah,
maybe they were looking for something else, so they stated something else. And you weren't listening to that because you were after the very specific phrase, the Earth is flat. And because you didn't hear that whole video meant nothing to you because you were looking for that. How about they were out there? How about they were out there with you not talking? How about they were out there looking for curvature?
Okay, so that's really funny, right? Because you said I didn't watch the video.
No, that's not funny. Did you hear me laughing? Did you hear anyone else laughing? Because it was so funny? You thought that was funny?
You literally said I didn't watch the video, but now I did. And now I'm wrong.
Well, if you'd have watched it, you would have at least been able to tell us something about it. At the moment, you've told us nothing. Yeah, there was a laser pointed at the ground. And that was about it. How far did they shoot the laser from? At what elevation was the laser?
It was 26 something. I mean,
28.6?
No.
Yeah, something like
maybe.
that.
Something like that. Maybe all you had to do was look at the title of the video.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel like going back.
Yeah. How high was the laser shot off across the ground?
I can't give minute details, so I mean...
Well, you should, because that's the important bit. Because if you're on a ball with a radius of 59 miles, that would make a very big difference. So if it was shot 1 foot across the ground at 28 miles, you're missing about 560 feet, minus 1, 559 feet of curvature.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean...
Excellent. So that makes it flat. Thank you.
I never said that, though. I never agreed.
You said yes. You agreed to it.
Okay,
you agreed. You just agreed to it missing curvature.
We heard but I never agreed.
Yeah, while you're having a meltdown, you just agreed to the 559 feet of missing curvature.
I never did.
McClown, you're going nowhere fast.
You're a clown.
Go and watch the video again. Like a good little boy, and tell me where the 559 feet of missing noise is going to go to. 559 feet. Go and find it. We can wait. Ah, yes. Actually, we're due for the clown car soon, aren't we?
That was awesome.
You love it, don't you? Well, there was a laser, and they pointed it at the ground, and That's
a
like
little
dude.
bit.
A dumb fuck.
It's not that he's dumb. It's that
Yes,
I mean, he's dumb, and he's like pretending He's pretending. I don't know what the hell is wrong with him, but what do you get out of pretending like a clown? What do people get from that? Like, is he getting like a, I don't know, like
Let's
a vacation? Bro, let me ask you, what are you getting from this pretending like a clown thing? Do you get like a vacation in Homo Island or something?
Hello? Oh, wait,
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Jimsy just asked you a question.
Oh, he asked me, like, well, there's no troll, sir. I mean, it's funny.
Oh, no, you're a troll. We know you're a troll. He didn't mention trolls. Shut up and listen. Jemsy, can you please ask the question again? Obviously, someone's ears are painted on.
Well, I didn't know I was unmuted.
Shut up. Jemsy speaking. He'll ask a question, then you can answer it. It's all good.
Hey, what are you getting for pretending like a clown? Is that like you're pretending or you're just stupid? Which one is it?
Well, I don't think you know how to speak proper English. I think it's more like, do you want me to repeat it?
Do you get like a vacation in Homo Island or something? What is it?
Well, no, it's are you asking me if I'm a homosexual? I mean, that's a pretty homosexual question to ask.
No, if you get a vacation in Homo Island, that doesn't mean you're a homosexual.
You know what show?
You got a vacation there.
But Jimsy, are you a homosexual?
Doesn't mean that you are.
Well, nobody
doesn't mean that you are.
You guys should settle this with a game of Photon. You guys know Photon?
I'm just giving him some of his energy back.
Wow, he was being a dick.
But whatever. Yeah. He's been trolling and pretending for, I don't know, 30 minutes.
I'm sorry you had to deal with that, Jimsy. I see you have the Xbox logo next to your name. Do you play games?
Right now? Yes.
Really? Have you ever heard of Photon?
What is it?
You mean laser tag? Laser tag? Is that what you
Yeah, dude, we got another Photon fan? That's crazy. Yeah, no, that's what I'm talking about. Photon was like the founding of laser tag. You remember that?
I am the fucking king of laser tag.
Bro.
Bullshit.
Bruh,
No, dude.
bullshit. All right,
Y'all need
you're
to
not
hash it
better
out
than
with Photon.
Look, you're not better than Bodie Lee.
Bodie Lee was pretty good.
Jardo, check this out. Years ago, I was living in Newcastle, and we used to have a laser tag in town. I was ranked 11th in Australia for shooting motherfuckers.
Dude, you was ranked 11 in Australia, but when you ranked 11 in the universe against Bodie Lee.
True.
Who's
Once I take it so seriously. Once up here in Sunshine.
Did you beat Mandar?
Once up here in Sunshine Laser Tag, I took a mum with her 2 kids hostage because I was the last one with a pack on.
It's fucking awesome.
That's based.
Matrix.
They kicked me out.
I mean,
I would too.
Giving you the championship.
That's funny.
Dude, that guy
runs outside, grabs a hostage. I'll fucking do it. I'll do it, I tell ya.
Dude, it's not that serious. Calm down.
Put on Photon.
That's funny.
Dude, Photon. Dude, Mandar. I don't think he could beat Mandar, though.
He can't be Mandar.
He could not beat Mandar. There's no way that guy could beat Mandar.
What the fuck comic book shit are y'all talking about right now?
Well, it's not a comic book.
Dude, it's the fucking hit show fucking Photon.
Yeah, from the 80s. Everybody watched it.
Are y'all talking about TV?
No, Photon. It's from the 80s. It was amazing.
Yeah, we all like Stan characters in here. We're part of the fan club. I like Pike.
Just so fucking quiet now.
So any of you new girlies got any proof of curvature?
Well, if we shoot a laser.
Like in Photon.
Shoot
Yeah,
a
like
laser.
in
That's a
like
good
in the
start.
show Photon.
We'll go with that. Yep. We'll keep going with that.
Right.
So you got this mad laser.
The Earth somehow like curved and light could still travel. Wouldn't it reach?
Well, it's supposed to be. That's the core. Problem is, lasers don't like curving much. They like staying in a straight line. So if you're over a large body of water and you shoot this... Which moron is doing this?
Dude, I can't lie, his voice is convincing me.
Yeah, I know, your voice is convincing me. Yeah, we need to get rid of that guy. It's the one with the fucking green little thing.
Out of nowhere, he just goes, "Hey, I got perfect curvature."
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What do you think we're doing here? We are trying to curve reality to fit our notion of what we think is going on. No, motherfucker, we're looking for curvature. You got any?
This is awesome. Curvature.
I don't know what's happening right now, but I'm engaged.
Oh, dude.
As you can tell, Clown Shoes.
I need a diagram.
You're in the 24. You're in the 24/7 Flat Earth channel.
Yeah.
Right. So it's highly probable we'd want one of you champions to step up and show us where it's curved. Because at the moment, some of these chaps have been in here for like 10 years and ain't no one showed them any curvature yet.
Honestly, I'm on your side, man.
Yeah, we're on your side. We like your voice.
No. We are not the curverts. You guys are the curverts.
I'm not a curvert. I like straight things.
Don't call me slurs.
Matrix called it the clown car.
You guys believe we went to the moon. You identify as globers. You identify as astronauts. You're the curvert.
He's calling us slurs.
Dude, I just came in talking about Photon. I never mentioned the moon landing.
You don't believe we went to the moon?
No, there's no way. I think
well, then you're a flat earther. You're a flat earther. You just don't know it because the only time we've ever...
I never said I wasn't a flat earther.
Oh.
I'm sorry. Maybe I was confusing.
Yeah, just let me speak for a second. So the only time that we've ever seen the Earth as a globe, allegedly, is when we went far enough away from the Earth, allegedly, to see the Earth as a sphere or a hemisphere floating in space, allegedly. So if you don't believe in the moon landings, that's the only evidence of there being a globe, because we sure as fuck can't find any down here. That's why we're here. So, do you experience the Earth as a globe when you go outside, or only on media like television, cell phones, magazines, and books? Fair point, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not the episode 2 of Photon.
Does kind of remind me of Photon.
Do you even know what a photon is?
Where did
he left?
Where the fuck did Vansler go?
He left. Probably go attack his dog or some shit.
No, he told me to send him something. Hold on.
Can't even have a conversation with these TikTok brains over here, man.
No, I'm sorry. We're getting bothered by a friend.
You don't.
It's like they just scrolled right past us, bro.
I didn't mean to ignore you. I'm sorry. I was getting spammed by someone.
What are you even talking about, dude?
Yeah, but I'm a real live human being, a consciousness that you can connect with, and you're like, and somebody slid up in my DMs or some shit.
We're trying to connect with you, Larry, but you're being very aggressive about it.
Oh no, he's not. No, he's not.
I'm the chillest motherfucker.
It's about to go down.
I mean, perception's reality, though, Larry. If you're working with a Goomba,
perception is reality. That is true.
Look, if you were in person, like in front of me, and said that I was intimidating, I could get it. But online,
I promise you, Larry, I'd never be intimidated by you in person.
that is true. Thanks,
I promise you that.
Why do these clowns have to speak and the other one has to cheerlead? So how about we cut that down? And Garp, you're up first. Since you don't have a cheerleader anymore, Have you?
aren't you kind of doing the same thing with Larry? To be honest, I mean, we're just.
Well, no.
I don't know why you guys are being so aggressive.
So, how about you answer the question? Have you got any proof of curvature? Yes or no?
Are you talking to me or him?
No, I'm chewing on bricks, but either way, it's supposed to be bad for me teeth.
Oh wait,
have you got any proof of curvature? Hello, Garp.
Your name Bricks?
Earth to Garp. Garp, you can do this. I know you've got a TikTok brain.
I don't, man. I don't actually have a TikTok.
No, you got a TikTok brain. Now, you believe you live on a little ball, yes or no?
No, I really don't, to be honest. I don't really think about it.
You don't think about it?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter to me where we live.
Alright, so you just, as long as you've got your mobile phone, it's all good?
No, as long as I have weights and jiu-jitsu, I'm happy. I don't really care about anything else.
So why did you come into this room other than to make noise?
Well, sometimes, voice chats have a name and people are just talking about whatever. I kind of just came to listen, maybe learn something. I don't know, chill out.
Didn't sound like that. It sounded like a few of your mates decided to drop on a channel and just be a pain in the arse.
No, well, we were talking about Photon in the UFC channel, but then a bunch of people left, and so we were like, let's go down there and see what they're doing. Wonder if anyone heard of Photon. And then we mentioned Photon, and that guy started talking about laser tag, and Photon invented laser tag, so it was actually kind of interesting, because he understood the reference.
Right.
Conversation,
so you came down here just to be a pain in the arse.
No.
So you dragged a conversation from another channel down into this channel because, the other channel told you to piss off?
Well, there was no conversation going on. What happened was we joined, and then Gemzy was talking to some guy.
Exactly. Gemzy was talking to some guy.
And then he muted him.
Took it upon yourselves to bomb it.
No. He muted him.
I can assure you now.
He was being rude, so then I was trying to connect to Gemzy because I noticed he had an Xbox thing.
If all of us decided to come and bomb your channel, you'd get a bit upset.
No. Because it would just be free flow of conversation. There was no conversation happening.
It'd just be organized chaos.
Conversation killed the last conversation he was having on the other channel. Came to this channel, bring the same conversation to kill this one.
No. We were talking about Bears and then Photon, and then the last people on there.
Yeah, we heard Photon again. This is like the 5th time you've mentioned it. We know. We heard it. So, how about you get to this channel's topic, which is the nature and shape of reality. What do you think you live on?
The lack of.
I mean, everyone says we're on a globe, so I mean, I guess that's kind of where my mind usually is. But I don't really I've never really looked into it,
Well, just so you think about it at least. You heard of this stuff called water? When you turn on the tap,
I'm familiar with water.
Out. Yeah, well, most people go, water? What's that? Because of my accent. But anyways.
Well, that's rude.
Water takes the shape of its container and is flat, level on its surface. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. So, if you have 70% of an area that's covered in water, which is flat and level, how can that particular area be a sphere?
How can it be a sphere? I see kind of what you're saying. I guess, I would assume most people try to say, it's gravity or something, and it has something to do with that.
Yeah, what's gravity?
It's a word the parrots repeat. Gravity. Paka.
Oh, so you guys think that's, retarded, I guess?
No.
Okay.
No,
I'm just trying to understand.
Before. Just parrots.
I speak in very layman terms.
We've all heard the term gravity before, but what is gravity?
I guess I don't know the exact definition.
Put it in layman's terms. That's good enough for us.
Right. So from what I understand, it's like the force that pulls on something, right?
Right. So what you'd be referring to there is what's called Newtonian gravity, which is mass attracting mass.
Right.
The problem is with Newtonian gravity is it was or is a little bit outdated by about 110 years.
Mm-hmm.
So it hasn't been a force for 110 years.
Because it doesn't actually behave like a force at the quantum level. And there's a huge problem with gravity at the galaxy level, also known as the galactic level. And that's why there's a crisis in cosmology. So if you actually wanted to work out your brain when you're actually done working out your body, and you wanted to learn about the crisis in cosmology, it's pretty interesting because, according to Michio Kaku, it's the largest mixed match between theory and observation in the history of science. And it has to do with gravity. Because if the universe is expanding, how would gravity be pulling it back together then? But there's more to it than that. It's also about the energy called dark energy. So there's dark matter and dark energy that makes up 96% of the universe. It cannot be directly observed, but it has to be there to make your model work if you believe the standard model of cosmology. So if you just would like to do a little research on the crisis in cosmology, it's pretty fucking interesting, and there's no shortage whatsoever of information about how gravity doesn't work at the galactic level, and that's why they've come up with modified Newtonian dynamics, which is a new kind of gravity. But I digress, so I'm passing the mic.
Wait, so what's the new kind of gravity?
MOND. Mond gravity. Also known as modified Newtonian dynamics.
So you think you think they're just like coming up with new shit to like fucking cover up their errors?
Well, you know how like back in the day, like before the jiu-jitsu guys came, Gracies, there was like some jiu-jitsu stuff that they were doing in wrestling in the 80s, like the figure four, which isn't really jiu-jitsu. And then when Gracie came, it was like, oh, this is like superior than what we're doing. That's what Mond is to Einstein. It's superior. So Mond is Gracie, and Einstein is like Hulk Hogan in the 70s breaking people's legs. You get it?
Yeah. That makes sense.
So crisis in cosmology, also known as the cosmological constant crisis.
Yeah, I just Googled it. I saw it's like the fucking, what was it called? The expansion of the universe thing you were talking about came up.
Yeah. And the background medium in quantum mechanics doesn't match the energy required for the expansion, because the expansion rate, now, we don't believe in this shit. This is your story. The expansion rate was Hubble, the man, not the telescope, observed it in the 1920s. And they assumed that it would be slowing down because of gravity. In the 90s, they discovered that it was actually speeding up. Now, once again, we don't believe in this shit. This is your fairy tale. So once they saw that it was speeding up, they had to invent more dark energy to explain how it's speeding up. And it doesn't match quantum mechanics. So quantum mechanics is lab science, which is different than theoretical astrophysics, because you can't science the shit out of space like you can in a laboratory. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So lab science, also known as natural science, where you can control the variables, is the real science, whereas theoretical astrophysics is describing models mathematically. Now, math is a language, so there's more guesswork in this stuff than there is science. And that's according to Michio Kaku. He said, and I quote, "Nobody in my field uses the scientific method. It's guesswork and leaps of," let's see, what did he say? Leaps of logic? Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Sounds right.
These leaps of logic.
Yeah, guesswork and leaps of logic.
The reference to that is the movie The Principle by Robert Sungenis. So if you haven't seen that, go ahead and watch it.
What was it called?
By the seat of your pants. Leaps of logic. Guesswork.
Yeah, that's it. Robert Sungenis, The Principle. If you type in The Principle movie, it's actually a pretty good movie. because it goes over some of the stuff that I'm talking about: dark matter, dark energy.
Why do you think they try to sell us that the Earth is round?
Well, you really want to know, since you're asking me to speculate.
Yeah,
liars lie again. Whenever Minotauro Nagara, he tricks you into thinking that he's going to do this maneuver, and when you go to defend it, he taps you out with another completely different submission.
Mm-hmm.
So he sets you up with a rear naked choke, and then when you go for it, he switches it to a guillotine or some shit, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're trying to say, but yeah.
It's a bait and switch. That's what they're doing. They're baiting and switching you, right, so that they have a power and authority over you. But how easy would it be to hide land if you thought that if you went east and you kept going east, you're going to end up where you came from?
Wait, so I guess like what's the benefit though of them like doing that?
To hide land, right? Because every time we expand out, then the bankers and the lawyers have to follow, right? Well, maybe they're tired of expanding and taking over native tribes over and over and over again. So to keep us, in our concentration camps, known as cities, they tell us there's nothing to explore out there. It's all been explored.
Oh, so do you think like the Earth is not completely explored?
It's possible, but how would I know? I'm not free to explore.
Whoever got the keys, the people, so like whoever, I will say the high military, whatever they can reach, whatever equipment they got, they can go there. But you and I, there's many places all across the world that you're not allowed to go to. And that's the case.
Think about this.
The whole world.
Sorry, Jimsy, go ahead.
Go ahead, my bad.
Think about this. When I was a kid, we were told that Santa Claus lives at the North Pole. Go ahead and pull up Google Earth right now and look at the North Pole. Is Santa Claus a fucking fish? There's no land there anymore. There used to be landmass at the North Pole. Where did it go? Go ahead and find some old pictures of globes in the 80s. There was 2 pole caps.
It's not just that. There are 2 circles around the north 60th parallel. The travel is restricted, and then the south 60th parallel also travel is restricted. So you're between 2 fences, basically.
And the Antarctic Treaty it's like the longest running treaty ever, and it has a majority of the states, meaning countries, signed to it. And under a constitution, treaty is the highest law under the Constitution. So any treaties that they made with Native Americans, like they can literally get it enforced as long as it doesn't violate the Constitution.
So then I'm trying to play like devil's advocate for you. Well, so okay, wait. So you're saying like, would the military then know?
No. Pawns, no. Some of the people could probably figure it out, because if you look at the railgun, line of sight at 100 miles. You know what line of sight is, right? Like you shine a laser.
Yeah.
Line of sight, 100 miles. Can anybody here tell me how much curvature would be in 100 miles?
No, I wouldn't know.
Like 66. No, my bad. 66,000. What is it?
Feet of curvature. It's a lot.
10 miles. If a 10 miles.
Drop calc in the side chat. Drop calc in the side chat.
Oh.
100 miles. Drop in miles 1.2. Drop in feet 6,669.41.
6,000, yeah, my bad. 66, oh my gosh. Where did I get that extra digit from?
6,000 feet drop at 100 mile.
So that means that if they're hitting their target, some of them would be like, where's the curvature? And then some people would be like, yeah, we got them. So no, not everybody knows. But pilots, they probably know. because they don't fly around a curve. They go up to altitude, they keep altitude unless there's a course change or something until they land. So they're not flying down at 8 inches per mile squared or anything like that. They just, even the flight simulators, they gain altitude, they hold that altitude, and then they land. But yeah, if you can think critically, I mean, most athletes like yourself, if you're really doing jiu-jitsu, you're getting good blood flow to the brain. If you can think critically and go to our server and just look at what we're telling you, because the fucking TV, they're going to tell you all kinds of shit that you can't prove. Like, oh, you got to go halfway to the moon to see the curve. We're telling you to go outside and check for yourself. Don't believe anybody on the fucking internet, and go see if you can observe drop over distance. And if you can, then you proved us wrong. But
you guys have a Discord? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we got our own Discord. We're guests here. So what we're saying is, if you go to our Discord, it'll teach you how to make observations for yourself over a large body of water at rest. And if you find curvature there, great. You proved us wrong, right? Come back and show us. But if you find out, wait a minute, we can see way too far, you're going to find out why the anti-flat earthers, which is even a smaller minority counterculture that follow us around, you're going to find out why they make up excuses as to why we can see too far. And they say things like refraction is why it looks flat, but it's actually curved.
Interesting.
They wouldn't say that if we couldn't see too far. They would just be like, yeah, obviously there's curvature. Instead, they're like, well, the reason that we can see like way too far is because the light's bending down around the curve at 8 inches per mile squared, the same curvature rate as the Earth. Lucky. And that's why it looks flat. And that's why the long distance photography world record at one time was Mount Conahu at 273 miles away. 273 miles away. And what they did is they made the Earth curve calculator to where you could slide refraction up and down to fit any observation. Now, if they've made it to where we see something at 200, well, it wasn't a flat earther who took the picture. It was just a regular photographer. If they've made it to where they can just make up an excuse, they've made the globe model unfalsifiable, because how often are we going to see something further than 273 miles away? And they'll just make a new...
If you like, so for instance, like with like missiles, like when we shoot like missiles at like another country, like wouldn't the math for that technically like not work? Because like wouldn't it account for curvature?
Honest person would concede, but instead they're trying to present this. They're just outright lying most of the time. Like sometimes they're using more sophisticated techniques, but a lot of times they're just outright lying to try to convince people who might not be either totally following the argument or they're just not well versed in the argument. If you're talking about like a more technical argument, and it's very sad. Like if their globe was so great and so well established, they shouldn't have to resort to those tactics. I'm thankful, to be on the side where we're using empirical results that have been tested, that can be verified and repeated, and that anyone can go out and do for themselves, because, you don't have to use those techniques. You can just speak the facts, and then if there's an area you don't, particularly know a lot about, you don't have to pretend you know anything. Somebody else might know more about that, like weird little side trail somebody's trying to go down, which is fine. But you can just always go back to, well, that's a real interesting, side topic, but where's that missing curvature? You know what I mean? Like, it's just such a more peaceful position to be in when you don't have to. I would think it would have to cause a lot of anxiety to be a globe defender. Like, being a globe believer, maybe you can still like be laid back and be a globe believer, especially those who are honest and just say, oh yeah, just pictures from space. I just believe because I want to, or I just think it explains and predicts things, even though it doesn't, but they think it does, like those kind of people, you can just you can be a globe believer and not have a lot of anxiety, I think. At least not on the surface. You might have deep down anxiety from having your worldview be exactly the opposite of what you actually experience in the world. But to be a globe defender, that must produce a lot of anxiety because you're like, oh, you don't have any solid ground to stand on. You're relying on these other people, and they usually don't actually understand the argument because there isn't one, but they still think there's some great scientist in the sky that's got all the explanations, and if they just keep looking, they're going to find it. It's got to be very stressful to be a globe defender, I would think. Bad for your health.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, and it's very sad in a way because most Globers, they're just people who don't feel confident about their life, and so they have to find someone who looks more stupid than they do so that they can assure themselves that they aren't stupid. Not saying they are, but they do have to act stupid in order to defend their position. But basically they don't feel like they're smart, so they have to try to find someone who they think is less smart. And
it's so true.
Yeah. I'm thinking if you go into one of the Globers videos like Skyman Dan, basically all they do in the comics is just repeat the same things of, oh, flat earthers are this, they're so stupid because they think this. If Earth was flat, this would happen. It's just the same things repeated over and over again. I'm like, what profit is there in just doing that? It's you're not profiting anything. You're just chanting the same things basically in an echo chamber with a bunch of other people who have the same thing as you. I don't know. I can't really explain it well, but basically just weird. What a life that would have to be just to go in there and do that all day.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I have a comment on that, but I just wanted to make sure that Precarious saw what Loggy put in the live stream voice text, that MIT bounced lasers off the moon in 1962, 7 years before the landing hoax. Because you were saying you thought it was the university, so turns out
I didn't say anything.
Precarious said that, yeah. But word salad. That is what and it used to be in this server where we are. It used to be even more that way. 5 or 6 years ago, where these teenage trolls would come in and they'd heard that flat earthers were stupid, and so and I feel like some of them, that's why sometimes I feel sad for them, because especially the young people, full grown adults I'm not going to feel sad for, but actual teenagers, I feel like, oh, maybe they are kind of either low intelligence or just uneducated or uninformed, but they heard that this would be a place where the bullied could bully, right? Because I feel like they've been bullied, right? And so they're coming in here and they're like, oh, finally someone dumber than me I can make fun of. And then when they get kind of owned, and they realize, oh, there's something to this argument, it's like, oh yeah, I guess it's not going to work out the way you thought. But then the saddest ones, some of them do realize that, and then they usually run away. But the saddest ones are the ones where they've been in here, using kind of second or third grade level of argument. They're which are just not even having an argument, just insults and swearing and so on. And then they get talked to at kind of a high school or college level, trying to explain the actual information to them, and they still can't see that they're the least informed person in the room. You know what I mean? Those people I really feel sorry for, because they actually probably are mentally disabled, and it's unfortunate.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And I think the adults are they might have been they just didn't really mature, and they still have that feeling, or maybe they were teenagers, and maybe it's just the generation that when they were teenagers at the time, maybe they're just growing up and now they still have the same problem. But yeah, I've learned to never underestimate any position I've seen that looks stupid. I've learned to never think they're stupid, but to look into it, because even though most of them are wrong, they're not stupid. Like, they have a case for it. So yeah, I think Glober should learn that too. Like, don't just because you think it's stupid, don't automatically start mocking because you'll be humiliated by that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I've said that many times, especially to new people that come in. Like, they've really never heard anything beyond the meme of like the flat disc, and that's kind of like the flattened out, the planet, the meme where they show the heliocentric model and then they just show Earth as being like the only flat planet in the line, of spheres, as if like that was what we were saying, or they're little dinosaurs hitting the disc, all those memes. Like
93 million miles, sun, Mercury, pancake.
Yeah. So they come in like that's all they've ever heard, and then they start hearing it, and like we don't expect anyone to like instantly take to it. Like that would be concerning, right? If you like immediately agree. But like I say to people like, can you go away from here and realize there's more to the argument? That there is a question here that's unresolved. That this globe isn't as settled as you think it is, and like maybe just consider like the next time somebody brings up the term flat earther and starts laughing uproariously, that you might say, you don't have to say you're a flat earther, that you agree, but you could say, hey, yeah, I talked to some of them and they are, it's not really a joke, like they're serious about it. They go out and do measurements and tests. They do a lot of observations over large bodies of water, so on. I mean, even just being the person in the room who doesn't laugh, right? Who just maybe like just stares at that person as if like, oh, what are you laughing about? Because nothing funny's been said. Like the term flat earther isn't a funny phrase. It's not like you only think it is because you've been programmed to laugh. For example, there's a YouTube short I recently saw where a young person who was at a university event with a person who was supposed to be a conservative icon, who was supposed to stand up for family values and so on, that person asked that individual if they'd looked into flat earth, and then everyone in the room immediately started laughing when all that person had said was, have you ever looked into flat earth? ? That was the question, right? And then the whole auditorium started laughing. I mean, maybe not every single person, but a majority, it's huge sound of laughter. I'm just thinking, that's really not a funny question. Like, if you're laughing about that, you might want to look into whether you've been brainwashed and indoctrinated into a ridiculous mind control program, because that is not a funny question. Like, the person was very brave asking this famous individual, and then the famous individual not only denigrated them, made fun of them, threw them off the platform, pointed for them to leave, also lied and said that they'd seen curvature from an airplane and that math proves the globe. So, this was a disingenuous person who was parroting the mainstream ideology in this particular instance, even though in other instances they might have parroted supposed counterculture ideas such as having large families and traditional marriage and so on. I don't know if anybody who I'm talking about. I don't even want to put the link up there because I don't want to feed into the current frenzy, but that was really disappointing, and just one example of many times when flat earth is just denigrated from just the term itself, because these people are Agent Smiths, programmed, and don't even realize it, and they might even think they're countercultural, but no, you're not. That's just another supposed countercultural thing that's just as programmed as the main one.
Yeah, they basically made it where flat earth sounds stupid so that you won't really want to tell many people about it because you're afraid of rejection or anything. Like, basically the way they've made flat earth sound stupid in the schools, like, oh, only sailors believed in flat earth, and that was in the days of Columbus. They thought it would fall off the edge. So basically, then even if you are looking into it, you might not want to look into it because you think it's stupid. You might not want to tell anyone about it and basically it's just one of their damage control ways. I think, yeah, probably that. Yeah, that's one of their damage control methods.
Yeah, and it's and we see people who come in here or to the Politics or the English Hub Flat Earth channels, and they actually think that, like, you know, it's going to be dangerous to them in some way to look into Flat Earth. Like, I had this young person come in, a young lady, who asked me, oh, I know, I think I invited her to this server, and I was in Politics or something, and she's like, oh, well, if I join that, am I going to be put on a watch list? It's like, oh my gosh, the brainwashing is so good. Like, they don't even have to, like, do they? I mean, I know, yes, they have watch lists, but why would they even have to maintain any watch lists these days when, like, people just put themselves on it? They just censor themselves, you know what I mean? Like, they actually think that, like, they shouldn't even talk about measuring the Earth and noticing that, you know, a 25-mile laser test, for example, where the 297 feet of drop should be observed, that the laser hits the target and there is no drop observed. Like, a person actually thinks that that's a dangerous idea. Like, what world are we living in where I can't go out and look at Chicago and say Chicago's actually there from across Lake Michigan? Is that so dangerous, people? Is that a dangerous idea? If that's a dangerous idea, then we got a serious problem here. But we all know it's not, and that nothing will happen to you, right? If you just, like, go out. I mean, we're all like living proof of that. We've been here doing this, you know, for many of us for many years, and it's fine. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, just say it.
Yeah, I thought there was nothing wrong with asking questions, like, in the world. You're supposed to be allowed to ask questions, because that's how you get smarter. But don't question the science.
Yep, and education and discourse is supposed to be about the free and open exchange of ideas.
Yep. Yeah, well, I have to get going at least for a couple of hours, but I might come back later. So.
Yeah, good talking to you. I hope you enjoy your day, and maybe we'll see you later.
Yep, you too.
Yeah, I was just going to take that moment to say, I don't know if there's anybody in here that has a question or comment, you know, feel free to speak up. But in this little interlude, I just wanted to say, gosh, I'm starting to tear up. I mean, I haven't even said anything yet, because when Spreadick said that, I'm sorry, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to say it. I'll just try to say something short. That you want to have appreciation for 24/7 and then here to make this event. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, is that I really don't like it that people in our community are being attacked for what they're doing when I know they have good intentions at heart. And DJ, I know he's deafened now, but he knows that I support him, and you know, he's one person that's recently been attacked in a way that's not a free and open exchange of ideas, and he is a person. DJ in particular is someone I admire and look up to because he has a quality that I'm sometimes lacking, which is just this endless patience with people, even when they're acting a disingenuous way or being downright rude. Like, for example, I think it was in Politics and Religion one time, I remember. I was arguing with some Glober about something, and I can't remember what it was. And DJ's like, all right, let's just put all that behind us now and move on to something else. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to put it behind us. You know, like, it was cute. Like, he was trying to make peace, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to make peace with this Glober. You know, like, and it's so great that, I mean, the fact, and I don't know if all of you heard that the other day, but, like, I did hear DJ the other day, like, get after another flat earther, you know, and I'm kind of like, yeah, I was cheering him on. I'm like, yeah, that person totally deserved that, because if you can even make DJ mad, because you refuse to discuss the information and you insist on resorting to insults and muting and all that, like, wow, like you must really have a problem, because he is so patient. You know what I'm saying? So that's my DJ appreciation. I mean, I could do an Indio and an AV appreciation too, but I can always do that later if we've got new people that have questions. We've got Serena. Wow. If anybody's got any comments or questions, feel free to speak up. I've been for a while here trying to tag people in the lobby with this event, but I'm having trouble, I don't know what is my problem. I thought I could tag the Globe Earther role, but looks like I can't. So I guess I won't tag anybody. Maybe I could do at here. Maybe I could do that. I'll try that. I know other people have done it too, so I won't tag anybody. I'll just put it in the lobby and say join us. Oh yeah, we need Deus Vault in there. Oh, is that me having a tantrum? I am not having a tantrum. I control myself. You can't troll me like that. So yeah, and I also felt like I don't know what's going on with this supposed roast that's going on of Indio and AV. I'm not going to listen to it. I'm sure there's people who are listening to it that will tell us, and maybe it will turn out great. Maybe individuals would decide to give other flat earthers the benefit of the doubt and to support them and lift them up. And if they had some kind of information they wanted to discuss, they could just, calmly say, like, oh, have you ever considered this thing or that thing? And, that'd be great if it turns out that way, because I know Indio, in particular, who's one of the admin of his server, has donated his time, just like so many people here, for so many years, trying to get the information of Flat Earth out there. And I'm grateful that we have such a person in our community that brought all of the, he obviously, anybody who's heard him speak, he has like an encyclopedic knowledge on a wide number of topics, many of which relate to the globe versus flat question. And he's also one of the founding members of this server that just keeps doing this day after day, year after year, when many other people have given up on all this long ago. Like Flatman Can said, he thought I'd given up on it, and I had, because sometimes just kind of like, what's the point? So the point for me is that there's people who are willing to stick to the truth and keep speaking it, even when they get sworn at, fought with, screamed at, targeted day after day, because they think it's worthwhile to try to get out the information to the world that this globe is not real. So I appreciate all of you. And the other person I mentioned, AV, when I first came to this server in 2019, AV was, soon after I came here, he was doing a show with Jedi. I cannot recall what that show was called. It might come to me. It was like a show they did every day at 4 o'clock. I don't know if anybody remembers what that thing was called. But they did Zany Space News. They talked about like happenings in Flat Earth, and they also interviewed new flat earthers that came to the server. So they interviewed me like the week after I came here, and other people, and he's always been like AV's always been doing stuff like that. He's done a lot of different kind of iterations of that same kind of thing where he tries to bring people together, and he has a very reasonable approach, just like I was saying about DJ. Like, he hardly ever loses his patience. He's able to take like a bird's eye view of the conversation. He's really good at moderating in general. Like, he usually pays a lot of attention to who's in the room, and he'll call on people or try to redirect if there's someone who can handle a certain conversation better. And he's also really able to get down to the main points with the particular globe believer, like Precarious, who's in here, went through the 3 points. That's one of the things that AV did. He used to do the 3-point questions. When has curvature ever been measured on the Earth? When has motion ever been detected on the Earth? What's the third one, guys? I already forgot. Somebody's got to know what the third one was, because I already forgot what the third one was. And anyway, that's what was it?
Gas pressure.
Oh, thank you, Kingsley. Yeah, I can't believe I forgot that one. Yeah, and how can you have gas pressure without a container? Absolutely. Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about, AV. Like, he kind of like reinvents himself every once in a while, right? It's like, okay, we're going to do this show every day. Okay, now we're going to do the 3-point takedown. Now we're going to do the arena, or whatever. Which is good, because this kind of a thing, you need to have like new stuff all the time, and just because it's good. I don't mind, actually, but I'm used to like repeating the same thing all day, every day. I used to have 6 sections of Algebra 1. I actually really enjoyed that, because by the last hour of the day, I'm like, I had all the problems memorized, and, it's like, I don't know, I'm used to doing it, doesn't bother me. But it can get boring to repeat the same thing over and over, so it's nice we have people who are willing to do that. All right, so there's my appreciation. I got through that with a minimum amount of tears, even though Loggy was trolling me. Thanks for listening.
You're welcome. Thank you for that. Anyone have any questions, like Josie? So you got the VC verified? Listen and pass. Ask away.
Yeah, DJ's given an update there. I would like to say, I mean, since we're here, I'm not listening. I guess some people are, but DJ said at 55 minutes after the hour, QE saying how Indio should debate when QE had never had a single debate in his life. Yeah. So, yeah, I thought about QE here in the comments, thinking that it would be appropriate to advertise, for his event in the place that he's declared war against. So that's interesting. Like, when Captain Bligh was the captain of the HMS Bounty, and Fletcher Christian decided to mutiny, I'm sure, like, he came to the captain first and was like, hey, when we have dinner tonight, can I announce my mutiny here in your ship? That's all right with you, right? Yeah, and Captain Bligh's like, oh, yeah, that'd be great. Like, yeah, I think mutiny's a great idea. Yeah, I'll support you all the way. Yeah, I'm sure that's what happened. But anyway, I thought about answering him and explaining, about the fraudulent conditions of the Blitz debate, and how, about how Blitz lied and first said he wanted a debate. And of course, every thing on his channel is a debate, listed as such. And then at the last minute said no, he wanted to have a conversation, so that both of our guys went in there, and as well as the moderators. So all three of them went in thinking it would be one thing, and then it was another thing. But I decided not to put that in the text because anybody who was paying attention or cared actually already knew that. And I've just decided, just that individual in particular, I'm not even going to take him seriously anymore, enough to even try to put any information in there. So I'll just do a reverse troll, anytime they decide to come in here and spew their ridiculous caricature of a thing that they're doing, I'll just take them as seriously as they take themselves, which is apparently not very seriously. Definitely not an educational person, not a person who's interested in educating or getting information out there. So, yeah, they're interested in entertainment and drama and so on and soap operas. So, go for it. Yeah, let us know how it turns out. So, yeah, we have VLTK in here, VC verified. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. Bestie's here. I've seen you before. You're VC verified. Hello. Good to see you. We've got a wide variety of Flat Earthers in here. Berserker's here. We talked to him earlier. Crit's here, but he's deafened. Demikaz. Good to see you. DJ's here, but he's deafened. Dr. Flatpan, welcome. Exoterics is the Flat Earther, been a member of this server since December 1st, 2022. Effie Batman is here, always loyal and steadfast. Heretic, who started this event. Thank you, Heretic. Josie's here. Josie's a Flat Earther, I thought, but yeah, it doesn't have the role in here, VC verified, but aren't you a Flat Earther, Josie? I think so. They might not be able to talk right now. Kingsley's here, reminded me of the third point. I'll always be grateful to you. I'd be like, when AV hears that I couldn't remember what the third point is, he's really going to be mad at me. I used to have the 3-point wig snatcher rolls. Yeah, if I still had that, he'd take it away from me. M0092's Duffin, Northern Rebellion, great to see you. Great, wonderful contributor to this server, as are so many other people. Old Hoss Rayburn, always a good time with Old Hoss Rayborn, over fences. So wonderful in the outpost, always doing that support in the text, and also here in the home server. Great to see you. Prophet's here. Prophet spoke earlier and said hello. That was nice. New to the server. Welcome. Ultimate FE Final Boss. Your globe will never survive because we've got the Ultimate FE Final Boss here. VLTK hasn't said hello, but maybe will. Loggy, always keeping me on my toes. And Bestie. Great to see everybody. I do believe that show I was mentioning that AV and Jedi used to do was called Flat Earth Initiative. I'm pretty sure that's right. Because they were doing that show every day at 4 o'clock at the time when the former 24/7 server was taken over by human sheeple. And because I think the Flat Earth Initiative channels here have been changed into something else, but when this server was created, and then Flat Earth Reality was also created about the same time. It used to be Karen B's server. I don't even know who owns that server now. It might be Battlemod. I thought maybe Battlemod took over that server. But anyway, they used to do the Flat Earth Initiative. For a while, they did it, that show every other day. They do it here, and then they do it over in the Flat Earth Reality because, as far as I know at the time, the idea was there'd be 2 different servers, both like coming from the original server, but with different flavors to them or whatever. But that didn't last that long, because then I think Karen B went and focused on other things, and then eventually that server was resurrected. Over Fences says we should be here all the days. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think when Creation Bear had that poll, you could vote for all the days. I didn't vote for all the days because then I felt like that'd be the same as voting for none of the days. But you could have if you wanted. We really need to get some Grow Believers in here. I don't know if somebody else is able to tag people in the lobby. Like I can't. I don't know. For some reason, I can't tag roles. Because it'd be nice to have some, discussions on the meat of the topic here. Yeah, like we've got Alex there in the live stream in the lobby asking us if we're denying the ISS. How would the ISS orbit a flat Earth? We need Alex in here. Get in here, Alex. Karunas is here. Just joined us. I'll try unmuting you. Just joined us today. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. How'd you find us, Karunas? You'd at least have a tiny conversation with me, then we could give you the VC verified role, and then you'd be able to see more of the server. You don't we don't have to have a long conversation. You just have to speak and tell us you agree to the rules and so on. Truth by Proxy is here. They're VC verified. Yeah, I wonder why the truth has to be by proxy. Tell us. Oh, Curtis is saying in the lobby they don't want to talk. Alex is driving when I asked him if he wanted to join us to discuss the ISS. Thank you for answering. At least people are polite. They're not just ignoring me. Old dude or heretic? I don't know if old dude's listening. Can't you guys tag people for the event? Like, tag the Globe Earthers, see if we can get anyone in here who wants to have a discussion. Oh, and Truth by Proxy is mowing the yard. Wow, this is, I mean, just having answers is amazing. Like, a lot of times I ask somebody to speak and I get nothing. I've gotten 3 answers in 3 minutes. So exciting. Yeah, mowing. I got you. Yeah, so the reason I came back to Discord, I actually came back to Discord before coming back to talk to the Flat Earth people. I mean, there's different reasons, but the reason I came back to talk to Flat Earthers again, even though, like I said, I didn't think I ever would, was because I think it's a very worthwhile conversation, and the people who are involved in it are a special kind of people. Not all of them, though. I guess. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I had trouble with it long ago, and I do see this with people who are new to it. And that's probably true of like any like new organization you join, or like, you know, if you get a different perspective on the world and you start hanging out with different people who share that perspective, like there can be a mentality, and probably part of it's human nature, and maybe some of it's encouraged in the way society is now, is like, yeah, we're the good guys, right? Yeah, we got this, and we're the good guys, right? So now I've joined the good guys, the flat earthers who war against the deceptive globe. And I was like totally on board with that at first. Like, I didn't even realize I was doing that, you know, until as I went along, I realized, yeah, like understanding this particular idea, you know, doesn't necessarily make us the good guys, you know, particularly with this one, right? Because even though we day after day tell people who come in here and say, why would they lie? Or how could it be possible that everyone in NASA is lying about this? I mean, you know, that's like so obvious. It's not even funny. I'll just go ahead and answer in case anybody's listening that hasn't heard the answer. Like, duh, like, you know, there's levels of clearance in any corporation or government organization. Not everyone gets all the information. You can very easily participate in a deception without realizing that you're perpetuating a deception. I mean, hello, that happens all the time. Like, you're just a little compartmentalized person that just does your little, you know, paper pushing or you know, link pushing thing that you do, whatever it is. Or in the case of NASA, you know, widget fixing or widget creating thing. You don't have to know what the guys at the top are doing. But yeah, I mean, clearly a person can understand the earth is flat and not necessarily be like a wonderful person, right? Because it's only just knowing the earth is flat only puts you back at a like normal position of life, right? It only puts you where any person who was born in the past before this globe deception became so widespread, everybody, you know, just assumed, yeah, that the world was the way it presents itself, flat and stationary. Like, no one would ever think anything as ridiculous as thinking we were on a ball spinning and moving through space when there's absolutely zero evidence of that. So, you know, once you figure out the earth is flat, then you're just at square one, right? As what a normal person would be born into in the past. So then, you know, what are you going to do with that? You know, how are you going to help other people to understand this so they can also get to square one and not be at such a disadvantage, you know, as you're clearly at a disadvantage if you just don't even accept that the reality you observe is reality. Like, you're clearly handicapped enormously. So, yeah, I mean, it's nice that people here, I appreciate it, like I said earlier, dedicate their time to helping people overcome the handicap
Is a donut Earth. Why the fuck y'all ping me so much when nothing's fucking going on?
Did nobody start talking? I just got a phone call. I can't even remember what I was saying. I was saying something. Probably wasn't important. Indio 007's here. He missed my tribute to him, so don't tell him that I said nice things about him because we don't want him to get a big head.
Too late.
That's right.
We clipped it and shared it already.
Did you DM it to QE?
I should. That's what I should do. Yeah, give him an audio recording.
So, what is the purpose of this 24/7 appreciation event?
It's to say thank you, Indio, for being so wonderful.
Oh, stop it. Well, I appreciate all you guys in here. All you. You guys are carrying the water. You guys are doing the heavy lifting. I couldn't do it all by myself, obviously. And I wouldn't want to. Technically, I don't even want to be the admin, but someone's got to do it. It's a dirty job. But yeah, I mean, I think you guys, some of the smartest people I've ever met, wisest, insightful. I mean, you think of lots of adjectives, but I'm serious. I love listening to you. I love listening to each and every one of you. Flat smack over us. It's awesome. Everyone has their own style. Everyone has their own unique take, and all of it together is just pretty much unstoppable. We're like a Swiss Army knife, the Batman utility belt of Flat Earth. It's pretty awesome. Not one script that you say over and over and over again. Won't mention no names.
Yeah, this is definitely a great group. I mean, that's always been the thing that's impressed me so much. Yeah, it's different people, specialize in different things, bring their own experience and knowledge and also just ability to relate to different kinds of people. It's a great team. Yeah, I totally agree. Oh, I do have to address Karunaz. I saw your little post there in the lobby asking me why I'm making fun of handicapped people. I don't think so. I was saying we want to, the people who are handicapped, that is what I was saying before I got the phone call. Thanks for reminding me, Karunaz. The people who are handicapped by their globe belief, who have been tricked into believing that the way that they observe the world is wrong, and that the natural birthright that they had coming into the world, which is to appreciate and enjoy this world the way it was given to us, clearly flat and stationary. So those people have been handicapped by being indoctrinated into a religious belief apparently originated by the Pythagoras cult and the ancient Greeks, and so therefore put into the fundamentalist globe religion against their will and without their consent, without even realizing it. So those people handicapped by the globe belief, fortunately, can come out of their globe wheelchair and be healed by understanding the very easily demonstratable debunks of the claim of the geometry of the globe, which would result in a rate of curvature increasing at 8 inches per mile squared and a maximum horizon distance of 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height and feet. So I am definitely not making fun of the globe handicap. I am inviting people to leave their globe wheelchair behind and walk upon the flat Earth. I rejoice that they're capable of doing that. But thanks, Krunaz. I know you told me that you are capable of speaking. So yeah, keep trolling, because then it'll give me new ideas and ways to express the amazing reality of the flat and stationary Earth. Right, Gadget?
Reminded me of the movie Baby Driver. Have you ever seen that movie?
No. Do you think I should watch it?
Yeah, it's a really good movie, but Kevin Spacey at one point is talking to so the main character doesn't talk a lot because he's got like really bad tinnitus. And so some of the other people are like, "Oh, is he retarded?" Kevin Spacey, who's the mob boss guy, he's like, "Retarded means slow. Is he slow?" And no, he wasn't slow. He was a very fast driver.
That's good.
I don't know. I'm not sure why that reminded me of it, but handicapped and retarded kind of go together, and like what you have to do is not be slow, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I just got a ping, so I just hopped in here to see what was going on. I don't know what's going on. I'm just hanging out today.
Yeah, we're just having a little event. Yeah, you're I don't know, you're a laid back globe believer, right? You're I mean, that's how I remember you. Would you say that's a good description of you?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I don't get like super into the technicals because my memory is really bad because I'm a little bit retarded. But if things are apparent, then they're apparent. So I kind of believe what I see, and
What do you see?
Well, yeah. I mean, from what you see, it looks flat, right? So that's that. But when I look at the moon is round. So there's a little bit of wiggle room in there.
What? So let me get this right. You looked at the Earth, it was flat. You looked at the moon, it was round. So you're like, fuck that flat Earth thing. The Earth must be round too?
Yes. A little bit, yeah.
So you looked at the thing that's not the thing to determine the thing?
A little bit, yeah.
It's like tasting coffee to see what tea's like. It's weird.
Both got water.
Yeah. And that's about where the similarity ends. But at least there's a similarity there. Got any similarities between the moon and the Earth you can think of?
Well, they seem bound to each other.
What does that mean? Does it mean they're similar?
Maybe it does.
What does that even mean? They're bound to each other.
Well, they don't fly apart, so they're
fly apart. What? Oh dear. You're serious,
weird
right?
in here.
Yeah, it's just serious, right?
Yeah, no, I mean they don't fly apart, right? That's observable, is it not?
Well, no. According to your model, that is what's happening. The moon's getting further away from the Earth.
I think the moon gets a little closer year by year, right?
No, it's getting further away year by year. Do you want me to go and get something to show you?
Oh, you're right.
Okay.
Slowly moving away.
Apparently.
I guess my perception of time is just wrong then.
I don't think you're really going to notice the amount that they say that the moon is moving away, even over your lifetime, mate.
Nope.
But why is it always the sky? Why is it always things like the moon? I mean, how do you even know it's really a sphere in the first place?
You can't really. I mean, unless you go there.
I guess.
And I guess you would have to believe that somebody went there.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you went yourself.
Mm.
I've never been.
No.
It's like Dandelion said. I'm kind of a laid back Glover.
What
Yeah,
if you've
I'm
never
getting more
seen the
laid
moon
back talking
before?
to you.
Yeah, what if you've never seen the moon before, right? And we sent you to the moon, and then you looked up and you saw Earth and saw it was round. Would you think the moon is round?
Probably.
Because you just said you wouldn't know if the moon was round unless you went there, but then you'd be in the same position you are now with the Earth.
Well, there's kind of a difference between thinking something and knowing something, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, ain't that the truth?
Yeah. I think a lot of stuff, but I don't know very much.
Blows me away. This guy's a baller. All his arguments are destroying himself.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of a Buddhist. Kind of the point.
Maybe one day you'll trust your own senses.
Maybe.
I'm hopeful for you.
Appreciate that.
He does. He does trust his senses. He doesn't. He like when he crosses the street, he doesn't think he's hallucinating that the cars are coming.
Yeah, like I think a lot of things. Maybe I think the Earth is round, but it doesn't really affect me on a day-to-day basis. So it's not something I like constantly think about. I don't really need to. I can just.
Do you want it to affect you?
I can live my life as if it's flat or it's round, and it doesn't really change things.
Oh boy. Do you want it to affect you?
Do I want it to affect me? I don't need it to.
Yeah. Yeah, but we can make sure it does. It's really simple.
How's
Go
that?
tell your friends, families, and coworkers that you think the Earth is flat and see what happens.
Yeah, I imagine. I can imagine what would happen.
So it matters, but it don't matter, right?
If you make it matter, it matters. If you don't make it matter, it doesn't matter.
Just pretend you're just like with everybody else. I'll just pretend to think what you think, and I'll just skate through life without any problems.
What you saying, babe?
Well, let's say I do go and tell all my friends and family that I think the Earth is flat. How does that help me personally?
Bitch.
Well, if it's true, then you get it off your chest.
I'm just wondering how it helps. I know truth is important, but how does it help me?
You got the big.
Do you only tell people things that you think will help you?
Strawberry ones here.
Why would you want to do something that
I'm
doesn't?
going to charge the speaker.
I'm sure you say things to people all day long with no intention of it helping one way or another. Who's got much?
Maybe.
It's at the top, ACIT3CH. I just muted them, but if you want to mute yourself, let me know and we can unmute you.
If you tell someone your favorite football team is the Yankees, or your favorite baseball team is the Yankees, you don't do that because you think it'll help you. Unless you're trying to get tickets off them or something.
I don't have any favorite sports teams.
It was an anal G.
Anal G, yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say, because you're an example, Gadget, what we were talking about earlier was, I was talking about that with Word Salad, who was here earlier, that just because he was talking about people, globe believers, using deceptive tactics and sophistry techniques and so on. And I was just saying how stressful it would be. I would really not want to be a globe defender. I mean, I think there's globe believers and there's globe defenders. Some globe believers are globe defenders and some are not. But, you know, people who their position is so tenuous, and I guess they must know it, the people who are consciously using these deceptive techniques to try to trick their audience into thinking they've won an argument when they don't really have any evidence to back up their claims. That's one type of globe believer. And then there's, I consider you to be the other type, is what I was trying to get at, where you do seem like you're just kind of like, yeah, I believe in it, you know, I guess, like, whatever. I feel like at least you're going to be, like, more stress-free that way. At least you're not trying to, like, recruit other people onto your fantasy globe. Although I feel like you, I don't know, to me it seems like you would want to make a decision, you know, someday. I mean, wouldn't you think? Like, I just feel like kind of staying undecided for a long period of time would also create maybe more low-key stress.
No, it hasn't been that bad, and I guess I would like to say I'm not like trying to convince people. I think that I know, you know, a few facts either way, and you know, when you talk about something like proof, it's really hard to prove something, anything really, and I kind of just learned through trial and error, like talking to people online, like, you know, if you win an argument, what are you actually winning? You're really just winning, pushing that person away from you. So, like trying to be really vehement about a particular viewpoint doesn't really serve me in any way. So yeah, like you said, I'm kind of laid back about it.
Yeah, but, you know, some things can be proven or disproven. I mean, really, knowledge progresses usually through discarding false conjectures, through counterexamples, or falsifying wrong claim, you know, fraudulent claims such as the globe. So it can be conclusively demonstrated that the predicted curvature of the globe doesn't exist. So that your original statement, are you acknowledging that the drop over distance is not observed in reality?
I think there's been some experiments that did observe that, and I think some people have also not observed that. So, you know, me not being able to do anything except look at what other people are doing, I can't say either way.
Oh, well, what ones have you seen where people have found curvature? Because I haven't seen any conclusive demonstrations of measured drop over distance that I could replicate for myself in the same way that the flat Earth has been demonstrated conclusively multiple times in ways that could also be reproduced by any regular person.
Oh, I didn't use the word conclusive, no.
Gosh, you're going to make me rewind to find out your exact words. You made it sound like some people have said this. We were talking about proof. I explained how the curvature's been debunked conclusively. I said that, right? And then you said something that made it sound like you'd seen both ways. You'd seen it done both ways.
I've seen experiments both ways, but you know.
Yeah, so that's what I want to know. Where's the one on the other side? Because I haven't seen that.
Well, I wasn't really, you know, I wasn't expecting a full-on debate today. I'm not prepared. I'm sorry. I don't have my notebook with me.
Oh yeah, well, I wasn't trying to get you in a full-on debate. I was just trying to get you to back up the thing that you said, which was that you've seen evidence both ways. So maybe, I mean, do you want to like withdraw that?
No, I mean, I think I think everybody here knows about the example of the guy who took his boat out into the lake with the piece of cardboard with the holes in it, right? And they were shining the flashlights from some distance, and he expected, you know, he had calculated ahead of time, he expected the light to shine through the hole at a certain height, and it wasn't that height, right?
Are you guys going to make me take on this this fairy tale, or is somebody else going to do it? I mean, it reminds me of like, you know, we were sitting around the campfire and Gadget started telling me a story about a guy that went out in the lake, and he had a piece of cardboard and a flashlight, and he proved the globe. Okay, like it sounds kind of like the Jaren thing, but he wasn't in a lake, was he? It's like the story's been told so many times around. Was he? I mean, yeah. I assume you're talking about the Netflix mockumentary. So, yeah, who's down
That's probably
there?
what it was. Yeah.
Who's down there talking? I couldn't hear who that was.
No, I'm sorry. I had to butt in. I was just asking if he told his friends and family that there's some guy in a boat. It's a story they all know, and that's how they know the Earth's a ball.
No, I'm usually the one. I'm usually the one.
I mean, what a
goofball stories about people in a boat.
Yeah, do you tell your friends and family that?
They told me a story about a guy in a boat.
No, I'm asking you. Why did they do that?
I don't have any friends.
Obviously. Grow up, dude.
Oh, don't be mean to Gadget. Oh,
I'm not being mean to him. He's being a little goofy.
Yeah, I know. He's our only globe believer at the moment. I mean, I don't know.
It's sort of like, what is there to gain from anyone having a conversation? What does it matter if you swayed someone? Well, how about it matters that people pull their head out of their ass? Don't you think that's the right side of history to be on? Do you think doesn't matter?
There's a lot of heads and a lot of asses, and that's a lot of pulling.
Yours is one of them, dude.
Yeah.
So wouldn't it be nice to have your head out of your ass?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. Well, think long and hard about that one. That's what you have to gain.
Oh, we also have Chong. I guess Chong's a globe believer. They've been saying things in the text here. But yeah, I mean, Gadget, it sounds like some kind of modification on the Netflix 2018 mockumentary, which did not prove the globe, and it's not. So yeah, I mean, I guess I mean, thank you for telling us that's the myth that you're putting your globe hat on, because that's all it is. It's just it's a myth, based on a mockumentary that was done in order to deceive the public, to put out the soundbite they wanted, which was "Flat Earther proves the globe is round." I mean, and then here we are 7 years later, and it's been apparently, I've been told, now people are putting things about that on TikTok and so on. So you're like, that's all it is. It's just a myth. It was not. It didn't do what you. It did not prove curvature. Did not prove the globe. It did not prove anything. So if that's the evidence you're talking about that you've seen on one side, so the other side is the hundreds and thousands of long-distance observations, laser tests, and horizon observations that demonstrate that the curvature of the Earth is not measured in reality. So, yep. It's not really. The only reason I was just kind of calling you out on that, because it's not. You made it sound like, and anyone who's new to the conversation might actually have believed you. So that's why I had to press you. Yeah, so it's not even on both sides where we just can't quite decide, which side it is. There's no verifiable, testable, repeatable evidence of drop over distance anywhere, and there's a huge number, with more being added every day, of demonstrations that there is no globe and the Earth measures flat, and anyone who cares enough could go out and repeat one of these tests for themselves. I'll put in the live stream voice text a summary of some of the observations demonstrating this. And I mean, I can search out the debunks of the Jeranism thing if you want. If you're serious, are you taking that myth seriously? We have to debunk it for you, because I can hardly even take it seriously enough to debunk it. Okay.
You were asking me about a particular piece of evidence, and that was the one that came to mind. So, I wouldn't consider that the entirety of my belief system is that one experiment. No, it's
Sheepdog has put one in. Thank you, Sheepdog, because I don't know if I have that one saved. Behind the Curve full story. Thank you. Nice. Did you see that one? I'll tag you. I'll tag you in it, Gadget.
Where am I looking?
Because you really, if you're gonna keep participating in this discussion, you really should hear the other side of that vague story that you heard somewhere that you can't really explain. I mean, do you want to explain how you think these flashlights and cardboard prove the globe? Do you want to explain that?
So, yeah, I mean, I can try. Obviously, I'm going to fall short, but
it's the story we all know.
Yeah. So yeah. I mean, I'll just say it in my own words because you all know the story. But I think you're at least entertained to hear what I have to say. So, yeah. So you got two people a certain distance apart, right? I don't know how many miles, but a certain distance apart, and person A is going to hold the flashlight, and person B is going to be trying to receive that flashlight light, and they're going to have a piece of cardboard to block out anything except for the light coming through a particular height, right? So I think you could do it with a laser. I think they used a flashlight for that. I'm not sure why. The idea being that if you go a far enough distance apart between those two people, that the bulge of the curvature of the Earth would block that light at a low height if the person holding the light holds it like right above the ground, and would allow the light through if they raise their arms up and hold the light higher. Is that roughly what it's like?
It's your story. I mean, you want me to keep telling your story for you?
It's been a long time since I've seen even the video of it, so I haven't really thought about it. I've been doing other stuff lately.
Yeah, I've never seen it, so I'm not going to be able to help you out.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what it was.
To my best ability, what it was is that they were going to be able to see this flashlight through the hole, through another hole, however far away the distance was, if the Earth was flat. If it wasn't flat, then the light would be above the hole or the cardboard in that sense. But you're right. Why would they use a flashlight? A laser would be so much more important in this observation. So if they didn't use a laser, which would have been more definitive, just for y'all's side anyway, it almost kind of seems like a sham job, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's my thinking on it is they really should have used a laser. I don't know why they didn't.
The laser broke.
Oh, well, they should have done it again. I don't know why they just gave up right then.
Because they got the result they were looking for. I mean, it's not that complicated. It's Netflix.
They were looking for. Weren't the people involved in the experiment people who were flat earthers, and they were trying to provide data for that?
I'll let Bob explain his side of the story. You should definitely watch the video of Thank You, Bob. It's not really a video, so you can listen to it as you're doing other things. But essentially, what happened is after the documentary took place, they went to a flat Earth meetup, and there were a lot of youngsters there, and they thought, "Oh my gosh, people actually really think the Earth is flat," and so they changed the way it ended. Because they were going to make it unbiased. They really were going to do a documentary. But they changed the way it ended because they didn't like the idea that kids might actually think the Earth is flat.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll definitely watch that.
Yeah, I mean, it's like any piece of propaganda, which this was. Yeah, they decided ahead of time going into the editing process what impression they wanted to put upon the audience, and they did not. They edited the information to fit the story they wanted to tell. That's why I call it a mockumentary as opposed to a documentary, where you would actually, let the subjects speak for themselves, and be honest about it. So yeah, and then you would probably, if you were really trying to present the information, you would, have, you would say, "Oh, the laser broke. All right, let's call it a day, guys. Let's come back when we've got the right equipment," right? Because we know, that's why did you see the list there, Gadget, of the different long-distance observations, laser tests, and so on that I put in the live stream voice text?
That's the Flat Earth Observations link?
Yeah. So, for example, a documentary could have been done about any one of those tests, right? And still could be, and put on Netflix. So, yeah, that's a good question you asked. Why didn't they? Yeah. Wonder why. Wonder
and I
why
want
they
to add this
wonder
too.
why they misrepresented, what the results of that test, because it didn't actually prove the globe. They just tried to give you that impression. Wonder why they misrepresented that and didn't show what the real results would be under a fair test with proper equipment, which could have been easily done using any one of those observations in that list or any other one, right?
And I'll
Wonder why.
I'll add this, Dandelion. So also, when after the movie came out, right? It's no longer a documentary; it was a movie. They went to the producers and they asked for the videos that they took. But the problem is when they were approached by the producer offered to pay for everything, but they retained exclusive rights to the art, right? The cinematography that was done on everything. So once it was done, it was a cut and dry, and they refused to release all the other video that was produced. So that would be another thing that would be very interesting, is like you get a hold of the producer and say, hey, why don't you do a behind the scenes and just show all the other video that was there, right? Like all the other movies that are out there when they all do behind the scenes.
That's the very name of it too, behind the curve. If they were being nice, they could have said ahead of the curve or beyond the curve, but no, they went with behind the curve. Right? So like it's saying that they're a little slow. It's an insult.
Yeah, if you're behind the curve in class, you're a little bit slow. You're not with the class when it comes to learning.
So, is there any other evidence? You said you had a bit of both, and you were sort of swinging either way.
Well, I haven't really quantified, just going outside and looking at how flat things are.
But you do understand that there is a way to measure flatness, right?
Yeah, all I can really say is I haven't done it,
Okay. Fair enough. Can you at least walk us through like what you would expect to see or do if you were looking for flatness over a surface or curvature over a surface? What's some things you would do?
Let's see. You'd have to do something on the ocean, pretty much, because that's the only, I guess, like discernible.
I mean, there's large lakes. You could do a 10-mile lake or 20-mile lake. It doesn't have to be on the ocean, but
I feel like
I get
there's
what
a
you're
lot
saying.
of caveats when you go with a lake, because the lake can be its own elevation, and there's like too many variables. But if you go with just sea level for whatever you're experimenting with, that's probably a good start. You want to go with sea level. You need to account for all you'd probably want to do something similar to that experiment from Netflix, but you want to actually do it correctly with like a laser. You'd have to have a boat out there, right? So say one person's on the shore and the other person's on a boat. So you'd need that person on the boat, and you need to be able to account for like the ups and downs of the waves, because that would alter the sea level. And then you probably have to account for like scattering of the laser beam in the air, humidity, air density, multiply by distance. I don't know the calculations for that, of course. But yeah, it would probably be the same experiment. You would just do it on the ocean instead of in like a marsh with like handheld equipment.
Well, let me ask you this. Would there be curvature on a 20-mile lake even if it was elevated in a mountain somewhere?
I don't know the specifics enough to know that would be discernible.
Okay. Do you know how big the Earth is supposed to be?
I don't know a lot of
Lakes
things.
are flat.
We know, but we're just He's thinking outside the box, and he's having a conversation with us. And I don't want to banter him too much. I just want you to at least think a little bit critically.
All right, let's just all right. Say I have a piece of styrofoam that's a sphere that's the size of, call it a softball, and anywhere on that sphere I take a toothpick and I point it directly towards the center of that softball and poke it in. Right? So anywhere on the surface of that thing, the toothpick is pointing straight down, right? But if you compare two toothpicks at different points, there's going to be a curvature in between them, right?
Sorry, my son. No, I get what you're saying. I mean, I think you're being a little. He was using the toothpicks because he didn't have like a knife to cut out a hole.
No,
So
I'm just
he was
thinking.
like
I'm
poking the
thinking
holes so that way he
head right
punched out
now because
the hole.
I don't have a sphere, but I pretty much know how like a sphere of styrofoam and toothpicks works. So,
Well, what about this? What about this? You have a laser, right? And then a laser beam is a tight circle in itself, right? When it comes out of the laser.
I feel like I'm getting distracted from where I was kind of going at there.
Go ahead. Finish your thought.
So I've got the sphere of styrofoam. I've got the toothpicks pointing in. So I'll say one at the North Pole and one at like the equator, right? So you've got kind of, when you look at the two toothpicks, they're 90 degrees from each other, right? But when you look at each one individually, it's pointing straight into the surface, right?
Right.
So at each point, it's perpendicular to the surface. It's a straight line in.
Right. It's locally flat. It's a local perpendicular plumb. Got it.
Right. So you've got two different planes then that are perpendicular to each other at the points of impact between the sphere and the toothpick, right? Now what is the resolution between those two planes? It would be a curve, right?
Well, that's what you expect to see on a sphere.
Right. So
The only problem, we do have a problem though, because like if you're literally doing the North Pole versus the equator, are you talking about like making a model out of it, like using a styrofoam ball to make a model out of it?
No, I'm just saying that like you would use the principle from the styrofoam ball and extrapolate that in some way.
Right. No. I get that. Like as things go around the curve, it's locally perpendicular. Like I'm walking upright all the way around the curve. Bahaboomy. I'm walking all the way around the curve, and I am perpendicular locally in my position to the ground. But if I'm at the North Pole, I'm perpendicular, and from the North Pole, if I walk to the equator, I am now horizontal. I am 90 degrees rotated from the sphere.
From the North Pole, but from the toothpick from the toothpick in the equator, you're still.
I'm still 90 degrees. Still 90 degrees. Still
90 degrees. You're 90 degrees from the North Pole, but now you're still aligned with the toothpick that's in the equator.
Right. No, I understand that. That's not a concept that's foreign from any of us here in the server.
Right. So,
in fact, we always say, why don't we have pictures from the moon of boats floating upside down on water?
What I'm getting at is if you take a walk from the North Pole to the equator and you put a toothpick in the ground every step of the way pointed towards the center.
Right. It's going to have a slight tilt.
Yeah, every toothpick is going to look like it's flat and perpendicular to the surface of the earth all the way down. But only when looking at all of them together collectively do you see the curvature.
Yeah, but you can also see the consequence of curvature too, right?
You can see how at each point along the way it looks flat, right?
Right, but also they would begin to start tilting away from you, leaning away from you.
Somebody Loggy posted on the chat. Yeah, exactly that.
So, but here's my thing, right? You saw behind the curve, you saw the styrofoam box siding or whatever, and they used a flashlight instead of a laser. Now, My guess, the reason why they were poking a hole in both of them and shining a flashlight through it was because they were trying to create a beam and try to minimize the divergence of the beam, right? That kind of would make sense if that's what they were trying to accomplish.
Yeah, with the
And
two pieces of cardboard to try and align them. Yeah.
Yeah, they were just trying to eliminate as much divergence as possible and try to make as much parallel rays as possible, right? But it's a flashlight. Let's face it. So if you get a laser, you don't need that first piece of cardboard because you know that beam is tight, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could just take a like a paper towel tube, and if it doesn't shine all the way through, then it's not aligned.
Right. So you get your laser beam, and it's nice and tight, and you know it's nice and tight. It's a very expensive laser. And then you set this laser up level over a large body lake, like it's at sea level, but a large body lake.
Level to the point of with like a bubble level, right?
Right.
At the point where the laser is.
At the point where the laser is. And then you shine that laser out horizontally, so it is going parallel to the surface of the Earth, right? From your location.
At the point where the laser is, yes.
Right. If the Earth is curving, as you gain distance from the laser, eventually the laser will get higher and higher and higher above your head, right?
Right. Yeah, that's I guess the idea there. Yeah.
Okay. And you don't need like a cardboard cutout on the other end. All you would need is just like some kind of a wall to show that the laser is still there, right?
Yeah, that's probably right.
That'd probably be the easiest way to, because I mean, you're like you said, there's going to be some scattering, so eventually the light's going to slowly like spread apart, and it's going to maintain the circle, but you're going to see dissipation in the light. It's not going to be.
So the scattering should be like all around. It shouldn't just be directional, right? It shouldn't be towards the Earth.
Right.
It should just be like universal, right? So.
Right.
Even if there is scattering, that just blurs the laser. That doesn't really make it point downward more, right?
Right. Well, I'm going to post a video in the chat for you, and I hope you enjoy watching it. It's a 1-hour documentary on some engineers who are flat earthers, by the way, but they go through great detail to give you a laser demonstration over water, and I think it might be interesting.
Appreciate
it. There you go. I didn't tag you in it. I apologize, but you'll see the blue laser.
Yeah, I see it.
And FE doesn't stand for flat Earth. It stands for field engineers.
Okay.
They're guys that are just like nerds that like to go out and do stuff in the real world. But this is more credible than, in my opinion, than the Behind the Curve movie that they produced. Now, I will always forever call it a movie. I won't call it a documentary.
I mean,
documentaries are unbiased. Movies are.
But unless you want to wait an hour.
Yeah, no. You can watch it whenever you want to. I just wanted to share that with you because we kind of agree that would be a fairly, like, you'd have to look at it obviously and see if there's any questions that arise in the observation. But you agree that if enough things are accounted for and nothing is extremely deviating from the expected result, that we could reasonably conclude something from that, and then have at least another starting point moving forward, right? Because that's kind of like how science is. We figure some shit out, and then like maybe we don't know all the dependent variables, but we kind of see something going on, and so we'll mark that place in history, and then build off of that, right? And see if we can't keep moving forward off of it.
Yeah, sure.
What's your name? Your screen name?
Edgit.
Edgit. Nice to meet you, Edgit. Welcome
Nice to
to
meet
the
Sheepdog, right? Yeah.
welcome to the 24/7 server. This place is awesome, man. I was a flat earther before I came to the server, and I knew the Earth was flat. Like just something deep down in my heart, just knew that something was going on. And I had like watched a few videos, but like I hadn't figured out how to actually go out and do any real observations. Right? I just some gut internal feeling that I just had going on.
Oh, I've been here a little while, not a long time, but yeah, I had this coworker who was like, he got really drunk one night after he got fired, and he was like, "I'm not really a flat earther. I'm more of a hollow earther." And I was like, "Okay, bud." And yeah, I just kind of been like curious about all this stuff since then.
Yeah, no.
I talked to Dandelion a little bit.
Yeah, I love Dandelion. She's got a great way of stringing words together. Yeah, very sweet heart. And she's still here. But yeah, I just wanted to run through that. We've got like a whole bunch of observations though. This is just one that's very well documented. I don't know, Indio. I don't know if you're still here, Indio. If you got the there's actually a spreadsheet as well with all of the data to go along with the observation that is in the documentary. And so it's worth taking a look at.
I think Indio left. I guess I stole his thunder.
Oh no, he didn't steal his thunder.
Is he the king admin on this server?
Yeah, he's one of three. We have 3 heads here.
I gotcha.
Yeah, the server came from another server a long time ago.
I'm in politics, and I'm in 24/7, and I'm in the Flat Earth, an official Flat Earth. I think this is the one I was trying to find when I was looking for him. I deleted my old account, and I got a new account, and I was trying to find the good server, basically. And I think this is the one.
Yeah, this one is fairly unbiased. Like some people, they have their ways about going about things, you know. And it is what it is, but it's got a great library in here. And the main focus, the hyper focus, is on what is evidentiary in reality.
Yeah, that was something I was going to comment on earlier, but I didn't get it. I forgot to comment on it. Is like how focused you guys are compared to like some of the brain rot places out there in the Discord verse. Like, you guys are super focused.
Thank you. And like it's just a matter of like putting the right words in the place, right? Like when you say the right words in the right location in the right sentence, and you give direction to it, like it just there's so much power in that. And then like if you're both on the same page and you're having a conversation, you can get a lot accomplished.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But I was just commenting on like there's so much political stuff going on, but you guys are like, nah, we're focused. We're doing testicle Earth today.
So we all have our politics and our religious beliefs and things like that. But the thing about this server that sets it apart from the other servers is we just focus on the science and the math of the flat Earth, right? Like I think that's probably the reason why this server is still around, is because we not only adhere to the terms of service in Discord, right? And also on YouTube. That's why we still have our YouTube accounts. We also adhere to our own terms of service. We have our own rules that we absolutely abide by. And because we uphold those rules, I think that's why Discord allows us to continue forward. It's like, hey, well, they're not doing any harm. They're just fostering conversation.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. That brings me to a question. I remember some time ago, it might have been a couple years, I think I was debating or arguing in a flat Earth server of some sort, and I ended up finding out just from like a loose link that somebody put that I was like streaming live on YouTube. Also, is this on YouTube right now?
It might be. If you look up at the very top of all the usernames, if you see a YouTube bot, then yeah, we're streaming.
Okay. How do I get to that? Okay, there it is. Nice. Oh yeah, that's me, huh? Okay.
Yeah, we stream all the time. Some people go out there and clip up the old streams and everything, and then they make like little mini videos, you know. And then sometimes if we don't have anybody in here talking and it's dead silence, some of us have the ability to put on like old clips and things like that, and you get to hear like the best of, basically.
Oh, that's fun.
But yeah, man, it's definitely an interesting conversation. You know, like I said, I was a flat earther before I came here, but once I came here, you know, you hear the conversation over and over again. Why don't you go do it yourself? Why don't you go do it yourself? It's like, yeah, why don't I go do it myself? So, you know, I end up I went from believing it was a flat earth. Even though I felt like I knew it in my heart, I didn't really know it, right? I didn't go out and get the experience. And then I went and found a 8-mile stretch of water, and me and a friend, we sat across the water from each other, and we had a bunch of we didn't have a whole lot, so we made do with what we had. We tied a bunch of reflective tape around our legs, and we sat on our butts and looked through binoculars at each other, and we could see each other and wave at each other. It was pretty cool.
Through so 8 miles away.
8 miles away.
And what was the height of the tape? Like a couple.
So we were sitting on our butts for the observations, right? We tried to get as low as we could to the surface. I can't put my eyeballs down at 1 foot observer height, but you know, sitting on my butt, I'm probably like 2.5, maybe 2 3/4 of a foot tall. And then he's 2.5, 2 3/4 of a foot tall. And you got an 8-mile distance in between each other. I need to go out and do it again. I need to do it for my wife. My wife, I tease her all the time. Earth's flat. So it's not.
I'm curious about one thing. Maybe you can explain it. It says the Earth's curvature supposedly causes a drop of 8 inches per mile squared.
Correct. That's at the horizon.
Why would that be squared if you're looking at a linear distance?
So when you look out, if you didn't have the square next to it, it would just be a slope. Y equals mx plus b.
Oh, this is a pi r squared thing, huh?
Right. So when you look out over a circle, the curvature of a circle, even if it's just a little arc segment of the circle, like you're not going to get the entirety of the circle in a parabola, but you can fit a piece of the circle into a parabola, right? Like you can arc a parabola out of it. And so that's what we're looking for. We're looking for as much of the parabola that'll fit into it. It's like 7.98 inches per second squared, or what's it, inches? 7.98 inches per mile squared. But we just round up to 8 for simplicity.
Even on that, Sheepdog, if I may add, there are several methods at arriving at that. One of them gives you an underballing, right, at 7.98. There's another one, the one I took, I put a little bit of the work in the chat if you want to check it out. We arrive at it from an upper bound, or it creates an upper bound. So we're arriving at the top. So it ends up being 8.02. So yeah, it's fair enough just to round it down to 8. But if you're interested, I can put the whole material if you want.
And then 8 inches per mile squared, I was going to add like I'll give you an example of like how off it is, right? So 8 inches per mile squared at 100 miles, the difference from the formula, like if you had an Earth curve calculator, the distance of the of what should be obstructed is like it's off by like 32 feet at 100 miles, right? But at 100 miles, you're looking at 1.2 miles of Earth curve. So what's 32 feet at 6,000 feet of Earth curve, right? Like it checks out.
Yeah, the math comes out to about the parabolic approximation is greater than 99% accurate for all distances between 0 and 790 miles or something like that, 800 miles.
So
yeah, you don't need to make an 800-mile observation.
I'm kind of bad at algebra, but so 8 inches per mile squared, which means
That's a parabola.
Mm-hmm.
It's the rate of change of curvature. So
how do you throw 8 miles into there?
How do you throw 8 miles in there? Oh, so here's the thing. First, you got to find the distance to the horizon, because the 8 inches per mile squared begins at the horizon, right?
No, that's the miles is the distance between the two people.
Right, but you have to get to the distance of the horizon first, and then you subtract that distance from the total distance, and then from that, in that answer, you do 8 inches per mile squared. So I'll give you an example, right? You have a 1 foot observer height.
You can't do that if there's no horizon.
Well, we're testing for Earth curve. If there's no Earth curve, then it's just measured flat, and the horizon is just an apparent location.
It's almost triggering my detectors of nonsense there.
Well, check this out, dude. Let me break it down, right? So, depending on the question you're going to ask, you may have to employ one or two steps and kind of piece them together. So, I think Sheepdog picked up on your question as being one of those where you have to do two of these steps. One being the drop over distance calculation, and then also doing a distance to the horizon calculation and kind of comparing the two depending on where you're at and seeing how much you should cut off and all that stuff based off of how far the thing is. Right? I'm not sure if that's what you asked.
No, I think what's throwing me off is you start with that. I'm looking at your image that you posted. I don't know what letter that is. It's like a P. What's that P?
The image that I posted, right, of the text.
Yeah, this drop over distance.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, P. Okay, P is the derived parabola that fits best to the ball.
Derived from what?
Okay, let me look. I didn't want to, I don't like to just throw shit out there, but let me put the full. There's 6 pages, but need not go through it all if you're not interested. But basically, what we're doing is, or what's being done here is, you take a circle, just a generic circle, right, defined by the standard, x squared plus y squared equals r squared. Right, everyone's heard of that. And from that, you derive the best fitted parabola to that circle and what the function describing that parabola would be. Right? It's in a general form. So if the circle is bigger, then the equation for the parabola is adjusted accordingly, right, in real terms, right? So you have your real factors and all this stuff. It's like, if the circle is yay big, then the parabola must be this big, or if the circle is this small, then the parabola is this small, et cetera, right? In general form.
Why do you need a parabola when you're talking about a circle, though?
It's a good question. I think it basically boils down to ease of communication, right? We're approximating it by using a parabola, because I think everyone's familiar with a parabola, right? So in communicating, how far should we see, instead of going into r squared divided by x multiplied by log of this, or whatever it is, you get a crazy long formula. This is sufficient for our purposes, and it's easy to express and to communicate.
yeah, it facilitates mental math. So you don't have to keep going to earthcurvaturecalculator.com, right? You can just do 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah.
Right. So is it clear that the globe is supposed to be cutting images off in the distance, and that's what we're testing?
Yeah, it's just the math is the 8 inches per mile squared. I mean, even Google tells me that 8 inches per mile squared. I just I don't understand the square, the squared part of it, and why the parabola.
Square is the curve. Without this curve, it would be straight.
It's the rate of change of slope. Otherwise, it'll be a slope. The slope needs to change to have curvature, right? So that's the square function. It's not going to be the same rate over distance or over time, because that's going to be what?
But you're saying that what you guys observe, Sheepdog, especially because you did the experiment, is 0 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah, so 0 mean sea level. Yeah, so horizontal reference datum.
Yeah, so this formula, dude, this is to calculate the curvature rate of a would-be sphere that we stand on, provided the official metrics of that, assuming we actually live on that, right? So the people who think we live on a ball, they adhere to this, right? So we're going out and testing it, comparing what we see in reality against this math. You see? So when Sheepdog sees no curvature, it's like, oh, well, there should be X curvature based on this math. We don't see that. Uh-oh, there's a problem. You follow?
Kind of.
Well, if I were to tell you, okay, an apple is red, you go into the room and you see a green apple, like there's a problem, right? You say it was red, but it's green. They say there's Earth curve. We go out, we don't see Earth curve. There's a problem. It's like, right?
So distance. Hold on. I pulled up the calculator that you guys are talking about, or one of them. Yeah. So I'll say your reflective bands were what, like a quarter of a foot off the ground? Is that fair? Over 8 miles, distance to horizon. Sure, I guess that's. So obscured should be 36.4 feet. That's definitely. If you were 8 miles apart, then you definitely wouldn't be able to see each other. According to this.
Yeah, man.
No, I'm not going to do GPT. I'm not fucking with that today.
Did anybody introduce him to the Black Swan at all? Yep.
Not familiar.
Okay. Let me send you a little thing here. Along the lines of what we're talking about. There we go. Okay. Do you see those two screen caps?
Yeah.
Right. So in the Black Swan, we got these two oil rigs, right? One at 6 point something miles and one at 9.41 miles. According to the Earth curve, or curvature calculator, half of that furthest one at 9.41 miles should be cut off, or just about half, right? But when we go out, like from a 1 foot observer height, I should say. But when we go out, we witness it in full and beyond, right? To infinity and beyond, right? Buzz Lightyear, right? Haha. Anyway, so in order to actually see the full thing, as we do, right? This calculator allows us to kind of like estimate what the, light would have to be doing and some parameters along those lines to get that. The problem is like that number doesn't match realistic expectations. But the point being, you see the thing is cut off, right? At first glance. That's the idea. That's the idea.
But it's not. I didn't like. It's not a thing that I observed. Like I don't. This is just a screenshot of something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I just plugged in the numbers, right, of what we would expect versus what we actually see, and how to reconcile that. They throw in this refraction index, this magical backwards engineered number that that they have no justification for. Anyway, sorry, Sheepdog. I didn't want to steal the floor. I just wanted to point these things out. Oh, he's not even here. He left. Fuck.
Sheepdog, yeah, he left.
All right. Anyway. Go ahead. I think Sporadic, you were trying to chime in a minute ago.
You guys got fun memes.
Oh, just trying to add more color commentary. I could maybe ask, hey, so you were talking about toothpicks and shadows earlier. Did this discussion clarify that for you?
I didn't mention the shadows, actually. I know that's... I can't remember who... Was it like Aristotle or Socrates? Somebody measured the circumference of the Earth, supposedly, way back in the day with shadows. I don't know the specifics of that experiment, but I know it was kind of similar deal there.
Yeah. I was just listening in. I thought I heard you say something like, correct me if I'm wrong, that if you take toothpicks and essentially and you were to space them apart, and the shadow length would grow and grow and grow, but when you zoom out and look at everything again, the surface becomes a ball.
No, I was more speaking about at any point on a sphere. Say you start at the North Pole and you put a toothpick in, straight towards the center of the sphere, right? The point where that intersects with the sphere, you can draw yourself a plane, which is like perpendicular to the sphere, right? That's your flat plane at that point, right? And if you walk yourself down to the equator of that sphere, and you put in a toothpick, you're also drawing a perpendicular plane, which looks flat at that point. But in this case, you have two perpendicular planes which are perpendicular to each other.
That's right. They'd form a 90-degree angle somewhere out in space.
Right. But they're both on the surface of that sphere.
Right. And so to get one plane to line up with the other, it has to rotate 90 degrees.
Right. So and you can do that any point along the path between the North Pole and the equator, and you end up with a curve of toothpicks along the way.
Yeah, I got you. That's a good way to conceptualize what the globe is. Yep. I mean, there's a lot packed into that, actually, and I think if you hold that in your mind through these discussions, it'll help clarify what it is that what we are questioning and what kind of questions we're asking. So this actually relates to a recent discussion in our community regarding whether or not airplanes are measuring curvature of the Earth, because their local horizontal plane of reference would have to rotate to go 1/4 away around the globe, right? So there would have to be a 90-degree rotation of the airplane so that the belly maintains a downward facing look at the Earth's surface. And we can't find evidence of that in any of the telemetry data from any flight.
Also, when you mentioned that, it made me think of the fact that, like a flight from Russia to the U.S., you fly over the North Pole rather than straight east. I mean, west.
Yeah, there could be many reasons for that are not really globe or map dependent either. Right, like, it's pretty political too, if I might add.
Yeah.
No, but people often bring up, well, don't airplanes like require a globe to work? And we say, well, no. And when we look for the globe, we can't find it in any of the airplane avionics.
No, like there's nothing about an airplane that requires the Earth to be spherical for that to function. It's just,
right.
It's just an airfoil, and it requires air pressure under the wing. That's all.
Yeah, exactly, and it requires a constant upward pitch to maintain that pressure that's needed for lift.
What's Miguel got there? Flight from Cuba to Moscow on the globe goes over Iceland.
Right, and that's assuming a coordinate reference system. If you were to take that wire mesh coordinate system and mangle it up, it would look a lot different. But it'd still be the same, whatever it's actually doing in reality, that we can't tell.
Dr. Flat, what's your deal, man? Why are you not on Voyager?
So for a lot of us, I mean, this is like an exploration. We're trying to find the globe evidence, and we can't. And I think a very honest position to take is we can demonstrate that there's no verifiable evidence for the globe, right? And we can even falsify it. So taking on a positive claim by saying the Earth is absolutely flat requires us to produce a higher level of burden of proof. And those kinds of discussions really should be tackled by people that have a lot of experience, real world experience in dealing with this.
Oh yeah, I mean, I just I was pinged, so I popped in. I wasn't trying to hold it down for the entire Globe Earth society or whatever.
Yeah, the rest of the world.
Yeah, like I was not taking on that burden today. I just popped in because somebody pinged me.
Oh yeah. No, I wasn't inviting you to do any defense of anything. No, it's all good, man.
I was just Dr. Flaphon there talking a lot of shit in the chat. 2023, okay.
Yeah, we're having another conversation in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, there's a fair bit of math and geometry involved. It's not really that advanced stuff, but it's stuff that, you know, if you got through it in high school, maybe had some in college, and then go about your job for the next 10, 20 years and never really had to revisit. You might have to go back in time and start boning up on some of this stuff. And
yeah, I was decent at physics back in college, but it has been a while. I got into computers instead.
Oh, that's cool. Probably easier to make money.
It was cool and it was easier until like AI just gobbled everything up.
Yeah.
It really ate my lunch with that one.
Yeah, it kind of sucks. Like people who tried to go to coding school 5 years ago spent a lot of time and money learning to code.
Oh man, I feel for them too because they're never going to get a job.
Right. And those of us who are established in our careers now have to embrace AI, or we will get outbid by people 20 years younger than us coming out of college.
Yeah, I'm worried about that too. I haven't been doing great, but at least I kind of know what to ask the AI to do. The people that are starting out now, they don't know what to ask the AI for. Like they don't know how to use the AI to do the stuff they want to do.
Good point.
So it's like it's rough for them. I feel for them. They're it's gonna be bad for everybody for a while. To be honest, like somebody's got to put a stop to this shit, or I don't know. It's gonna get rough.
Dude, it's like the equivalent of getting AOL diskettes and CDs mailed to your house 3 times a week. That's kind of what AI is. The way it's being pushed, the way everybody's being enticed into it. And back then, right, like you could have gotten along fine without joining on the internet and becoming a computer dork. Until like 10 years later, you couldn't actually perform a normal office job without all the soft skills.
You know what's weird is like
the AOL disc. I'm sorry, I got to comment on the AOL disc getting mailed to your house. Yeah, when my daughter was in 6th grade, her teacher was like, "Please send in all your AOL discs. We're going to do an art project." I was like, "Wow, this teacher is really doing a service to the world." I can't even imagine how many of those discs she got.
So many. I had, when I was in college, I made a window shade out of those AOL discs to like reflect the light out. So it was like really shiny and it like blinded everybody that was walking by. It was really obnoxious, but I loved it.
Yep, AOL disc art. I'm sure. Yeah, that was a limited time phenomenon.
He sent so many. You could just go into Target and grab 50 of them, and that was that.
You were saying something.
Square bins.
What?
I was just saying they have those like big square bins in Target full of the CDs. Take one.
Yeah, you just take 50.
Yeah. No, but AI is basically this AOL CD moment, I think, and people have a choice to make. They can either embrace it and become relevant, or they can ignore it and start complaining about it and suffer the consequences.
Oh, I have so
It
many
sucks.
thoughts on that, and it's like I said earlier. You guys stay focused on flat Earth, so I don't know if I even want to go there. But like, I have so many thoughts on it.
Oh, well, some of us have trained our own AIs on flat Earth content, like the chat logs of the server.
Yeah, I had before I got laid off a couple of years ago. I was on a project doing AI stuff, like in real life, like you know the drive-throughs, like at fast food restaurants, like Taco Bell, where they have an AI like taking your order now. I was working on that. I was like one of the people working. Like Taco Bell was going to be one of our customers, but it didn't quite work out right. But yeah, so I actually have some like real knowledge on that stuff, and it's. I mean, having that as your career, you're like, oh man, you know, every step forward I take in this career is putting like hundreds of thousands of people out of work. It was really demotivating. It kind of fucked me up.
Jeez, man. Sorry, got to cut this short. Got to run.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
Yeah, good talking to you.
Yeah, thanks everybody for coming to this event. It's still going on. I'm sure we'll have people keep coming and going through the night. So yeah, this was originally conceptualized as a way to show appreciation for the original. Not actually, it's not the original, is it? It's the second version of the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, but really it's all the same, right? It's never actually gone away. And even though now we do things on other servers like the Politics and the English Hub, it's all part of the same group of ragtag, dedicated, hardcore, grassroots, Wild West flat earthers who are always willing to have a conversation about how curvature has never been measured, rotation has never been detected, rotation of the Earth has never been detected, and you can't have gas pressure without a container. So those are some of the main points we go over here day after day after day for many years now. I know this server started in August of 2019, so that's 6 years, and then I think the other server was like a year or two before that. So yeah, still going strong. And the reason it's still going strong is because of one of the founding principles that's always been talked about here, is that we're focusing on the information. So we do our best not to focus on the personalities, the entertainment, the drama, the this, the that, the other things that might be controversial that not everyone agrees on, like the social issues, for example, because flat earthers are just regular people, so we don't all think the same. We don't even necessarily think the same about what is the best way to approach the flat earth argument, but as long as we can still have a free and open exchange of ideas and learn from each other, and everyone has their own strengths, then we work together as a team to get the information out here. So that's the reason why we're having this event today, is to just kind of appreciate that we have this organization that so many of us enjoy, and that we have so many volunteers willing to keep the conversation going 24/7, including our live streams. Helio and Flat Lloyd keep those live streams going, which I know is a lot of work. So shout out to you guys, because it is very helpful to have a record of what goes on here for various reasons. I mean, because sometimes we need to refer back to it on a point of whether somebody did or did not say whatever thing. Other times we just like to listen to it if we can't go into Discord, or if we want to listen without being asked a question. Or also, you have a vast archive of past live streams that we can go back and listen to whenever we want. And also, sometimes they're made into podcasts. I'll put the podcast link up again. I put it up earlier, but in case anybody doesn't have that, Crizzle 9976 VC verified ladies night. Link image and bedroll. Oh, but you joined on August 30th, 2023. I'm just wondering if you ever participated in a ladies night, but it looks like you might have joined after ladies night was wiped from the flat earth. Welcome, Crizzle.
Good evening. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been hard to get in the server, but I saw you guys were online, so that's why I hopped in. Normally, I can't get in.
Cool. I'm so glad you're here. What is your position regarding the Earth?
It's flat, and it's waters. I think everything is floating in the waters. There's no vacuum space surrounding us, that's for sure. I think it's more an oscillation, because if you look at everything, it's like a breathing apparatus, breathing in, breathing out. It's compression and expansion.
And how did you end up finding us back in 2023?
Yeah, I ran into Martin Kenny with Why Flat Earth and a video during COVID. Pandemics, had lots of time spending at home when I was zapping through YouTube just for the fun and giggles. Got my popcorn ready for the video, but yeah, a few minutes in, the guy was asking the same questions that I used to ask myself as a child, and I used to bug all my teachers with, but never got a real answer to those questions. So I started looking into the physics, and then once you look into the physics of how water levels out in barrels, well, they are all connected, and you take that back to the oceans and how they all level out in between the lands. To think that it is ball and spinning around through space is madness.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. Madness, for sure. I like it. Yeah, well, we've been sometimes having a ladies' night on politics server on Wednesdays, and then we talked about doing one here again. So hopefully that'll happen at some point. Yeah, go ahead.
By accident, I deleted that server because I thought it was all about politics. And I think, I'm not interested in politics, so I canceled it. So if you could invite me again, would be nice.
Yes, I will do that. I'll send it to you in a message.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm going to go soon to ride with my son. He's going to do his driver's ed practice. We're going to go practice parallel parking. So I'll keep listening, but I might not be able to talk, just so you guys know. But yeah, hopefully we'll stick around here and keep the event going for people in different time zones and so on. It's nice to see a turnout here in the home server.
What did I miss? Sorry about that. It's the price of being a good husband.
Well, I don't know how long you're out, mate, but it's been pretty quiet since I've been here. So
Been out for about 15 or 20 minutes now.
I haven't been in that long. So
Yeah, no, there was a gentleman here earlier, and Dandelion was walking through with him. I think he talked to Indio a little bit. I missed that, but he was talking to Dandelion. He was talking about the Behind the Curve documentary, right? Everybody calls it a documentary. But we call it a movie because a documentary is unbiased. A movie has like a story behind it, right? And so we went over that a little bit, and we were talking about, what happened in there. And he's like, when they did the whole flashlight thing, like, I don't understand why they used a flashlight. Why didn't they use a laser? I didn't know this. I guess the laser when they were going to do it broke. So what they did was, this is my guess, and it makes the most sense. They didn't have another laser to replace the laser that was broken, so they thought if they used a flashlight poking through a hole, then it would eliminate like the spread of the light and would, you'd have as many parallel rays as possible close to a laser, right?
it was
like
just-
they're just trying to see if it would work.
I think they would just it was something to do with, there was another like documentary to sum up what had happened, like another video to sum up the original one, and the accumulator on the front of the laser broke, so wrecked that idea. So they went, look, we've already invested a lot of time, money and effort into this, just grab a flashlight and use that.
Right.
So I don't think it was a case of, hey, we're deliberately going to do this. It was just an act of, let's just keep the show rolling as we've already invested so much into it. And then afterwards, when they crunched the numbers and realised, oh shit, it's too late. It was too late. So, and the fact that the producers had all rights to do whatever they wanted, which was a big mistake. Yeah, that was probably the biggest mistake of the lot.
No, I would like if I ever did something like that, I'd be like, I want a duplicate copy of everything.
Oh yeah.
Like I'll go out and buy like an 8 terabyte drive. I want a duplicate copy of everything. Before you start cutting, I want a duplicate out of everything. A duplicate copy of everything.
Raw.
Yep. And
So even if
like it was a good conversation. He's like, I would have done the same thing, but instead I would have used a laser. I'm like, oh, okay, all right. So let's talk about that for a minute. So, like, you agree that if you had a laser, it would be a nice and tight circle, and you wouldn't need to shoot it through a hole to see it. Basically, you would just put up a backdrop and then try to catch the faded laser coming in, right? Yeah, that's probably what I would do. That makes the most sense. Like, let me show you FE Core.
Here's one we prepared earlier.
What would you say if I told you it was already done and it's been duplicated? I'll take a look at it. Indio has all the data, like everything on paper. He's got that somewhere. He's got all the data, but I always just show the video. The video is sufficient enough for me. I think they do a good job of explaining it all. Like, I don't need somebody to tell me, oh, that's a LTVG 58 million laser that has a brightness of blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't need that. I can look at the laser and know that shit's bright as hell.
Yeah, just
that's a good laser, bro.
Daytime is a bit of an indication.
Seriously, man. Like, oh my gosh, I need all the specs on it. Like, bro, look at the fucking laser. I know, but it may not be a real laser, bro. My wife wants me to cook tonight. I'm only good at cooking a few things, man. Like I'm actually really good at making fajitas, chicken fajitas. But I don't add spices to it. All I do is I'll grill the chicken, right, on a Foreman grill. I cheat. I'll grill the chicken on a Foreman grill, and then I'll chop up like onions, bell peppers, mushrooms, and I'll stir fry that in olive oil until it gets to like where it's just starting to singe, right? And then and I pour just enough olive oil in to make it like where you can kind of see that it's starting to soak a little bit, right? So that right there will stir fry everything, and then when I add the chicken in later, the chicken will absorb the remainder of the olive oil, and that's my chicken fajita mix. Delicious, and you can eat it without tortillas, and it'd be really healthy. But that was my spiel. And then, so what's the deal? Are we spending weekends in the home server now? Is that what's going on?
I don't know. Yeah, I had a look on the other channels and no one's in there. And it's like, I wonder where everyone is. And then I find a whole pile of people in here. So I don't know if there was an event or if they had some kind of show and tell on or if everyone just merged into here and that's where they landed. I have no idea.
I saw in the mod room chat that there was a discussion about what was going on over in FED. And that if you're going to have that discussion, have it over here. Don't have it over on the other servers.
Oh, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
My personal opinion on that is if you want to listen to FED, go and listen to FED. I'm not going to stop you.
Exactly.
I'm a part of their server. There's nothing stopping me from popping in there and having a listen. So
absolutely. Here's my thing too, right? Like, this person did this and this person did that, and then somebody else says, no, they didn't. Like, bro, that person is like mute happy. Like, if they don't have the mute button, they're pissed. And so DJ being muted, yeah, no, like that's obvious. Like, guarantee DJ maybe at most, I didn't even watch it, but I can tell you, at the most got 2 sentences out before the mute button kicked in. And then any time that he started to make headway into what he was trying to say, if he said any of the key words, he was immediately muted and then basically given the treatment.
Yeah, I listened to it for about maybe 15 minutes, and the whole time I was listening, DJ was red flagged, and I just looked at that and went, you know what, that's pretty weak. At least let him discuss the topic. And if he has made some kind of in anything that he said, why not just tell him, I've got no problem with the argument, you've just messed up on this particular component. That's it. I just don't get the whole do a treatment on somebody. Why not just tell him where he went wrong and be on your merry way?
Or better yet, just let him talk, and then when the episode ends, you can like spend the next month generating material.
Well, you do that too. So yeah, there's plenty of ways to skin a cat.
That's why like if you haven't noticed, when people if I'm the one they're talking to, I'll let them talk, man. I want them to talk. The more they talk, the more they start sounding like it's all imagination and they have nothing to back it up. I love it when people talk.
Yeah, it's you can pick up on it straight away as soon as they come in. Do you believe in flat Earth? No, I believe in a globe. It's all beliefs.
Well, let's just imagine for a minute. I don't want to imagine. That's what somebody was doing the other night. They're like, "Oh, that's like, do you believe?" Like, you don't understand, man. I've been believing my whole life, and now that I know what's going on, the reality is much more interesting. Much more interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Excuse me. Sorry, I started to talk and then started coughing. Sorry about that. Was DJ muted on just the FED panel, or was he muted on QE show?
Wherever he went to go defend himself.
Say again.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, FED is where they do the show from.
Yeah, no, but I meant like, right, no, I know that's the server, but I mean like, was he muted more on Nathan Oakley, or was he muted more on QE?
It was only on QE. It wasn't on the other show.
That's what I meant. What show was he on?
Was it show side or was it actually server side? Well, the show is run from the server, and the mute button was just used on the show.
So whose show was he on? Was he on Nathan or QE?
QE.
Gotcha. It's okay. Fair enough.
Sorry for hot micing y'all. I'm putting groceries away. But yeah, I just...
Yeah, that's... oh, sorry, go ahead.
You're fine, go ahead.
Yeah, that's why I must confess I don't tune in the QE show. I tune into Nathan Oak occasionally, but I'm just too busy during that time of the day typically. But yeah, I don't care for him doing that sort of thing.
I tuned in the QE show once, and I tuned in the Nathan Oakley show once. And both shows, like, I felt like I was watching a sitcom. And I don't, that's not what I want. I like, I don't mind if somebody curates a discussion or whatever, and they take control of the live stream and have the live stream and everything. But, like, when you create this, like, story, and then you introduce the panel, you're basically setting the stage for how you want the show to go. And that's just fake, man. That's propaganda. That's all it is to me.
Yeah, and then the way they treated AI, I thought was atrocious. And I never knew what the resolution of that was, but the way they treated him, that was... I've not tuned into Nathan Oakley since then.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not just... So here's the thing, right? I'm not going to dismiss what QE has done for us. Like, we probably wouldn't be here in this situation if we didn't have some of the QE arguments, like, hold their feet to the fire, which is probably a Miggy argument as well. Or, make that, like, a big one of QE is make them make a positive claim. Don't make any claims at all, right? And that's fine. Those are all good things that helped us establish where we are and everything like that. But it's like, we got to explore the conversation a little bit, right? Like, I mean, you might be okay with just talking about triangles and citations, but like, for me, it's frustrating with citations, right? Like, I'm all about it, but at the same time, it's like, they'll give you a citation and then give you like 400 pages to read, and you gotta, and even if they give you a quote in the page in the paper, you still have to read the whole paper in order to get the context of the quote.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not interested in having the same conversation over and over and over for year after year after year.
Yeah.
I like to start, with let's talk about step 1, and now we'll talk about step 2 and step 3. But it seems like that in your face, make them make a positive claim thing ultimately just ends up that all we're doing is talking about the same thing over and over and over.
Yeah. And some people, they are a little more curious than others, right? And so they just kind of want to see what the conversation looks like. They're that person on the fence Maybe they see that Globers are treating flat earthers like crap, and so they're like, why are they so mean to these guys? They're just asking questions, right? But and then or maybe they're the other way around. Maybe they're looking for something that's gonna like click over in their head, like, oh shit, that's what I need to go look for in order to figure out whether the Earth is a globe or not, right? Because like when we talk about like, I'm not gonna lie, when I first came to the server and we talked about radius, circumference, drop over distance, like it made sense to me, but it didn't really make sense to me until I actually went out and made an observation. Right. Then I kind of started to understand what, like abstractly, what's a parallel line versus drop over distance, right? What does curvature look like versus lack of curvature? And I mean, you can teach those things, but at the same time, you got to have an experience too.
Well, the disadvantage of the GTs is that they don't typically leave their parents' basement. So we can all day long tell them things like the horizon appears to eye level no matter how high, how low you are.
You're roboting.
And there's,
sorry.
I think the problem for the problem discussing with the GTs is
you're not coming in clear. I'm sorry, dude.
Let me try it one last time. Is this any better?
Yeah, a little bit better.
Okay. Just all I was going to say is that the problem in conversations with GTs is that they. Oh well, I'll try again.
So sorry, man.
We need to get Elon Musk to raise the balloon over where I'm at.
If he would just tell everybody that the Earth is flat, I guarantee you all of our signals would be boosted.
I've always noticed that every time I get to a really interesting point, Discord starts fouling up.
You and I are the same though, because I had that for a long time, and now I'm working closer to home. So, but I still get that from time to time as well.
No, I don't think I'm actually thinking that's the case. I mean, it feels like sometimes, but it's not really the case. I see that more.
Who was that rap artist that used to use auto tune for everything? I guess they all do now, but he was the one that started it. Not Little John, the other guy. Not T.I. I know y'all know. He used to have the gold microphone. Let's see, you sound like J.E.
Oh, wow. Yeah. But no, let me try to say again what I'm saying is the problem for the GT when he comes in here is that the GT almost never leaves his parents' basement. So when we start talking about real observations, they don't have anything to hook those, our what we're sharing with them. So if we tell them that the horizon seems to always meet you at eye level, no matter how high, how low you go, looking out their parents' basement, saying, I don't know. All I'm seeing is the basement's wall.
Well, yeah, and most of them have never walked 2 miles in their entire life. We lost you, J.E., if you're talking.
No, I was on mute there real quick for a second. Yeah, so that's why a lot of times you hear me when they start talking about some scenario, they say, well, if we got this or whatever. That's why I try to start pushing them on, okay, well, how about not if? Let's talk about something concrete. That's a lot of times why you hear me do that, because I try to push them down the point of it need to, get back to something we can touch with our hands and, the tangible world, not just the world of thought experiment and words on paper.
Let's see. See profit in here. You just got the VC verified. I see Medina. I know you from another server though. VLTK and TBH. You got that
Have you
listing
heard from
pass.
Dave lately?
Which Dave?
Dave from Kentucky.
Dead Air Dave.
Yeah, I was realizing I've not heard him in a few weeks. I might have to try to call him.
Let's see. I'm gonna try to unmute a couple of these mics and see if we can't have a conversation. Prophet, you can open your mic whenever you want. Let's start with VLTK.
And welcome aboard, Prophet. Thanks for coming over.
VLTK, I went ahead and unmuted your server mute. So you can open your mic if you want. Say hi, and if you got any questions for us. Once you leave the voice chat, though, it'll mute you back up. What's up?
No, I was just saying, welcome aboard.
Yeah. Huh. And then M0092, or I'm just going to call you Me Plata. I've unmuted you for the moment, right? So, like, if you have any questions, you can. Once you leave the room, then it'll mute you back up. And you'll have to be unmuted again in the future. Once you get out of that listening pass and y'all actually get VC verified, you'll have the permissions to open your microphone whenever. What's up, Crypto King?
And welcome aboard as well.
Hello, what's up?
What's up, Me Plata?
I actually have a question. Well, it's not a question, it's a request. I was wondering if someone has like a demonstration of things and objects disappearing over a curved surface.
Yeah. Things disappearing over a curved surface?
Yes.
I mean, I can go to YouTube and find all kinds of things disappearing over a curved surface. Now I can't find anything disappearing over a curved Earth, if that's what you're asking for.
Yeah, I was wondering what it looks like when if you have a sphere how would things disappear over distance?
Oh yeah, no,
Because
like go ahead. I'll give you a demonstration of objects disappearing over a curved surface. Oh, here. It's not the best video in the world, right? But it's going to give you the demonstration. This is a video that someone gave me to explain why we can see beyond the curve, right? But the problem is this coin, when they have it go around the curve and they put a magnifying glass, of course they have to use a magnifying glass, right? Of all things. But when they put a magnifying glass up over it, and they show the coin popping up from behind the curve, what you don't see is the horizon of the curve behind the coin. So I thought that was really interesting. But this is what it would look like if something was on a curved sphere, and then you rotate the sphere away from your observation, and then what it would look like as things recede away from the curve. That's what you would expect. Over the fences and through the woods, to grandmother's house we go. That's what I think of every time I see his name. So, what say you, M's, Plata? You're saying that the Earth is flat?
Oh, I don't know.
You don't know yet?
It looks flat.
That it definitely does. Like, do you remember when you were a kid and your teacher would tell you that the Earth was a ball or a sphere? And then, or a sphere that looks like, you ask what a sphere is, they say it's like a ball is a sphere. And you look at her like, that's weird, I don't see any curvature. And then you ask, well, how come I don't see any curvature? And then they say, oh, that's because it's too big. It looks flat, but it's too big. What's up, Taylor? What's up, Taylor? Caitlin, you got a little hot mic going if you're not ready to talk to it. Caitlin.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, you there?
Oh, yes, indeed. Yes, I am. was just told that I didn't
going
have
on,
voice
man?
permissions, so I assumed that I couldn't talk, but evidently I'm wrong.
Yeah, no. Sometimes we unmute people from time to time just to save time
Oh, nice.
and whatnot. But like, if you leave here, then it'll mute you back up. But what's
All
up, man?
good.
What brings you in here?
You what, sorry?
What brings you in here?
Let I remember. So, yeah, man, I find this whole topic of conversation massively interesting, and I'm all like, I joined with the intention of listening, but suddenly I'm a participant.
Well, at the moment, nobody's really talking, and then so like when nobody's talking, you know, no matter how silly or stupid a question might sound, that literally can spark a conversation. You know, like so if you want to listen about, if you want to have a discussion or you want some questions answered, you're like, hey, what about this? What about that? Those things will extend conversations, right? Because depending on what you say, depends on what kind of information we might have for it.
Absolutely. So, are you committed to one side or the other regarding the belief?
Can you rephrase that? I'm not sure I understood that.
Yeah. Do you what version of the globe do you or of the Earth do you believe in?
I don't believe that's the difference. I used to when I first came to this server. I was just telling people earlier. I used to believe that the Earth was flat. Like something in my heart told me that it was flat. After I watched a few YouTube videos, like I'm like, okay, this is cool, but I thought I knew in my heart that it was flat, but at the same time, it was still really just a belief because I didn't go out and actually have the experience myself. I just watched somebody else's video and it made sense, right?
Yeah.
So really, what ended up
That's probably
happening
where
is
I'm at right now.
after hearing the conversation a lot, you hear, "Go out and test it for yourself. Go out and test it for yourself."
Yep.
And if you don't have money, you got to be a little bit creative, right? Like, let's face it. Like, most people don't have money for $1,000 camera.
Yep.
No, most people don't have money for a $5,000, $10,000 laser.
Yep. Indeed.
So, but did you know that you can prove this to yourself with a simple mirror?
Is this the mirror flash?
Yeah, just a mirror flash, man.
So I get that can be done, but I haven't set about arranging that proof for myself because that requires multiple people standing very far away from each other.
Right. And you'd want to preferably do it over water because so we know that land can have topography. So you can have like mountains and valleys, hills and crests and things like that, right?
Yes.
So like I mean even a little 6-foot hill in front of you could like literally give you the illusion of a globe, right?
I get it. Yep, because you can only see so far.
Right. So with that being said, what's another thing that we use that tends to be a standard for flat on the surface, right?
Yep.
What do you think that is?
I was hoping you would tell me. I don't know.
Water. Water on its surface tends to be horizontally flat and level when it's at rest.
Yes, but so I've seen a lot of content about this, and I'm pretty convinced of the alternative belief. But I can also sympathise with the mainstream belief because, of course, the argument from the mainstream is it's so big that everything will always look flat.
Yeah. No. Yeah. That's what we were told in school, right? We were told when you were told as a little lad, your teacher said, "This is the Earth," and they show you a globe, and you're like, "What?" And they're like, "Yeah, this is what the Earth looks like from really far away." And you're like, you're like, "I don't see any curvature." And then you ask the teacher, and the teacher's like, "But that's because you're really small and the Earth is really big, so it looks flat, but
Yep.
Eventually,
It's a good
curve,
argument.
right? And what do they always tell you? Boats going over the curve and sunsets, right?
So I'm happy with the debunking of those theories. The boat and the sun, both of those have been adequately debunked by the alternative theory, which I'm happy about. So
Yeah.
I really want the alternative theory to be true, and that's why I'm massively interested in this topic right now, because it's a game changer if it is true, and that's why I'm here. That's why I'm interested.
Yeah, no, for sure, man. So, like, I'll give you an example, though. The reason why water is the gold standard when it comes to level. So, water in a cup, right? The surface of that water is flat, right?
Yes, but of course that's such a small scale that
Yeah.
I think it would be the same in either model.
Yeah. No, absolutely. But I'm just giving you, I'm giving you a base, a standard, so that way you can see it as we scale up, that it continues to stay the same, right? So you've got a cup full of water. That water is flat on the surface. Now you have a bathtub full of water. The bathtub full of water is flat on the surface too, right?
Yep.
What about a swimming pool?
It appears flat.
What about a pond?
That also appears flat.
What about a lake?
Generally appears flat.
Generally?
Have
you ever seen a curve on a lake?
I'm open-minded to both ideas. So again, the argument from the mainstream is that it's so big that it will always appear flat.
Right. So, and I'm just trying to give you a general idea. So we've got a cup, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a pond, and a lake, all appear flat on the surface of water. And then now we go to the ocean, and that also too appears flat, correct?
From my perspective and any perspective that I trust, yes, it does.
And I'm just asking for a fair, honest observation, right? It's not like I'm saying, oh, it is flat. I'm just saying it appears to be flat, right?
Yep, I totally agree.
Yep. So if the Earth is going to curve, it's going to be over a large body of water, correct?
Yes.
So then, once you know that water observably, in all appearances, looks flat, now the next thing you need to do is find out how big the Earth is.
Yeah, totally agree.
Right. So the things that you're going to want to do, you're going to want to know what the circumference is and what the radius is, right?
Yes, these are all on my
this is going to
to-do
give
list.
you.
I
This is
plan
going
to
to give you
verify this
arc.
myself.
This is going to give you your arc that you're for the. Basically, you're looking for two radiuses when you do it. It's going to be the same radius, but what you're doing is you're creating an arc because you're looking from your position to a distant position, and then you might have one or a half a degree of separation or a degree of separation based off of what the Earth provides. But from a local level, from the observer, the horizon is going to be in a specific location, and then everything that goes behind the horizon is going to be disappearing bottom up because of the physical geometric horizon getting in the way, right?
Yes, that is the idea.
All right. So just to kind of go over some things with you, and I do want you to do your own research. Don't trust me on this. And so here's the weird thing. When I came into the server, I believed it, right? Like I was like, I know in my heart that it's flat and yada, yada, yada. But they kept telling me, don't take my word for it. Go out and test it for yourself. And so what me and a friend did, I'll tell you what me and a friend did, and then maybe anybody else that wants to share a story can too. Me and a friend, this is undocumented. This is just us going out and screwing around.
I believe you. Absolutely.
We go to a local lake. It's got an 8-mile distance from one shoreline to another in a specific location. The lake itself is real weird. It looks like an amoeba or something like that. Like it.
Wow.
Like, I mean, it's like 2 miles or a mile and a half generally separation from each other, but in these specific inlets, in a couple of locations, it's anywhere from like 6 to 12 miles away. But the place that we chose was the best observable location, and it was roughly 7 or 8 miles apart from each other. And we got some reflective tape, right? And we wrapped it around our legs, and we sat down on our butts, and we wrapped them around our arms too. And we took binoculars, and we saw each other sitting down from across the lake, and we waved at each other, and you could see everything moving around. But the thing that was noticeable is we could see each other's legs while we were sitting down.
Wow.
Right. And so what they don't tell you is they tell you the Earth's really big and that it's too big to see the curvature. But what they don't tell you is that from a 6-foot observer height, the horizon's only 3 miles away.
Yep, sounds good. I need to make that calculation myself as well, so that I can be in the same boat as you.
Absolutely. So when you do the research, you're going to want to know. So you're going to want to know the circumference and the radius. And
Indeed.
Basically, have you ever heard of the equation C equals 2 pi r?
No, I don't think so.
No, it's a geometry equation for a circle. It's how you find the circumference of a circle using the radius, or how you find the radius using the circumference.
Yeah,
And a
I mean,
sphere is just
if I
a
did learn
three-dimensional
that,
circle.
it would have been when I was in school, and I have since forgotten everything I learned in school.
Oh, that's fair. But like the thing that really clued in on to me when I was first learning about the arguments and everything was, in order to know the circumference, or in order to calculate the circumference, you have to know the radius, which means you'd have to dig all the way through the Earth and find the halfway point. Nobody's ever dug past 7.8 miles, and the radius is supposed to be 3,959 miles. That means the diameter would be like 6,918 miles, if I'm not mistaken. But nobody's ever dug all the way through the Earth, so how would we know the diameter, right? So the next thing is, if you don't know the diameter or the radius, you'd have to know the circumference. Well, who has ever measured all 24,901 miles in one straight line?
No one I know, anyway. No one I'll ever know.
Right. So if nobody's ever measured the circumference, you can't calculate the radius. If you never measure the radius, you can't calculate the circumference. So those are little key factors. But they tell you the Earth is 24,901 miles in circumference with a radius of 3,959 miles. And if you don't like miles, I think the kilometers is 40,050 kilometers in circumference and 6,371 kilometer radius. And then from there, you would calculate the distance from your observer height, because the horizon is supposed to be like whatever the observer height is. What's the word I'm thinking of? It corresponds with the observer height, the horizon. So like the higher you go, the further you can see, right?
Yep, I've seen that. I have seen the proofs.
So we don't dispute that. But once you find out what like a 1.7 meter observer height, the distance to the horizon is, then you'll know that the horizon is supposed to be in that location. And then you want to find objects that are 2 to 3 times further away than the horizon itself, and just test it out. And even make longer observations if you want to. Some people have made 30-mile observations from a 5-foot observer height.
Yep, I look forward to it. It's fully in my plans to test that for myself.
Yep. And the more you hang out with us, the more you'll know that, you'll understand why we're focused on all of these specific things.
So
I hope that answers your question.
So
like, I was just gonna say I don't believe the Earth is flat anymore. I know it's flat. I've gone out and observed it myself, and all water is measurably flat on the surface. So if all water is measurably flat on the surface at rest, and 70% of the Earth is in water, then it's reasonable to say that the Earth is flat.
So, what about the claim then that the night sky is completely different when observed from the southern hemisphere as opposed to the northern hemisphere?
It's just the part of the sky that's over that part of the land. It's like if you were in Walmart, and I don't know if you have a Walmart out where you're at. Do you have a Walmart?
I don't. We have Asda's, which are supermarkets that are owned by Walmart. So it's probably similar, not as large.
So can you see aisle 13 from aisle 2?
Indeed not. No.
Same concept, right? You can't see the same night sky as somebody else over a different location. Everybody's got their own little night sky, depending on where they're at in the world.
Okay, that's a new thought for me. I will need to put more thought into that when I am in a more sober state of mind.
Yeah, the hardest part for people to get over is the idea that I always run people through this concept, right? If you'll answer this question for me, and we'll just go through the logic. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, the surface of the Earth must be what?
Flat.
Right. So if the surface of the Earth is not curving, the surface of the Earth must be flat. If the surface of the Earth is flat, then whatever is happening in the sky can only happen over a flat Earth. No matter how silly that sounds, like you're like, oh, but it makes sense on the globe. That may be true, but you still have to contend with the surface of the Earth being flat.
Yep.
And for some people, that's a hard thing to get over. But the only thing you can do is go out and test the surface of the Earth. If the surface of the Earth is flat, then whatever story they're telling you about what's going on in the sky is wrong.
Yeah,
what about the planets?
Just testing for yourself.
What about the planets and the moon and the sun and the stars? I mean, they look like lights in the sky, right? That's all we can observe them as. We can't go there and test them for ourselves.
Agreed. Yep.
But let's see, what other questions are there? Some people ask, like, how does daytime and nighttime work over flat Earth? Well, when it's daytime, the sun is overhead, right?
So that one, I don't have that question. That one is adequately answered by the alternative view. I would say another one answer I have, or another question I have is, so I haven't verified this for myself, but the claim is that from the northern and southern hemisphere, when you look at the stars rotating, if you take it in a long exposure shot, then basically they go in different directions, based on whether you're in the northern or the southern hemisphere. So one of them is clockwise and the other one is counterclockwise.
So I'll give you an example for that, right? You don't need to go to the southern hemisphere to see the southern sky rotating clockwise. All you have to do is, if you're facing north and you're facing Polaris, right, and you see the stars are going counterclockwise.
Oh wow!
All you have to do is turn around and face south.
Yep.
And the stars will be going clockwise. And the reason why they're doing that is because the stars are moving from east to west. So, like, point yourself in the direction of north right now. I'll walk you through the thought experiment, right? You'll be able to comprehend this. It's real easy. You seem like a pretty smart dude, even though you might be a little buzzed. Face north. All right. And then point up into the corner where Polaris would be in your field of view, and then make a counterclockwise rotation. Are you doing that?
I mean, I don't know where north is from me, so I'll just need to imagine myself facing north.
Okay, just pick a wall in your home and call that the north wall.
Yep. Okay.
All right, and then start drawing a counterclockwise on the north wall. Got it?
Yep.
You don't have to draw it with your hand, but if you need to, you just do it. Okay, so drawing it counterclockwise, I also want you to look at with your finger, point north, south, east, and west on that wall, that same wall, like as if you're looking at a map. Like south is down, north is up, right?
Yep.
All right. So when you go south is down, north is up, east is to your right, right?
Yep.
And west is to your left.
Yep.
Now remember, you were going counterclockwise, right?
Yes.
You're
So I'm
going
turning
north,
westwards.
north, and then west, and then south, and then east, right?
Yep.
Now turn around, and face the wall directly behind you.
You're right. Okay, hold on. Right. Yep.
And face east, or not face east. Point to the east. You're facing south now. Point to the east.
You're right. Wait till I remember. Yep. Okay, it's now to my left.
And then move your finger to the south and start going clockwise.
So I'm not in my house right now. I'm currently like walking around.
Okay.
So I've heard someone else make the case from the globe perspective that like an analogy would be like putting a clock on the ceiling, and no matter what way you face it, it will turn clockwise.
Right.
Like you can look at it from 12 o'clock and it will turn clockwise, and you can look at it from 6 o'clock and it will turn clockwise.
Right. Right. That's a bad analogy that they're using because it's a straw man, and they don't understand what they're looking at. So what you would have to do, right, is you would have to put a clock on the north wall and make it run counterclockwise, and then put the clock on the south wall and make it run clockwise. And then if you step back to the east side or the west side, you'll notice that both clocks are moving in the same direction based off of your perspective. Even though one's going counterclockwise and one's going clockwise. They're both moving from right to left.
Wow. Oh, I regret having had some alcohol tonight because I feel like you are actually making sense, although I'm struggling to keep up.
No, you're good, man. You're good. I'm just glad that you could have a little bit of fun in here and at least get to hear something.
Absolutely, man. I'm very open-minded. As I say, I would love for the flat Earth to be true, and I must say, I do lean into it. I've started leaning into it as believing it, but the couple of questions that I've addressed you with are like my doubts, but you have just answered them in a manner that does, like, in my drunk mind, appear to be satisfactory. It's just it requires a little bit more thought than I'm necessarily capable of at this moment.
I'll say this: if you can find a lake that's like 10 to 16 kilometers in wide, and you can see all the way across it, then the Earth's not a globe.
And is that a distance thing? Is that because where I'm standing, I shouldn't be able to see that distance, or is it a width thing? I shouldn't be able to see that distance width wise.
Well, so the reason why is because the Earth curves. Like by definition, the Earth should be curving everywhere all the time, even if it's a little bit, right? But like over so much distance based off of your observer height, like a 1.7 meter observer height, I think the horizon is going to be like 4.7 kilometers away. So if you can find water at like 10 kilometers or more, and you can see all the way across the other shoreline, then you just falsified the globe.
So, I mean, the argument I'm about to bring up isn't necessarily one that I care about, but there is an argument from the Globers that basically their argument is refraction exists.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not.
Yeah.
I haven't
So
studied refraction.
Right. No, and so here's the problem. And this is something that we've also discovered recently, also, and some of us are divided amongst the conversation and everything like that. I, on the other hand, welcome refraction as an argument. I think it actually proves the flat Earth, not the globe, right? So with refraction, I can take a flat surface and I can use refraction to my advantage using natural phenomena and demonstrate bottom-up obstruction over a flat surface. Just like when they say boats go over the curve, that's why they go over the horizon and they disappear behind the curve. I can demonstrate that on a flat surface. It also explains why when the sun moves away, it starts to drop down into your field of view, and then it could even create bottom-up obstruction over a flat surface. Again, these are things that we can demonstrate on a flat surface. But the globe can't demonstrate that over a curve. They have to use these extreme measures, like one person used a magnifying glass to see over a ball. And I'm like, so is that what we're doing? We're looking through a magnifying glass when we look out in the distance over the horizon? And they're like, no, it's just, we're just looking at it at a gradient over a distance. I'm like, yeah, but if you look at the way refraction works, you need a hard density change. It can't be a gradual thing. It has to be something out there has to be a hard density change in order for this to happen. The other thing is what's the other thing that I'm trying to think of? I just lost my train of thought. We're talking about refraction and like I can go into you might be a little bit buzzed, so like we can talk more about it as time goes on.
Absolutely.
You're absorbing a lot. But so basically, just to give you a little weather phenomenon, when atmospheric conditions, you know how storms work, right? Normally the Earth is really warm, but sometimes a cold front will come in, and it'll take a high pressure system and push it underneath the air, like it'll dive down underneath. And then what happens is the cold air gets trapped under the warm air. You probably noticed this being outside, and you feel like a storm coming in, and all of a sudden the wind will pick up real fast, and you'll feel like a rush of air, and your ears might even get a little heavy, and so you're kind of like, you notice the change in the pressure. This is something that we can demonstrate over a flat surface, and giving up bottom-up obstruction. The idea of boats going over the curve, buildings being obstructed into the distance, and even sunsets. We can take a fake sun, a drawing of a sun, and it gives the illusion of the sun. Not only they tell you that the sun doesn't shrink in angular size as it begins to set. Well, yeah, that's because it's being magnified and refracted. Maybe that's not what's going on, but that's it's actually, there's evidence to support that. So that's why I give that a little bit of credit. On their side, they can't do this demonstration. All they do is they show you that refraction exists, and then you don't believe that refraction can be happening? No, I believe it. You're just going to have to show me you have to give me the demonstration of the naturally occurring event. And they might use like a fish tank with a laser, and they'll use some sugar water and say, oh, see, look, the laser's bending. I'm like, yeah, but I'm not looking through a fish tank with sugar water. I'm looking through air.
But would the argument not be from the Globers that the laser bends visibly in a more dense medium, such as glass, because it's super dense? But then, basically, although the laser bends at a certain amount through a dense medium, such as glass, is there not an argument to say that light can and does refract even through the less dense medium, which is air?
So there would have to be a change in density, yes.
No, but
That's what I was saying.
would there be? Would there need to be a change? Can refraction not just happen through air?
The problem
There
is
would
with
have to be. There has to be a. I was just gonna say there
that
has to be a
refraction
change in density.
happens
Go ahead, Matrix.
at the boundary of the two different mediums. So by definition, refraction is a very specific thing. If you're talking about other things like miraging effects, they all have very certain names. Looming, towering, Fata Brumosa, Fata Morgana, they all have very specific names. So just by using the general term refraction doesn't really help us understand what you're trying to achieve and where you're going with it. So that's one of the reasons why, like he said at the start, there's a lot of contention about this word refraction, because it can mean quite a lot of things in different contexts. So if you're talking about the effect of, say, a building getting stretched, towering, yes, hyper-specifically, refraction is the bending of light, but towering is a very specific event. So you see what I mean by that? So if you are talking about refraction, very specifically refraction, it's the bending of light or wave as it passes from one medium to another. And it happens at the border of the two mediums. For example,
and I remember what I was going to say. I remember what I was going to say now also. So the way that they're describing refraction occurring is that the more dense medium is at the surface of the Earth, and light bends towards the more dense medium. So it is true that light bends more towards the more dense medium, but that doesn't mean that that is happening. That's what's happening on Earth. So as you go up in gradient, as you go up in altitude, the light becomes, or not the light, the density becomes thinner and thinner and thinner. So what they're describing is because if you draw a tangent line over a curved surface, eventually that light is going to go from a dense medium to a less dense medium to a less dense medium to a less dense medium. So what they're essentially saying is that light is going and hitting the less dense medium and bending back down into the more dense medium. And that's just the most like horrendous thing I've ever heard in my entire life in trying to explain refraction. But like here's an example of how it might work on a flat surface, right? So warm air is less dense than cold air, right? Because warm air thins out, everything's excited, and then the gases spread out even more.
Yes, it expands.
Right. So warm air is less dense than cold air. So if a cold front comes in and it scoops in down where the warm earth is and the warm gases of the earth are, and it gets trapped underneath the air above it, and so what you'll have when you're looking horizontally, you'll be looking through warm air, and then at some point there will be a cold pocket, and then after that cold pocket will be warm air again. So what I would expect to see possibly maybe on this observation is you're looking through the warm air, the light hits the cold air, and then when it pops out back through the back to the warm air again, it's now going to seek the more dense medium, which the cold air above the warm air is going to be more dense than the warm air beneath it. And so light's just going to tend to parabolically curve upward in that fashion. And I'll give you an example in the live stream text. I don't know if you can see that.
I can, yep.
You can? Okay. I just posted something by Skyfree on YouTube called "A Micro Skyline Sinks Below the Horizon."
Oh, by the way, so it turns out I'm wrong. I said that I can before I realised that I actually can't. When I look at the chat, it tells me, done reading, check out #lobby.
Yeah, let me give you. Hold on just a second.
Which one are you reading? The live stream voice text or the actual chat for this channel?
I was looking at this voice chat.
All right. There's one directly above this called live stream voice text. Can you see that?
Yeah, like if you look for the lobby. I don't think you've got the perms. Oh, I'm gonna give you perms real quick, buddy. You've been kind and.
Oh, he hasn't. Yeah, he needs to be upgraded.
Give me just a second, bub.
Woo, thank you.
All right. So now that you are VC verified, Now, when you look at all the rooms, you'll see a whole bunch more.
So let me have a. Oh man, I've lost. I've lost. All right, okay, I'm here. Chat. Okay,
Directly
I'm still
above
not
the
seeing
chat
it.
that we're in. Yeah, directly
If you
above
go
the
where the
chat we're in.
lobby is, yeah, if you
The
go to the
lobby,
lobby,
yes.
you go down to where the live stream is, where you're at right now.
Oh, I see. I see it now.
Right
Yep,
above the
yep.
live stream, you'll see the voice text, live stream voice text.
So micro skyline sinks below horizon.
Yes. Watch that video. And the reason why I say this is a good video is because this is only looking through the air. The only thing they're manipulating is they're manipulating the temperature of the air and the pressure of the air because they're inside of their home and it's warm. And then what they do is they open the door and let cold air into their home.
Perfect, lovely. I very much appreciate you sending that video. So I am currently walking home, and so I'm currently using my mobile data just to talk right now. What I'll do is I'll wait until I'm actually in the house, and then I'll use my Wi-Fi to watch it.
I completely understand.
So yes, I'm very excited to watch it. Hopes are high.
Yeah. So yeah, that's when they say refraction. Like we welcome that. Matter of fact, that was our term to begin with. When we would do the Black Swan, and they would say, "What? Why does that crane look all wavy?" And then some flat earther said, "Oh, maybe it's refraction or a mirage or something like that." And they're like, "Oh, refraction." And so that's been they've been trying to steal that argument ever since. But we were the ones that made the argument for it.
Well, I'll certainly watch that video, and I very much look forward to it.
For sure, man.
Right, guys, I am about to enter my house. What I'm going to do is I'll hang up just now. I might be on in a bit, but it depends on how I feel when I enter the door. Because as I say, I've had a few drinks, and I'm conscious. I feel kind of bad because I feel like you're dealing good knowledge, and I'm not internalizing it maximally.
I'm just glad you walked home instead of driving home.
Yeah, that's right. Big walker over here in Scotland, always walking.
There you go.
Right, well, thank you very much for humouring me and answering my questions. I very much appreciate it.
Yeah, just so you know, when you get time, if you go to the bottom of this server, there's a whole library of topics with demonstrations and discussions about like what our arguments might look like.
Beautiful. I will certainly be digging into that then and seeing, because as I say, I am desperate to prove this theory like positive. I want the Earth to be flat because to me it hints at a creator, an intelligent design, which isn't present in the globe model, and I find that so game changing that I want it to be true.
Yeah, no, you'll find out the Earth is flat. You're the center of creation. God loves you, and this is the most special place in all of existence.
I hope so. I hope I can be as sure as you are, because that sounds much better than the ball theory. Right. Well, I'll hang up just now and I'll enter my house.
No,
And I
you're
must
good,
say,
man.
I doubt I'll be back on tonight because it's my bedtime. But
Yeah,
I will
no, you're
certainly
good.
check in again in the coming days.
For sure. I hope you have a good day tomorrow.
Thank you very much, mate. You too. Hope you have a fantastic day tomorrow, a great night tonight, and I will speak to you in not too long. Thank you, mate. Peace.
Peace. What's up, Matrix?
Oh, just having a listen about how they
Always nice.
fellas use refraction as a. I think a lot of them just use it as a get out of jail free card. They just think, oh yeah, it's refraction. I'm going to use this, and this is going to cover everything. And yeah, there's
I'll be right back. My wife's calling me.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
You're good, mate. It's very frustrating listening to the whole refraction thing. When you look up how angular resolution, angle of resolution, perspective, and all that works, refraction is not just everything. It does my head in. But anyways, that's just me. Oh, Cyclone's dropped in. How's it going, man?
Yeah, what's up, boy?
Oh, we just had a young fellow in here. From his accent, it doesn't sound like he's too far from you. Asking a few nice questions. Sounds more like a genuine person as opposed to your usual anti-FE that carries on.
Yeah, I did catch the end of that. Hopefully, I'll be about next time he comes in, because, yeah, he does sound like he's not far from me.
But yeah, the whole conversation sort of basically just went pretty steady like that the whole way along. So, yeah. It was awesome.
Nice. Well, bring up the next one.
Yeah, we need some kind of lasso where we can just wheel them in here and one at a time educate them, and when we're done, launch them back out into reality with their eyes open. But I did like the way he sort of started off with the refraction thing. Refraction exists, and I'm just sitting there going, well, I'm not really going to deny refraction. It's very well proven and of what it is, but yeah, you associating that with a ball tard, that's another story.
All right, I'm back.
You bring any more Globers with you?
No.
Oh.
They stopped following me, man.
I'd have thought you'd have upset enough of them on Twitter to have a whole lineup just knocking at your door.
Although I did, what was it, like a couple months ago, a month and a half ago? Professor Phil was like going real ham on my DMs. That one was pretty funny.
Yeah, Professor Phil's a bit of a issue.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, he believes he's doing all kinds of different things, right?
I don't know what's going on in his head. He thinks he's a
Brain
physics
in a jar.
professor. My brain in a jar, yeah, mainly. But claims he's a physics professor, and any physics questions we should be asking him. So, based on that, I'm assuming that he is of the understanding that physics deals with shapes.
Huh. Yeah, no, like, I just be honest, man. Like, no, physics does not deal with shapes, but the concept that current mainstream media, or mainstream science, I should say, adheres to when it comes to gravity, the idea that it's pulling inward towards the center of mass, their idea is that gravity could only create a sphere. that doesn't mean that they deal with shape. And you should ask him, what's the physics of a cube?
Well, I've actually blocked him from me DMs because I think he's a muppet. But and I was sick of just getting bombarded with stupidity.
I'm gonna start doing that from now. Like when next time Matthew Lawrence comes in here, he's like, dude, something's been bothering me, dude. Oh yeah, what's that? There, sheepdog. Like, what's the physics of a cube? Like, can you walk me through the physics of a cube? Can you walk me through the physics of a pyramid? I don't understand. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. You're right, it doesn't. So can you walk me through the physics of a sphere?
Well, that's why I love the whole what field of science deals with shapes. That's great. It's so entertaining. Listen to them trying to conjure up excuses.
Seriously. You're just a science denier. I'm a science denier of shapes.
Miguel. Nice.
What Miguel saying?
Oh, in the chat. Cut a section of turf out a big cube. This has got cube earth.
I know that's a Glober. Something in my heart tells me that guy is like, why do you guys believe the Earth is flat? Just ask
Oh
him.
man, that question. Why do you believe the Earth is flat? I don't.
Oh,
But you're a flat earther. Yes, that's correct. So you do believe it's flat? Nope. Oh man, you can tie him up in knots so easily.
It is. And it's funny too because they think they know the Earth's a ball, right?
Exactly.
What to do with my kids' pants, man? I keep telling them not to, when they take them off, don't turn them inside out because I'm not going to sit there and flip them back outside in. Like if you're running through the grass and you slide on the grass and your legs are all covered in grass, then leave them right side out so that way the grass falls off. Not that hard to do. About to go on this horrendous adventure of a rental car that me and my wife just got. Both of our cars are down at the same time. And so she knows friends that have like spare cars that they rent out. And it's like half the price of like your typical rental, but they're older cars, right? It's like, oh God, is the AC going to work? Like, am I going to be driving around in the heat all day? And she's like, well, when you turn the car on, all the lights on the dashboard light up. And they said that's normal. But and then like when you're steering, you got to do this and that. I'm like, oh god, what are we getting?
When I went to the States, I had a little Chevy Equinox that was a hire car. And I think I got about 10 mile from where I picked it up from, and the service light came on. And I just looked at that and went, you got to be kidding me. I've told these guys, I warned them, I said, look, I am going to be driving around the entirety of the United States. And it's like, oh, yeah, that's great. All right, suit yourself. 12,500 miles later, that little light was still on.
Right.
Oh, yes. Cracked me up, actually. Actually, I wasn't too cracking up when I first saw it. I shook my head and I was very disappointed after informing them what was coming. You know, like, you do the right thing. I'm going to be driving quite a few miles. I'm doing a trip right around the States. Oh, yeah, that'll be right, sir. Here's your insurance. Here's all your other paperwork and crap. Sign here. And then I get up the top, and I got this little half-size car. I was actually after a Jeep Cherokee. I needed something with a 6-cylinder or greater in it because I knew I was going to be doing long-range stuff and a lot of highways. So I needed something that could just basically idle along and not burn too much juice. Anyways, I get up the top, and here's this cute little four-wheel drive thing. And I looked at it and just went, where's the other half of it? I go back downstairs. Excuse me, that is not a Cherokee, Grand Cherokee. What's going on?
They downgraded you.
And what happens is they categorize the categories of cars. So there's Jeep Grand Cherokee falls into the category of small SUV, believe it or not. So they didn't have any of that particular small SUV. So on the fine print, if you can read it, it says or something similar. And because of the way they're all categorized, they go, oh, this is the category of small SUV. This is what we've got available at the moment, and that's your car, sir.
Yep.
So, this poor little thing was wringing its guts out with me cruising around the States. But one thing it did do, which I thought was absolutely awesome, when I jumped across the border into Ontario, there's a little button that you can press it, and it switches from Freedom units to metric.
Oh, okay, cool.
Which is really cool. So you're driving along, doing 15 mile an hour, press the button, and the speedo and everything readjusts to its new position. So yeah, it was like, wow, that is proper cool. I loved it. I thought it was great.
Yeah, that's cool. Like being back at home.
Yeah. Because that's what I was thinking to myself. When I was cruising along, I was thinking to myself, you know what? They do metric up here. This is going to be an absolute nightmare. Because some cars actually have on their speedo, like around the outside of the dial it'll be miles and inside it'll be Ks, or vice versa. So it's not too bad. But I was sitting there thinking about it. It's like, oh, wow, this is going to be a shitstorm if I go over the border. Well, when I went over there, it's like after playing with the car and checking all the buttons and dials and things out, I had a few days to do it, so it's not like I didn't have enough time. Sussed it all out and was like, yeah, this is mad. Click. But, it was a very, daunting thing driving along in a tiny little SUV, cruising along some of the major highways, especially up into the northwestern end of the States. One of the highways I was on, 75 mile an hour, I think it is. I'm cruising along in this tiny little bubble, and there's just massive Ram trucks and F-350s and shit like that just zipping past me like I was standing still. Man, seriously, I thought if one of those dudes had punched it right next to me, I would have got sucked clean through his turbo and spat out the end as confetti. They were monstrous, some of those trucks, and I'm cruising along. And what was funny, though, I've got this tiny little car. It's got traction control, all-wheel drive, brake assist, drive assist, all this bullshit on it. And I'm thinking to myself, why would a car need all these functions what, can't people drive anymore? And one of the stretches of road I was cruising along, it started raining. And I'm not talking a little bit of rain. I'm talking there was probably 3 inches of water across the road. And next thing, my little car doing 75 is starting to drift sideways. And whilst this is happening, these Ram trucks and stuff are just ploughing past me, like as if I'm standing still. So, yeah, it sort of was a bit of an eye-opener. And whilst I'm sort of drifting sideways, I'm thinking, now I know why we have traction control, lane assist, drive assist, and all this other bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
But then I thought about it for a while, and it's like, actually, back home, it doesn't snow where I live. So, for us to have all those great things, and like the other day, we got a massive downpour of rain, and it was 1.5 inches in, an hour. And it sort of hasn't rained since. So we don't get much rain. We get a little sprinkle here and there, but we don't get the levels of rain that I had over there. It went for about an hour straight, and you'd be lucky to see 10 yards in front of you. It was crazy. And
welcome to the States, man.
Where was I going? That was up the top. I was going from Seattle, and I was going east across the top couple of states there.
Oh, you were out there visiting Peter, huh?
No. didn't know them then. No, I did have a somewhat more of an appreciation of topography when I got home. It's like, wow, I didn't realise how flat Australia is. Crazy levels.
Right.
After driving across the states and elevation levels. That's one thing I did notice. When I'm at high elevations, I get this funny feeling on the roof of my mouth. And for the majority of the United States, I had that, which is really odd. Especially up the north end, up in the hills and that. And I realised how high up we were when the clouds, like seriously, if I was in a double-decker bus, I reckon I could have put my hand out the top story and touched some of the clouds. They were that low and we were up that high. And to me, that was just absolutely mind-blowing. Like, I've never seen clouds that low before.
Well, it's like a fog more than anything else. Like you're like, oh, it's a cloud, but then like, I don't know if you drove when you're driving through the mountains, if you actually drove through the clouds, like it's weird because you're getting rained on, but like you're in the rain, you're in the cloud, right? So the rain don't even have to fall.
This was full cloud, but just super low. And it was really odd. And that's what I thought to myself, yeah, no wonder heaps of dudes get struck by lightning over here. When the clouds are like that low, yeah, you got no chance.
Right.
You're cruising along, minding your own business. Go on. Oh shit. But no, I did enjoy myself over there. I absolutely loved it. I'd like to have another crack. I'd like to do the original Route 66 or what you can of it. That'd be mad.
It's not as entertaining as you think it would be. It's better just to, like, if you wanted a cool experience, take the Appalachian Trail.
All right. Yeah, I'm a car guy, so I just enjoy driving. So, yeah.
Yeah, the Appalachian Trail will start like either in Florida or Pennsylvania. And then actually, I think it starts all the way up in Vermont or Connecticut. But so you take the Appalachian Trail, and then what it is like you're driving up the mountain, down the mountain, up the mountain, down the mountain. But when you're doing that, there's places where they just didn't feel like building a road all the way to the top of the mountain, so they blasted a hole through the mountain, and then you get to go through these caves through the mountain. It was really freaking cool.
Oh, nice.
These caves have been around forever. Exhausted, man.
How's this for a joke? I just looked on a Facebook. The wife and I attended a couples counselling meeting. The speaker mentioned that couples are so distracted that 85% of husbands don't even know their wife's favourite flower. I turned to my wife and whispered, "It's self-rising, isn't it?" And that's when the fight started. Oh, no.
Speaking of which, my stepson for his birthday, he wanted to grow plants. He wanted to get some seeds and grow some plants. So we bought some kitchen spices, and we're starting to grow them.
Oh, cool. Get some herbs going along.
Yeah. See, we got thyme, we got peppermint, we got
Oh, nice.
what else? We got thyme, we got peppermint, we got oregano, cilantro, rosemary. Few others.
Oh, very good. Anything to attract bees to your garden. So, yeah.
Hold on. My wife's gonna call me, so I'm gonna probably disappear for a little bit.
Yeah, not a worries, mate.
All right, never mind. You want me to put some drinks in the freezer? I might have to get drunk tonight, dude. Not gonna lie. Well, I don't drink that much, but sometimes life just gets to you and it warrants it.
Yeah, as long as you're not getting smashed on a regular basis. Drink here and there doesn't hurt. Welcome to the new person that just dropped in, one or two of them. Actually, I better have a look. They mightn't have chat capabilities.
I don't even drink that much to begin with, right? So like when I do drink, I can drink like the nicer stuff, you know. But like I even take it a step further. Like I don't even drink that much. So if I want to day drink, I will day drink.
I've been off it lately. I've had, 3 long necks in probably the last nearly 2 months, I'd say.
Exactly. Last night I had a drink on the job. My car broke down. I was still at work and waiting on a tow truck. I'm like, okay, I guess I'm having a drink.
Anyways, welcome to our 2 new guys.
Yeah, what's up, new guys?
Chuckles and what's it? Boyorainicum.
What's up, Boyaria? Or Boyaria Nicom? Sundelsis?
He's muted himself. Just so you know, if you do leave without talking, we can't give you VC verified and you will be auto muted next time you come back. So if you choose to talk, say g'day, just to prove you are a human, then we can give you VC verified, find out what your stance is, whether you're a flat earther, whether you're a round earther, or whether you like the feeling of the fence in between. It's up to you. We don't really stress out either way. Everyone's got their beliefs and reasons why they understand or don't understand certain things. No? Oh well, he'll find out when he comes back.
They unmuted me and now I can't talk.
Yeah. Those nasty flat earthers.
Yeah, Appalachian Trail is a really good one to go on. Route 66 is all right, but like you kind of got to go off the path of Route 66 because Route 66 don't exist really anymore. There's
Yeah.
another highway that goes all the way up. I think it's I-40 that goes up to
Yeah, there's a
Chicago.
lot of. There's only something like out of the original Route 66. There's only like a quarter of it or something left. Not even that. There's only like small patches you drive onto as you're sort of stepping from one highway to another. So yeah.
So like I would just be careful on that because like you're going to come across the poorest parts of the state, whatever state you're driving through, because they used to be a smash hit and now it's like all run down and you know what I
Because
mean?
they're not getting the touristy stuff because of the highways.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
I get that. But my advantage is with a crazy accent like this, you don't really go looking for trouble. You go to a bar, g'day mate, how's it going? And all of a sudden, everyone nearly snaps their neck when they look towards you, and it's like, yep, I do talk like this all the time. And the amount of people who just come up, mate, I'm gonna grab you a beer and we'll have a yarn. Yep, no worries.
So here,
that's
I don't know. Like something tells me, dude, you should just carry like a really large knife with you, and then if somebody just like busts out a knife and says, "You got any knives?" That's not a knife, mate.
This is a knife.
I guarantee you'd have free drinks the rest of the night, dude.
I got quite a few free drinks when I was over there, anyways, and all I was carrying was my camera, taking photos.
And people in general, people are like, oh, you know, like people in America are nice or people in Australia are nice. People in general are really nice, especially if you get away from the city.
Yes, yeah, I found that country towns are a million times better.
When people are spread out, they tend to be nice. That's another thing too. My wife, she's like, she'll interrupt me in the middle of when I'm in here, and she don't realize like, you realize you're like live streaming to the rest of the world, right? Like I know you're like you want to interject and have my attention, but everybody in the whole world can hear you right now.
Miguel's in here, isn't he? No, that thing that he's spinning around there, Miguel, they're actually really easy to make, and they do make that horrible sound. And if you're out over large areas like that, you can hear that thing for miles.
What is that?
You know the little board on the string in Crocodile Dundee where he spun it around and it started making that that weird sound. They actually do that, and it is the most oddest thing you'll ever hear. Easy to make. Just grab yourself a little bit of board, probably maybe a foot long, drill a hole in the end of it, and yeah, if you watch the movie, you'll see the size of it. It wasn't that big, and put a bit of string on it. So you got probably about 2 foot of string, and just start spinning it around, and eventually it'll twist itself up and it'll start making that roaring sound.
You know, it's funny. Like when I saw that movie for the first time when I was a kid, I didn't think nothing of it. Like everybody thought it was the funniest thing in the world, but like I didn't know any better. And then I watched it several times since then, and you know, it was just to me, it was just another story in another location, right? And then now that I'm like awake to what goes on in the world and everything like that, I watched it again, and I'm like, oh my gosh, now I know what the Aborigines were doing. Now I know what they were doing out in the middle of the wilderness. I know exactly what they're talking about. That was probably the funnier part.
Yeah, there ain't much out there.
No, but I mean, I understood the spiritual aspect of those scenes.
Yeah.
What's up, new guy?
Who's new? The Chronicle. How's it going, man?
The Chronicle 2001.
I'm a dude, and this dude is a flat earther already. Wow, they must be just handing out these flat earth stickers. What's the deal?
Does he have? Is it the flat server tag or is it the actual flat earther tag?
No, he's got the flat earther tag.
Oh man, dude.
Blue tag.
Chronicle, you're a flat earther.
Well, 100%. Never seen a curve in my life. Not when I've flown, not when I've been on a hot air balloon.
Hot air balloons are cool, aren't they? Like as you're going up, you can see the layers of the air change.
Oh, yeah. They kind of give the middle finger to the imaginary force of gravity.
One of my friends went up in a hot air balloon, and I said something like, he knows I'm right into all the FE stuff, and I'm trying to learn more about it. But he said something smart to me, and I said, "Oh yeah, while you're up there, just see how much curvature there is for me." And off he went, and I didn't get to talk to him for a couple of weeks, and he come back. Oh yeah, I went in my hot air balloon ride, and he completely forgot about what he'd said previously. And it's like, oh yeah, how much curvature did you see? Crickets. There was dead silence for about 30 seconds.
I remember going up in the hot air balloon, and I thought it was just like some kind of an effect of my eyes or whatever. But when I went up in altitude from like 2,000 feet to 10,000 feet, I swear it just gets flatter the higher up you go. Like I've been in an airplane, and like when they fly just at an altitude above the clouds, so you don't really get to see the land underneath you or anything like that, right? But when you're at like between 2,000 and 10,000 feet, as you're going up, you just watch the horizon just extend further and further. There's no z-axis change. It's the craziest.
Yeah. And see, people post these pictures of like plane windows, and you see a little curve at the edges, and I'm like, you realize the glass is distorting it, because it's all of a sudden right there, like a 3/4 of an inch from the edge. It curves right there. It's like obviously it's the distortion from the glass you're looking through.
Well, I never noticed the curve in the glass. I never noticed the curve in the glass because every time I flew, I liked looking out the window, so my face would be pressed up against the glass.
Yeah.
I wasn't one of those idiots sitting far back.
Yeah, what really sold me on it, they were talking about, space, this vacuum, and it's got all this vacuum in space, and they were talking about all the forces of it, and I'm like, wait a second. And somebody pointed out, like, well, you can't have positive gas pressure in an open container if there's next to a vacuum. And I was like, how the hell does that work?
Yeah, how it works.
There's some sort of they call it the firmament. I mean, people think it's like, oh yeah, it's this magic glass dome or something. I don't know what it is. I don't think we've discovered what it is. My guess would be it's something surface tension to do with the ether. I believe in the ether. I think the ether's a real thing. Light moves as a wave and a particle, but it moves as a wave. And waves have to travel through a medium. They can't travel through nothingness for supposedly 93 million miles from the sun or whatever. But we know the sun's not that far away because basic geometry and observation tells you that when you see it shining through the clouds. But
well, you wouldn't know if it was 10,000 miles away or 93 million miles away.
Right,
it wouldn't make a difference.
But the light is still traveling through some sort of ether, whatever it is. You can call it whatever, but it's traveling through something, not empty space, because waves don't move across Nothing. They move across some sort of medium. So I don't know. There's just too many holes and too many flaws in the globe. Flat, square, crescent shaped like a donut. I don't know, but it's not what they say it is.
But yeah,
I swear one of these days we're going to find out where a discarded piece of toilet paper from some celestial being, where it's microorganisms growing on a piece of shit on a toilet paper.
supposedly they found a microscopic organism on the moon or Mars or something like that. They're bringing it back.
I don't know. I don't know how we would get.
I've seen a bunch of movies start out like that.
Oh yeah, what was that? That was a good one. The Netflix one or whatever.
A few of them.
Yeah, but they find something on Mars, and they catch it. They have to catch whatever it was. They shot it. The piece of equipment they had on Mars, gathered up the soil samples, and then fired it back into space. And they went halfway to Mars to catch it, and then turn around and come back. And they had to catch this thing, and they thawed it out, and it was alive. And it was some sort of super adapting superbug or something. What was it?
Well, I wasn't just saying it was Mars. I'm just saying, like, in general, like life on another planet, and then they go out there and bring it back.
Yeah, I've seen stuff like that in movies too.
I'm just laughing at it. Yeah.
But no, they had some sort of thing the other day. They talked about some sort of asteroid or something that keeps changing velocity. They've been monitoring or something like that. And it's supposed to get real close to the Earth.
Oh, it must be a spaceship because everything out in space is supposed to have a constant velocity.
Yeah. They said it's the second object in like a dozen years or something that, for some reason, changes speed, changes some direction here and there, and they don't know why. It looks like it goes around something here, and it looks like it accelerates over here in order to miss something else. So it looks like it's being steered, and they're like, yeah, it shouldn't be doing that. We don't know why.
It could be space poop.
Yeah, well, here's my thing about it is who's actually seen this except for like 4 people, and they just say, oh, we've seen it, and it's doing this, and they tell their bosses, and their bosses are like, okay, we'll tell the news. Their freaking instruments could be faulty. They don't know what they're looking at. Now, somebody in the next room is on the same circuit. It's got a toaster or something. They're making toast, and it screws with the instruments. Somebody's over there listening to Doja Cat on their AirPods or something, and it's interfering with they think it's accelerating.
I haven't listened to any new music in. I take that back. I've heard maybe 10 new songs in the last 6 or 7 years.
No, that's probably good, actually.
I do like the Zac Brown band, so I'll listen to all their music whenever it comes out. And then,
are they still making new music?
Yeah, they're still making, but it's weird when I listen to it now. Like I hear all the Illuminati cues and everything. I'm just like, no.
Oh.
And then, what's the other one? Like I listened to "Turn the TV Off" by what's that rapper's name? Y'all know who I'm talking about?
I know the only rapper I really know is Tom McDonald.
Well, I listen to Tom McDonald, but this rapper he sang at the Super Bowl, and I actually enjoyed that song that he sang at the Super Bowl because he called out that other rapper for being a pedophile, which was super cool. And then
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. Anyway, I don't know. I can't tell you his name. But yeah, I remember when he called that. He called that P Diddy, didn't he? Or did he call out one of those other rappers?
it was Drake. Called out Drake.
I tried to Drake. That's right. That's right. That was right before all the P Diddy shit started going down too.
Yeah. So I heard that song and I downloaded that song, and then there's probably a few other songs that I have downloaded that are new, but for the most part, I just don't even listen to music anymore. I listen to podcasts and I talk to people because I tell everybody, like, now that I'm awake, like imagining things is so boring for me. Like the real world is so much more interesting.
Yeah, 100%. And I guess I don't know, man. It seemed like the real stuff showed up. I turned 30 during the
You're
pandemic,
breaking up, buddy.
and I mean, I always. Ooh, can you hear me now?
I can, but you're breaking up.
No. Oh no. Oh well.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. You talking about waking up and all the frou Hollywood stuff not really doing it for you anymore. I'm kind of the same way. I turned 30 during the whole pandemic, and if I couldn't reach out, touch it, or see it with my own eyes, if it's CGI or whatever, I just couldn't stand it.
Yeah. Like even the older movies now I understand why like old people like the older movies because like they went through hell to create the special effects that we would see in the movies versus like now all you gotta do is push a button on a computer screen and like the stories are all gone, everything's just action and CGI, and it's retarded. They're more interested in their camera angles than they are with the actual story being told.
Well, see, they lost me at the Blue Alien movie, the Avatar. They lost me at that. They kept talking about, oh, it's got these great visual effects, and it's the special effects that's just visually so stunning. And I was like, okay, but I don't necessarily go to a movie just for special effects.
Right.
I didn't watch it for like 7 or 8 years after it was out for a long time. And I finally saw it, and I was like, okay, I'll see what the big fucking deal is.
Yep.
Oh, there goes a squirrel. Squirrel.
Squirrel.
Yeah, let's see here. Ooh, no video permission. Oh well, I was gonna see if I can show the squirrel, get him on camera.
Yeah. No, I think you gotta. Every once in a while, they'll do.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, they'll have like a night where they'll do faces and stuff like that. But I don't think they have. Only the moderators can allow videos to permissions.
Not those people. Those are the worst people.
Moderators? Yeah, we got good moderators, man. They've done a good job making sure we don't get removed from the Discord.
The only one of them needs to join right now. I hope that was one of them joining right there. The only good moderator, and you can finish that sentence. Nah, I give them crap, but they're good. Honestly, I wish they were a little stricter because some of these people here, they start spurging out and going like full chimp mode. Yes, you know who I'm talking to. You're there. You're sitting there on mute. You heard me. I said it. Why is everybody on mute for real?
Huh?
A lot of people here on mute. The hell?
Everybody's just working, getting stuff done, man.
Oh, I done my stuff. Good Lord. Worked half a day at work. Then I worked on working on a roof leak. Did some metal roofing, ran some flashing. Tired now.
Well, keep it up, man.
Raked in 13 hours on 5 hours worth of work.
Hey, that's just called being a pro. All right.
I guess. You can
No,
call it
that's
that.
called being a pro. No, the boss says, "Hey, you got to work 15 hours Saturday." You show up, and there's like 3 hours of work to do. By God, you're not going to work 3 hours. Let that screw your day up. You're gonna get your money out of the boss. By God, you're gonna get paid. You had to get all the way over there, get all your stuff, and work for 3 hours. You're gonna stay busy for 15. Take his freaking money.
It's not even that. I sit on my ass in the AC. I loaded up a bus, drove 2.5 hours, waited around for them to get done with their tennis tournament, 2.5 hours back. On the clock the whole time.
Oh, good. Oh, good. I'm glad you cut out there for a second. I heard you loaded up a bus full of kids, and I'm like, oh, where's this going? And luckily, you come back. You come back in. You took them to a tennis tournament. I was like, oh, close. That was a close one.
Easiest money all week right there, man.
Where's one of them lame ass mods when you need them, huh?
I'm right here.
You're transporting children. Did you cross state lines?
If I did, I would have another paperwork I would have to file, but I'm in Texas, man. You can drive and drive and drive and not cross state lines.
Oh, I know. I'm from Arkansas. I've been there many times.
Yeah. Well, I'm back at the house. I'm going to hop out. I'll see y'all later.
Piece of chicken grease. Oh, boy, he's gone. That boy don't waste no time. Hope his woman gets more of a warning. Damn. Man, y'all remember the Zika virus? It was going to get us all. The mosquitoes in Florida or whatever had the Zika virus. Just me? Okay. Wait.